Mark Twain once said that history does not repeat, but it rhymes. Any logical look throughout human history, we will see the repeated pattern of birth, expansion, maturity, and eventual death of empires throughout the ages. The life cycle of empires and the new ages of man are nothing more than cunning men dominating nature and their fellow man with unsustainable collective paradigms. In the beginning, in order for man to survive this harsh earth, humanity had to band together in tribes to bring about collective effort necessary to feed, protect, and reproduce. They used collective effort to divide labor and thrive. They first learned how to pack hunt stronger animals. Then they learned to work with nature to harvest crops and build permanent shelters. In time, cunning men saw that there was more wealth to be had in dominating their fellow man than there would be in dominating the earth. These men soon saw that with violence, or at least the threat of violence, they could yield far more energy out of their fellow man than they could holding a sword to a plant and screaming at it for that to give them more. This gave rise to the psychopathic warrior class and eventual empires. Tribal wars and slavery proved to be a bloody effort that had diminishing returns. While conquering new lands gave rise to much new treasure, it wasn't sustainable. Then these cunning men came up with a new scheme, to have these slaves willingly sacrifice themselves to the cunning men at the top. They saw that, like their animals, free-range animals produce much more goods than caged animals. These cunning men devised religions and soon declared that there was an angry God in the sky that demanded their obedience. Soon the slaves sought to work harder to satisfy this angry God in the sky. And in some cases, these cunning men actually declared themselves God in form of pharaoh, king, and emperors. These cunning men became the chosen ones, and anyone that would follow them would reap their harvest.
Египтом, вот нам говорят, правили фараоны. Да фараоны это были мальчики, несмышленыши. Реальными правителями Египта было древнее египетское жречество. И вот они, владея тайными знаниями, которые принадлежали только им и которые они скрывали от остальных людей, они позволяли манипулировать сознанием не только неграмотной толпы, но и самих фараонов. Как там жрецы охмурили даже самого фараона и убили его, владея знаниями о затмении солнца.
Everybody can see that it is a massive bank theft perpetrated with taxpayer subsidies, and yet the CEO of Goldman Sachs over the weekend now claiming he's doing God's work.
Well, you know, first of all, when I was at Goldman, we didn't have prayer meetings before deals. So,
you did or did not?
The whole God's work thing is a little odd. And you know, I think they do understand the anger. I truly do not think they care.
Once these cunning men had sufficiently indoctrinated their people, like a cancer, they were never satisfied and soon spread. They soon sought about enforcing their divine will upon other tribes. This is more or less the age of written history, and ever since then, Mark Twain was right. We have rhymed the same bloody history from epoch to epoch.
And so to every sailor, soldier, airman, and Marine who's involved in this mission, let me say, you're doing God's work.
Empires would rise and fall in the name of religion, king, nation, and more recently, corporation. All run by cunning men trying to live beyond nature and become masters of their own universe. Every 80 years or so, or 4 generations, we seem to have a systemic crisis, a crisis for which our entire way of life hangs in the balance, and that there is no certainty in its outcome. For example, in the American experience, Americans won their freedom from their European masters, thus ending one collective power for an albeit different one. 4 generations later, they were slaughtering each other in the Civil War that left 860,000 men dead. 4 generations after the Civil War, we were in the depths of the Great Depression and World War II, that claimed an estimated 48 million casualties worldwide. In each of these great crises, it was never certain that America would go on to exist. Now, once again, it is 4 generations later, and we face an even larger threat to our way of life. There is yet another cycle that has rhymed recently, the so-called business cycle. This cycle is when the economy ebbs and flows with debt, boom to bust. In 1965, President Johnson took the silver out of our money.
le fait que beaucoup d'États acceptent par principe des dollars au même titre que de l'or pour les règlements des différences qui existent à leur profit dans la balance des paiements américaine, ce fait entraîne les Américains à s'endetter et à s'endetter gratuitement vis-à-vis de l'étranger, car ce qu'ils lui doivent, ils le lui payent, tout au moins en partie, avec des dollars qu'il ne tient qu'à eux d'émettre. Étant donné les conséquences que pourrait avoir une crise qui surviendrait dans un pareil domaine, nous pensons qu'il faut prendre à temps les moyens de l'éviter. Nous estimons nécessaire que les échanges internationaux soient établis, comme c'était le cas avant les grands malheurs du monde, sur une base monétaire indiscutable et qui ne porte la marque d'aucun pays en particulier. Quelle base? En vérité, on ne voit pas qu'il puisse y avoir réellement de critères, d'étalons autres que l'or.
And nearly 7 years later, Richard Nixon cut the last tie to the gold standard in 1971. This put us on a pure fiat debt-based dollar standard, with which there was no hard asset backing the value of the dollar. You see, paper money came into existence as a receipt for the real wealth. Now the cunning men had taken the real value out of our money, and now we were trading worthless receipts. This decoupling from the gold standard was in part the beginning of the petrodollar trade, where the cunning men in the West conspired with oil-producing nations to dramatically raise the price of oil under the guise of a concocted oil crisis. Under this conspiracy, oil-producing nations would only trade oil for dollars, thus securing the dollar's world reserve currency status. For this reinvestment of petrodollars back into the U.S. economy, in return for military protection against the Soviets at the height of the Cold War. This has led to a series of crises every 7 years that we've moved to a more unsustainable monetary system that would binge and purge assets and debts every 7 years. Starting with the 1973 oil crisis, we went until the stagflation crisis in 1980, where inflation got so bad that the privately owned Federal Reserve had to raise interest rates to close to 24%. 7 years later, we had the famous 1987 stock market crash that cost almost $500 billion to the U.S. economy. 7 years after that, we had the 1994 bond market massacre that destroyed $1 trillion of bondholder wealth. 7 years after that, we had the 2001 stock market collapse that led to $4.6 trillion in losses. 7 years after that, we had the housing bubble and the 2008 economic collapse.
On Thursday at about 11 o'clock in the morning, the Federal Reserve noticed a tremendous drawdown of money market accounts in the United States to the tune of $550 billion was being drawn out in a matter of an hour or two. The Treasury opened up its window to help. They pumped $105 billion in the system and quickly realized that they could not stem the tide. We were having an electronic run on the banks. They decided to close the operation, close down the money accounts, and announce a guarantee of $250,000 per account so there wouldn't be further panic out there. And that's what actually happened. If they had not done that, their estimation was that by 2 o'clock that afternoon, $5.5 trillion would have been drawn out of the money market system of the United States, would have collapsed the entire economy of the United States, and within 24 hours the world economy would have collapsed.
Which it is estimated that there were $12.8 trillion in losses. And now we're on the verge of the next 7-year cycle, and this one coincides with our even larger 80-year societal crisis. Why is it that we seem to be on this insane trip throughout all human existence? Why do the rich get richer and the poor get poorer? Why must we always have wars and live in debt to our fellow man? Why can't we ever seem to break this cycle of history and enter into a new golden age of humanity? The answers to these questions and many more are found in this movie. Carl Jung once said that you can never solve a problem with the same consciousness that created the problem. We must see the world anew. Even George Orwell wrote that mankind will never be free until they become conscious, and until they become conscious, they will never become free. Now, cunning men would like to distract you into collectivist solutions for these collectivist problems. They will tell you that it's a moral problem and that we need more religion. Or they will tell you that it is a financial problem and talk of tax cuts or redistribution of wealth.
Facilitate some redistribution because I actually believe in redistribution.
They will tell you it's a political problem and roll out new candidates every few years. And when the problems get so large, the cunning men will say that there's some foreigner is the problem and start beating the war drums. If you were to remember one thing in this movie, remember this: there are no collectivist solutions to unconscious collectivist problems. There are only conscious individual solutions, like that of Silver Shield in this movie. The problem we face throughout all of humanity is not political, financial, religious, or military in nature. It is a battle of our consciousness.
When you grow up, you tend to get told that the world is the way it is, and your life is just to live your life inside the world, try not to bash into the walls too much, try to have a nice family life, have fun, save a little money. But life, that's a very limited life. Life can be much broader once you discover one simple fact, and that is everything around you that you call life was made up by people that were no smarter than you. And you can change it. You can influence it. You can build your own things that other people can use. And the minute that you understand that you can poke life and actually something will, if you push in, something will pop out the other side, that you can change it, you can mold it. That's maybe the most important thing, is to shake off this erroneous notion that life is there and you're just going to live in it, versus embrace it, change it, improve it, make your mark upon it. I think that's very important. And however you learn that, once you learn it, you'll want to change life and make it better, because it's kind of messed up in a lot of ways. Once you learn that, you'll never be the same again.
Or more accurately, our unconsciousness. It is about what we actively or passively support in our day-to-day living. The values, the structures, the men that we support with our votes, our consumptions, our corporate or military careers. We empower them. They do not control us. We have unconsciously accepted the fallacy of scarcity, collectivism, and dominating nature and our fellow man. These are the core reasons why humanity keeps repeating the sad history of debt and death. If we must see the world anew, then the logical solution must be individual, conscious, resonating abundance.
The first thing you do, you must know exactly what you want in this world. When you know exactly what you want, make as lifelike a representation as possible of what you would see and what you would touch and what you would do, and physically moving in such a state. While sitting in my chair, I would feel myself right into the situation of my fulfilled desire. And having felt myself into that state, I would not let it go. I would keep that mood alive, and in that mood, I would sleep. You know, people are totally unaware of this fantastic power of the imagination. But when man begins to discover this power within him, he never plays the part that he formerly played. He doesn't turn back and become just the reflective life. From here on in, he is the affecter of life. The secret of it is to center your imagination in the feeling of the wish fulfilled and remain therein. For in our capacity to live in the feeling of the wish fulfilled lies our capacity to live the more abundant life. Most of us are afraid to imagine ourselves as important and noble individuals, secure in our contribution to the world, just because at the very moment that we start our assumption, our senses deny the truth of our assumption. We seem to be in the grip of an unconscious urge, which makes us cling desperately to the world of familiar things and resist all that threatens to tear us away from our familiar and seemingly safe moorings. If I would make a living representation of the state desired, and then enter that state and abide in that state, I would realize it. But in essence, it's simple. You simply know what you want. When you know what you want, you are thinking of it. For what a man sees when he describes his world is as he describes it relative to himself. So what the world looks like depends entirely upon where I stand when I make my observation. So if, as I describe my world, it is related to that point in space I imagine that I am occupying, then I must be there. I am not there physically, no, but I am there in my imagination, and my imagination is my real self. And where I go in imagination and make it real, there I shall go in the flesh also. When in that state I fall asleep, it is done. I have never seen it fail. So this is the simple technique on how to use your imagination to realize your every objective. The abundant life promised us is ours to enjoy now, but not until we have the sense of the Creator as our imagination can we experience it. Persistent imagination, centered in the feeling of the wish fulfilled, is the secret of all successful operations. This alone is the means of fulfilling the intention. Every stage of man's progress is made by the conscious, voluntary exercise of the imagination. Then you will understand why all poets have stressed the importance of controlled, vivid imagination. Listen to this one by the great William Blake. In your own bosom you bear your heaven and earth, and all you behold, though it appears without, it is within, in your imagination, of which this world of mortality is but a shadow. Try it, and you too will prove that your imagination is the Creator.
The earth has far more than enough for humanity to thrive if we live sustainably. Humanity has much more in common with each other than these cunning men would like us to know. And the individual can now see the world as it is and consciously choose to get off this mad rhyming trip throughout the ages. Not only to shield you from the coming collapse, but to create generational wealth large enough to establish a new conscious, resonating way of life. Now I want you to know something. This is not pie-in-the-sky utopian talk. I was once somebody that profited very much off of this debt and death paradigm. I went to Boston College. I spent 7 years in the Marine Corps Infantry, and I was a successful business owner. And when I came face to face with the truth that I'm going to share with you in this movie, I had to walk away. I could no longer do what I did, knowing what I knew now. The process was very difficult, but ultimately it was the best thing that I've ever done. So I'm going to let you know that I have walked the talk, and I have made radical changes in my life to shield myself and those that I love. I've spent more than a decade studying and thinking about these questions, not only to describe just how messed up this world is, but how one can break this cycle. And half of that time, I've been trying to wake up others to this reality. With my epic Sons of Liberty Academy, and the past 4 years here on YouTube with The Greatest Truth Never Told. But with this final movie, I'm done reaching out, because at some point, which I feel is very soon, it will either become too late or too dangerous to speak such truth. With the verge of the next 7-year crisis and the 80-year societal crisis upon us, there is little time left to teach and learn, much less prepare. While the challenges we face are great, one cannot deny that we're reaching a quickening in the consciousness of humanity. It took thousands of years to move past hunter-gatherer to an agrarian society. It took centuries for us to move into an industrial society. It took decades for us to reach a technological society. It took years for us to reach an informational society. Now it is time for us to reach the final age of man, one of a fully conscious society.
If you have a golf ball-sized consciousness, when you read a book, you'll have a golf ball-sized understanding. When you look out, a golf ball-sized awareness. And when you wake up in the morning, a golf ball-sized wakefulness. But if you could expand that consciousness, then you read the book, more understanding. You look out, more awareness. And when you wake up, more wakefulness. It's consciousness. And there's an ocean of pure, vibrant consciousness inside each one of us. And it's right at the source and base of mind, right at the source of thought, and it's also at the source of all matter.
With the advent of the internet, there is no excuse for humanity to still be functioning on this low level of consciousness. No excuse to empower the cunning men at the top that sap our energy and spread their sickness with debt and death. And soon, with the single largest event in human history upon us, with the dollar collapse, there will be no excuse to not question what we as a humanity have been unconsciously doing with our short time here on Earth. Over the past 4 years here on YouTube, I've created over 1,000 videos trying to help others to see what I see. More importantly, I want to give them the confidence to take the kind of action necessary to shield themselves and their family from the next great upheaval in society. With this final effort, I'm leaving you with this movie to try to help others who have not been exposed to the greatest truth never told. This movie, while it is long, is only a few hours of your life and the culmination of 10 years of study and the essence of 1,000 videos here on this YouTube channel. I promise you that it is well worth your time, and if I'm successful, it will be life-changing. It is said that men go mad in herds and only come to their senses slowly and one by one. Charles Mackay. It is my hope that with this one movie, we will consciously arouse the unique individual inside all of you. The one that has been beaten into collective submission by cunning men that seek to take your life's energy. So you can light the fire inside of you. To logically see the world is truly messed up, but your life doesn't have to be. I ask you that you not only give this movie time, but recommend it to others, as I am sure it is the most effective means of unraveling thousands of years of collective unconscious indoctrination. Please rate, comment, share, and subscribe. And I now present to you The Silver Shield. I have identified 5 stages of awakening. I feel that it is incredibly important for you to know this process so as to make the most of each stage and get through them as quick as possible. This entire project is centered on this process, and I have taken great care to put the information in the order that I wish I had learned it. I feel this will allow the individual to deal with a new reality in a safe environment that also ensures a successful awakening. The awakening process mirrors Elizabeth Kubler-Ross's 5 stages of grief, which many of you might be familiar with. The reason why they mirror is because it is literally your old self dying, so that a totally free, new self can be born. Your body will physically and mentally react as if there was a real death in your life. We identify ourselves by what we do, what we wear, and what we drive. When you are awake, none of that will matter. You will transcend the current consumer order and be fully prepared to deal with a new paradigm. I feel it is incredibly helpful for you to understand this process, to not only identify where you are, but where you should be going. I cannot stress to you how important and necessary this process is. If you do not start thinking for yourself, you will be without the skills necessary to survive a post-dollar world. The first stage in the 5 stages of awakening is denial. In this stage, you will dismiss anything that goes counter to conventional wisdom as crazy talk or conspiracy theory. This is really a self-defense mechanism the brain uses to protect the ego. No one likes to admit when they're wrong, much less admit that they have been fooled. So it is infinitely easier to deny a truth rather than it is to embrace it. It is easier to mock than debate. It is easier to hide under the sheets and pretend that there is not a monster in the room. This is where most of our society is stuck right now. They believe that whatever the authorities tell them is the truth. They go along with the crowd in fear of being looked upon as strange or crazy. In my experience, denial comes in two forms. First is the most common and least dangerous form of denial. It is just not wanting to know the truth that might upset their happy little life. This innocent denial of ignorance is bliss mentality is held by so many Americans who think that things are going swell for them, so why ruin it with the truth? There was a woman I was working with that literally shut down on me when confronted with the truth. She literally said to me, "I do not want to know because that reality is too scary for me." This form of denial is the easiest to overcome because when things go wrong in their perfect little world, they will have no more excuses to not look for the reason why their world fell apart. There is no more bliss for them to remain ignorant. The economic depression and the political failures of both the Bush and the Obama administration have already shook a great many out of this denial. As long as people believe in absurdities, they will continue to commit atrocities. Voltaire. The second kind of denial is one that is much more pernicious. I view it as guilty denial. This is the denial of people who are actually benefiting off of the illusion of our paradigm. This comes from business owners, government employees, and others whose livelihood is derived off of the current debt paradigm. These people actively fight against the truth through disinformation or saying they just can't keep it a secret or that's just crazy conspiracy talk. They would rather create a plausible deniability to distance themselves from the reality of their actions or inactions. Their aggressive defense of the illusion shows me that they know what they are doing is wrong. They are too afraid to live outside of this paradigm, so it is better to try to hold it together despite its human costs. Anger is just a cowardly extension of sadness. It is a lot easier to be angry at somebody than it is to tell them that you're hurt. Thomas Gates. The second stage of the awakening is anger. When you start to see that you were fooled, you react violently for being taken for a fool and you want to lash out. This action is ineffectual in bringing about positive change for the freedom movement. In my experience, those that propose violence are probably working for the government, just trying to find some sucker to frame.
You're a fucking cop, the three of you! Go on, it's our line! It's a peaceful demonstration!
Anger is a very natural reaction, and is one that you must go through rather than suppress. Finding out how the world really works is akin to finding out your significant other has been cheating on you. You may have remained faithful to what this country was about, while atrocities were committed behind your back. Anger is just covering up the fact that you are really hurt for being taken advantage of. This stage is often the shortest, but it is also the one with the most energy is expended. In my anger stage, I redirected my anger to fuel an intense amount of research into making sure that I was never fooled again. It eventually led to the creation of this project. The third stage of the awakening is called bargaining. After you calm down, you start to reach out to anybody who will listen to tell them what is really going on. This is the most annoying stage of the awakening process. And remember that you are reaching for people who are still in the stage 1 of denial. You end up ruining Christmas parties talking about World Trade Center 7 or kids' basketball games talking about the Federal Reserve. By reaching out and sharing, you are not really trying to awaken people. You are really looking for help. By reaching out, you are seeking guidance or structure in your own search for truth. You know that there is something wrong. You know that you can't go back to your ignorance. Without clarity, you cannot move forward, and this naturally leads to the next stage of depression. The fourth stage of the awakening is depression. Now that you've reached out to everybody and nothing seems to happen, depression sinks in. You start saying, "It's too big. What could I do about it?" The worst kind of depression that permeates the freedom movement is the arrogant attitude of "I know it all" or "screw everybody, I don't care." This is the most painful stage and the hardest one to get out of. Human happiness comes from progress, and yet progress in this journey seems to suck you further into a hole. Unfortunately, there is no way around this, yet it is absolutely necessary that you go through it. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me. And where it has gone, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain. Frank Herbert. The fifth and final stage of the awakening is acceptance. This is the point where you now become comfortable with the oncoming reality, and you actually take active and positive steps to prepare for this. This process of making wise choices for yourself and others will yield massive positive personal results. These positive results will reinforce your actions and bring about more positive change in your life. People will start to notice the light in your eyes has returned, as confidence returns. They will now ask you what had happened to you, and those that once did not want to hear the truth will be ready to listen. This is ultimately where we all need to be, both personally and as a movement. I really feel the reason why I've been so successful at waking people up is that I do not try to scare them and depress them. Trust me, I can write doom and gloom with the best of them. Fearmongers do not want you to logically think. They want emotional reaction to their preconceived notions. I do try to motivate, encourage, and enlighten people in order to take the first step into their highest and best self. This journey is the most important one you'll ever take, and it is the only hope to ever becoming what you were meant to be, free and independent. We have already seen most of humanity does not really think, and that most of our lives is controlled by men who do think. In this next awakened paradigm in history, man will need to embrace, I think, therefore I am free. Believe nothing, no matter where you have read it or who has said it, not even if I have said it, unless it agrees with your own reason and your own common sense. Buddha. What you are about to embark upon is unlike anything else that you've ever experienced. We will set about on a journey that will take us through history and challenge everything that you've ever learned. The reason why this is going to be very different from any other educational experience that you've ever had is that I'm going to insist that you question and critically think about the information I am presenting to you. Do not accept anything I say unless you can confirm it and that it resonates with something in your soul. There, you will begin to become totally free. I do not claim to have all the answers, but I do seek to ask all of the questions. My hope for this project is that it becomes the intellectual foundation for a new era of humanity. We can reject the paradigm that is built on spreading debt and death. We can set about creating a new paradigm where people are free to play on a level playing field for all to rise to their highest and best selves. I have been influenced by many, and I do not claim to be the originator of most of the ideas I present to you. My unique ability is to bring together the big picture for all to see. The truth is that humanity has been enslaved over and over again throughout history, and that we can be free the moment we wish to be. This journey will be a dangerous one, in which, if I'm successful, will result in your old self dying, so that a new, totally free person can be born. All know the way, but few actually walk it. I have gone through this journey of awakening. I have lived the life of individual opulence, and I have lived the life of collective poverty. I now see the middle path very clearly, and it has led me to my highest and best self. This is, without a doubt, a life-changing experience, and, if enough people grasp the concepts that I present, it could lead to a new era of humanity where freedom rings. Once you are aware of how the world really works, you will no longer be played the fool in your relationships, investments, and thoughts. I have seen that those that are most successful in life are not necessarily the smartest or hardest working individuals. For the most part, they were just in the right place at the right time. This project seeks to give you absolute clarity to take massive action in your life, to prepare for the greatest paradigm shift in human history, the mathematically inevitable collapse of the dollar. This is not simply an American struggle. This is a struggle for all of humanity. And I want to be absolutely clear. I do not just want to scare you and feed you full of doom and gloom. There is a way out, and I would not bring you on this journey if I had not made it through myself. If I could leave you with one piece of advice before we continue on, it is something I came up with that helped me tremendously throughout my own journey. Listen to all, follow none. You cannot solve a problem from the same consciousness that created it. You must learn to see the world anew. Think about all that is wrong with the world today. Massive debts, endless wars, encroaching government power, too big to fails, systemic unemployment, and a general sense of fear and depression. You cannot solve these problems with the same consciousness as the ones that created this mess. You cannot cure a debt problem with more debt, restructured debt, or bailouts. You cannot solve war with more war, cyber war, proxy wars, or covert wars. You cannot control the power of the government with new politicians, laws, or lobbying. You cannot solve unemployment with more funding for education, more regulations, or strikes. In order to solve these and all other problems that plague our society, you need to create another consciousness. The men that own and control our world know that so long as humanity either actively or passively has the same consciousness as them, their power is secured. They know that as long as humanity remains short-sighted, narcissistic, meddling little people searching for instant gratification, those at the top have nothing to worry about. It is only when we become caring, logical, and independent people with the opposite consciousness that we can effect real change upon this world. Think of when you were a teenager trying to establish your independence. You might have huffed and puffed around the house to get what you wanted, and depending on what kind of parent you had, that might have worked. When you think about it, you didn't really want a car or to stay out late as much as you wanted your independence from your parents' paradigm, to do what you wanted to do, to make your own mistakes, to be free from others controlling you. This is what we want in all of humanity. To live our lives, to love who we want to love, to do what we want to do without others interfering in our lives. Most teenage rebellion is misguided and often never really results in any true freedom, since they never change the consciousness of the dependent state. And parents never solve the problem by not changing the consciousness from the controlling state. Even the most well-intentioned parent really has no clue of what will make their child happy. So why bother trying to control them? As long as they're not in mortal danger, parents should just let go. The child can only begin to find out what will make them happy by following their passions independent of their parents. Slamming the door, yelling, or the quiet treatment will not result in you gaining any real power. The only way for you to gain true freedom of your parents is to become independent of them, to think and provide for yourself without their help or even approval. That is what becoming an adult is all about. Your parents probably did not respect you as an adult until you acted independently from them. Even that might not do it. But regardless if your parents respect you for your independence, you know that you can survive and thrive outside of their paradigm, and all of their attempts to control your life are now rendered useless. Some parents might still try to control you, but they usually get relegated to holidays and only in a symbolic fashion, because you know you don't have to listen to them anymore. Don't believe them, don't fear them, don't ask anything of them. Alexander Solzhenitsyn. Think about what you are really upset about in the world today. It could be war, taxes, the government encroachment on our privacy, or whatever. You'll waste time hacking at the branches and not the root of the problem. What you really want is your freedom and independence and to be left alone. The fundamental reason why any formalized group effort like Occupy Wall Street or the Tea Party will fail is that it is a collective effort against a collective problem, one of the same consciousness. You cannot beg for power. You need to be independent of power. Sending good people into reform a state is like sending virgins in to reform a whorehouse. Anonymous. The game is rigged, and nothing will change with elections, protests, editorials, Occupy movements, or Tea Parties. They are important, but they will not change the system. The boomers tried to rebel in the 60s against all that was wrong in the world.
There's a time when the operation of the machine becomes so odious, makes you so sick at heart, that you can't take part. You can't even passively take part. And you've got to put your bodies upon the gears and upon the wheels, upon the levers, upon all the apparatus, and you've got to make it stop. And you've got to indicate to the people who run it, to the people who own it, that unless you're free, the machine will be prevented from working at all.
They lack the mature wisdom to guide them to the root of their problems and to become a real threat to those that seek to control them. If you want to become a real threat to the system, act independently of the system. This is essentially what a responsible citizen must do to a repressive government. Slamming your door at your parents' house is the same as a million-man march. You think it is a show of power, but those that are in charge think it's a cute but meaningless exertion of power and do not fear it in the least. Let them march all they want, so long as they pay their taxes. Alexander Haig. You must physically, financially, politically, intellectually, emotionally, and even spiritually remove yourself from their control. The most potent weapon of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. Stephen Biko. You cannot change the world to make yourself happy or free. You must change yourself to make the world happy and free. Be the change that you wish to see in the world. As long as humanity believes that they can change the world to make themselves happy or free, we will continue to fall into this trap over and over again, generation after generation. It is insanity to think that you can change the world to make yourself happy or free. You can't do it on a personal level, and you certainly cannot do it on a national or a global level. Think about your own family. You share the same race, religion, education, and so on, yet there's constant disagreement. I can't even control my 3-year-old son. So what makes us think that we can somehow change the world with 7 billion people with different outlooks and motives on life? No matter what you try to do to affect change in the world, you inevitably run across others who do not share your same vision. And because they come from different experiences, education, and awareness as you are, they will naturally become an opposite force. They will naturally push against any effort you have, and this ultimately devolves into a middle-of-the-road solution that leaves no real change, a lot of wasted time, energy, and money. This also gives power to the parasitical middlemen that manipulate both sides to their advantage. True independence can only come from within. We knew this on some level when we were teenagers, but we fell for what the world and our masters offered as freedom. College degrees, big houses, fast cars, consumer products, shallow relationships, or gurus. This inevitably leads to debt, frustration, and an empty hole in our lives, which we usually do not fully realize until we are way past our prime, wasting the best part of our life. The only thing in the world that you really can control is you. So stop trying to change others. Be the change that you want to be in the world. It is very important to know that we also have no right to enforce our version of freedom and happiness onto others. No matter how much you feel you are right, people must come to their own decisions on their own terms and timetable. When we focus our time, energy, and money on working on our own personal freedom, we will not only see real effective change, we will show the way for millions of others to follow. When you are truly free, you'll be strong, happy, and independently powerful. Your power does not come at the expense of others or control of others, and therefore cannot be stopped. True generational wealth is when you can learn how to become totally free and pass that freedom on to others. Fear of the unknown is always worse than the reality that we face. Think about the scariest horror movie you've ever seen. The first time you watched that movie, you weren't necessarily afraid of the blood, the screaming, the axe murder. What you were afraid of was the unknown. Not knowing when they were going to jump out of the closet, not knowing what was going to happen next. But even the most scariest horror movie, when you watch it the second time, it becomes less scary because you know what's going to happen. And what if we went a little bit further and then we actually watched the behind the scenes and how the movie was made?
Your big break in TV. Welcome to prime time, bitch.
What if you could see the actor that was playing the bad guy?
Welcome to prime time, bitch.
Having fun with the director.
To get off, that's why you shouldn't be hauling ass in that lane. It's very dangerous.
And that all the blood that you saw was all just fake corn syrup. And that the mask that you were afraid of was just a rubber mask. Or that the set that gave you such fear was actually a backlot studio. You might actually learn so much about that movie that the next time you see it, you can actually laugh at what once scared you. Well, think about what's going on now. The horror story is the end of this paradigm, the dollar collapse, the end of the world as you know it. And yet the only reason why you're really afraid of it is because you don't know what's going to happen. I can tell you, the more you study it, the less fearful you'll become of it. The more you can prepare for it, the further ahead of the curve you can get, the better chance of success that you're going to have. And that once you get through this knowledge and understand how it happened, why it happened, and where it's going to end, you can actually start looking forward to a new paradigm. In order for the elite to keep control of humanity, they must keep us in a constant state of fear. Fear of war, fear of money, fear of politics, fear of status, fear of looking stupid, fear of being different, fear of not being good enough, fear of losing your soul, fear of whatever. They keep us in fear because only then can we be easily controlled. There are two important elements to free your mind from this trap and live life fearless. Number one is education. I have seen a lot of fearless people who have no clue, so education is very important. The elite will teach us sex education, drug education, death education, and political correctness in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grades. but they'll never teach us how our money works or what our founding fathers really fought for. This institutional ignorance is done to keep our heads down so that you're easily controlled. They do such a good job of this in school that you eventually keep yourself down. You don't really fear war, markets, or anything else as much as you fear the unknown. This educational journey that you're taking right now is taking the scariness out of the world. By understanding economics, politics, and psychology, you start to see that the world is less scary. I prefer dangerous freedom to peaceful slavery, Thomas Jefferson. Just like if you saw the behind the scenes of a scary movie, you would start to learn how fake that scary movie was. Well, that is what this project is all about. A big behind the scenes look at our very scary world. What could be more scary than the horrific possibility of a worldwide dollar collapse? This single event will have more effect on humanity than any other single event in human history. Quadrillions in wealth will be destroyed. All commerce will end because there will be no money to do business with. Food and fuel will stop being transported. Social chaos will ensue, leading to massive uprisings in all corners of the world. Nations will most likely go to war over natural resources. In short, our highly connected world will fall apart and millions, if not billions of people will die of starvation, disease, and war. Pretty scary stuff, huh? It is only scary if you're not aware and prepared. The second thing that is most important for you to become fearless is to really believe in yourself. This is not some Stuart Smalley daily affirmation, although this guy is now a United States Senator. It is a real, deep, educated belief in yourself, the kind of belief that you will only listen to your inner voice and ignore all other voices that are trying to hold you down. To really believe that you are special, that you do have a purpose, that you're not going to let anyone or anything hold you back from your destiny. Having the ability of the trivium to rationally observe, logically think about a solution, and having the ability to explain and persuade other people about your idea will get you through a majority of life's problems, or at least keep you ahead of the crowd. It's kind of crazy to think that most people in your own personal life really don't want you to succeed. They don't do this because they're really against you. They do this because they're not really for themselves. They're afraid that somehow your success will make them look or feel bad. Misery does love company. When you see that the ones that are trying to hold you back are fearful little people, it makes it so much easier to step out on your own. The reality is there are a lot more forces out there that are for you than there are forces against you. Your job is simple. Decide and commit to what you are going to be and walk that path the best that you can. Once you walk fearless, people will recognize this in you and help you realize your goals. I am living proof of this, and I hope to inspire others to take this journey too. A journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step, Lao Tzu. Once you're aware and prepared, getting to your desired goal is as simple as taking that first step in confidence. Write down where you want to be and what kind of life you want to live. Really take some time to think about what your ultimate goal in life is. It might help to think what would make you a compelling movie if you were the main character, or what would you want to be on your deathbed. It doesn't have to be huge, but it has to be real with you. What would your life look like if you were fearless? What would your family look like if you lived life with passion? What would our communities look like if you inspired others? What would our nation look like if we were once again the land of the free and home of the brave? When you see this progression, you see that we're not really fighting to change the world to make us free or happy. The answer has always been inside of us. We are the masters of our own mind and world. It is impossible to think that 7 billion people trying to manipulate others on what people should do is a rational plan for happiness. No one knows what will make themselves happy, much less anyone else. If we saw that in our own mind is our freedom and happiness, and left others to find their happiness, the world would be a better place. Once you fully accept this as your definite chief aim, no one on earth can hold you back. And only then will you be able to live life fearless. All children start out naturally curious and love to learn. When they are sent to school, instead of learning, it is a repeated process of memorizing and regurgitating information. The better you are at regurgitating this information, the better you will do in the school system. The real education is obeying authority. We are taught to ask permission. We are taught not to think outside the box. We are taught multiculturalism, drugs, sex, and death education. We are taught to memorize, regurgitate information, an input-output process not unlike a computer or a slave. We are taught to respond to a bell, just like a factory floor. We are taught to keep our head down and just make it through the day. We are taught to lower our expectations. And that is just school. Outside of school, our communication is destroyed as people literally lose the ability to speak and relate to one another. Our financial education is one of slaves encouraging debt. Our political system is one of false choices. Our media is normalizing narcissistic behavior. We are not taught to develop critical thinking. We are not taught about debt-based money and the principles that our founding fathers fought for. We are not taught to cooperate and view each other as a team with individual talents and gifts. We are not taught to question authority or even the facts demanded of us. We are indoctrinated, not educated. Indoctrinated like little slaves. The secret of American schooling is that it does not teach the way children learn, nor is it supposed to. Schools were conceived to serve the economy and the social order rather than the kids and the families. That is why it's compulsory. As a consequence, the school cannot help anybody grow up, because its prime directive is to retard maturity. It does it by teaching that everything is difficult, that other people run our lives, that our neighbors are untrustworthy and even dangerous. School is the first impression children get of society. Because first impressions are often the most decisive ones, school imprints kids with fear, suspicion of one another, and certain addictions for life. It ambushes natural intuition, faith, and love of adventure, wiping these out in favor of gospel of rational procedure and rational management. Between 1906 and 1920, a handful of world-famous industrialists and financiers together in their own private foundations handpicked university administrators, house politicians, and spent more attention and more money towards forced schooling than the national government did. Andrew Carnegie and John D. Rockefeller spent more money than the government did between 1900 and 1920 on education. The system of modern schooling was constructed outside of the public eye and outside the public's representatives. In our dreams, people yield themselves with perfect docility to our molding hands. The present education conventions of intellectual and character education fade from their minds, and unhampered by tradition, we work our own goodwill upon a grateful and responsive folk. We shall not try to make these people, or any of their children, into philosophers or men of science. We have not to raise up them as authors, educators, poets, or men of letters. We shall not search for great artists, painters, musicians, nor lawyers, doctors, preachers, politicians, statesmen, all of whom we have ample supply of. The task is simple. We will organize the children and teach them in a perfect way the things their fathers and mothers are doing in an imperfect way. John D. Rockefeller. The aim of public education is not to fill the young of the species with knowledge and awaken their intelligence. Nothing could be further from the truth. The aim is simply to reduce as many individuals as possible to the same safe level, to breed and train standardized citizenry, to put down dissidence and originality. That is the aim of the United States. H. L. Mencken. This lowest common denominator citizen is most useful in a corporate, military, or a welfare state. Corporations, governments, and militaries do not deal with dissent effectively, so it is in their best interest not to have participants that question anything. When I joined the Marine Corps, they didn't beat around the bush about this idea. In boot camp, they wanted instant and willing obedience to orders. Everywhere else in your life, you will learn the same lesson, only more subtly, and this is why military men are most sought for corporate jobs. Education should aim at destroying free will, so that after pupils left school, they shall be incapable throughout the rest of their lives of thinking and acting otherwise than their schoolmasters would have wished. Bertrand Russell. Our education system is centered on an input-output process of information. Our success or failure depends on our efficiency of taking what the teacher tells us and then regurgitating that same information onto an exam. Those that are able to blindly regurgitate information the best are rewarded with higher grades. They are told that they are smart, when in fact they are just thoroughly indoctrinated. This input-output process is no different than a computer or what a slave does. You give it a command, and it just does it, without question. This system was carefully created to mold us into what we are today. The masses blindly flow through this education system and naturally fit into centralized systems that want good, little, obedient workers who take orders without question. We all know that person who is very smart, or indoctrinated, that excels in a corporation, military, or government job, and yet they lack any real street smarts to see what's really going on in their lives. When you understand that their mind only functions on what they are told, it becomes clear to you that they are only able to be successful in a centralized system where taking orders is a way of life. I think, therefore I am. It is a classical philosophical statement on human consciousness and existence. But what about the people who do not really think? Do they really exist? This input-output mindset is reinforced outside of school and the career world. Our society is all about what is popular. From early on in our lives, we are pressured into doing what's popular, not what's best for you. This is a way a collective gets individuals to sacrifice what is unique and special about themselves, to become the lowest common denominator in a group that really doesn't care about you at all. The most brilliant propagandist technique will yield no success unless one fundamental principle is born in the mind constantly. You must confine itself to a few points and repeat it to them over and over again. Joseph Goebbels. When you look at our news or political debate, it is driven by talking points where they are repeated with such accuracy it's scary.
Talk show host Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be able to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television. Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on his late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television. Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night TV.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope once again on late-night TV.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien is looking to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night TV. Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope.
If this works for late-night TV, what else could this be good for?
And make no mistake about it, if and once Saddam has nuclear weapons, the terror network will have nuclear weapons.
Terrorist. It's the third time I've said that. I'll probably say it 3 more times, see? Terrorist. In my line of work, you got to keep repeating things over and over and over again.
Nuclear weapons. Clear weapon.
For the truth to sink in.
That we have America.
To kind of catapult the propaganda.
Nuclear weapons. Nuclear bombs. Nuclear weapons. Nuclear bombs. Nuclear of 100 nuclear bombs. Nuclearized nuclear bombs. Nuclear arsenal. Nuclear tinder bombs. Nuclear know-how without nuclear infrastructure. Bombs.
Terrorist tool of terror.
And a countdown. Torture. To a potential nuclear nightmare.
To kind of catapult the propaganda.
The first atomic bomb on Hiroshima killed, burned, and maimed 194,000 people.
Intellectual debate in this society somehow passes for those who can scream their talking points the loudest over the other. This is done purposely to get a confrontational, emotional reaction from the indoctrinated, and to dissuade the logical and independent thinker from even entering the debate.
No, we're not occupiers. That's the same anti-Semitic argument we've heard over and over again. No, that's the same anti-Semitic argument we've heard over and over and over again.
When there is dissent expressed in the United States against policies of the Israeli government, people here are called anti-Semitic. What is your response to that as an Israeli Jew?
Well, it's a trick. We always use it. When from Europe somebody is criticizing Israel, then we bring up the Holocaust. When in this country people are criticizing Israel, then they are anti-Semitic.
Through this process, the collective is intellectually safe from any challenge to its power. Do your thoughts serve to free you, or simply to make you freely serve? These talking points are created by people who do think about how to control societies. They weave this input-output slave thought into an Hegelian dialectic that they control. They essentially have a society that bickers over issues that have no real importance on the real power of the world. They use hot-button, emotional issues like abortion or gays in the military to divide and conquer us, while they laugh all the way to the bank, march us off to the war, and destroy our Constitution. What about those of us who did not do well in this indoctrination environment? I was one of those kids that did not do very well in school. I knew from a very early age that what was being pumped into my head was not what was going to make me a better person. I knew that the most successful people that I knew did not have jobs or went along with the crowd, yet our school teaches us to get jobs and do what we were told. I knew that our school system wanted me to learn about sex, drugs, death, multiculturalism, much more than issues that would have driven my success like economics, history, and psychology. They wanted me to drone on senseless and boring topics instead of inspiring me to a higher, better self through art, music, and philosophy. What they were really teaching me was to keep my head down and deal with their system. These days, those that are restless in this indoctrination environment run the risk of being drugged. Thinking is the hardest work there is, which is probably the reason why so few engage in it. Henry Ford. One of the greatest challenges to becoming totally free is to be able to think independently from everyone else. You know instinctively no one cares about you as much as you care about yourself. Yet we constantly listen to others about what is best for us instead of thinking about what is best for us. That is because we live in a world where everybody tells you what to think, but no one tells you how to think. We are blasted every day with advertising, financial sales pitches.
Sometimes you wish people didn't agree with you all the time. At MF Global, we tell you what's good for you.
Political media propaganda, religious dictates, and more social pressure to conform. Most of our lives, we do not make any real decisions. We just kind of fall into a routine. You see, when you really don't think, you leave your mind open to people who do think. The real and most often unnoticed danger is a class of predators manipulating societies for their own selfish benefits. If you go along to get along and not think outside of the box, you risk being caught in the undertow of a doomed society or worse. There is a lot of money and power derived off of having a sucker born every day. Our elite molds societies by educating people just enough to run the machine, but never enough to ask if this is the best machine for us. Think about it. Our controlled school system teaches sex, drugs, and multiculturalism in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grades, and not even how to balance a checkbook by high school. The elite system wants utterly dependent people to control for power and profit. They do not want fully aware people who can see through the mainstream media lies, the Wall Street Ponzi schemes, or federal abuses. They certainly do not want people educating others to our common plight of this illusion. Do your thoughts serve to free you, or simply to make you freely serve? Your thoughts are not your own. If you ever wonder why Americans are broke, depressed, and lifeless, look no further than whose thoughts they are thinking. If they are listening to the elite's financial con men, they are constantly stripped of their wealth through a myriad of schemes.
You can't create yourself an impression that a stock's down. But you do it anyway because the SEC doesn't understand it. So.
Okay, Peter writes, should I be worried about Bear Stearns in terms of liquidity and get my money out of there? No, no, no. Bear Stearns is fine.
I know you've been talking about it. It's financials led by Bear Stearns after what essentially is a bailout from the Fed. Bear Stearns shares are down 90% this morning.
If they're listening to the elite's mainstream media, they're depressed about the national problems because they're too big and the experts say that there's no hope, or worse, hope is coming someday. If they're listening to the elite's medical community, they're hooked on psychotropic drugs. They will never get their fire back by tackling their life's challenges. The elite give us the illusion of freedom, but control all of the choices. The elite give us the choice of 500 cable stations, and yet the same message comes from every one of those channels. They give us aisles and aisles of food, and yet 90% of it is just corn and soy byproducts. They give us a choice of hundreds of political candidates, yet nothing changes because both sides are bought and paid for by the elite. They give you the choice of investment of stocks, bonds, and real estate. But when this all goes down, you will see that it's all part of the same illusion of the dollar. This paradigm is controlled by the elite, and if you don't think independently for yourselves, you cannot help but to be controlled, whether you know it or not. Every aspect of your life is monitored, regulated, taxed, and controlled, not for your betterment, but for the betterment of others. To do most high-paying jobs requires a certification or a license. That's a form of control. Most assets that you have or own outright are not yours. Try not paying property taxes on a home that you own outright, and I'll show you who the real owner is. All your communications are monitored and recorded. Now the federal government wants these records to be kept indefinitely. Do you think you own your 401k? Try getting your money out. Or how about the stocks that you own outright? The fact is, the DTCC, the Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation, owns all of the stocks that are traded. If you want to do anything to your home, you better get permission from the homeowner association or the local zoning board. All these examples, plus many, many more, have nothing to do with making your life better. They exist to create power, profit, and a parasitic life for somebody else. Let's take a more detailed look at this. Our entire life is a rigged game designed to keep us down. We are fed consumerism, taught that we have no purpose, taught to obey, medicated with alcohol or drugs. Early pregnancy is glorified, poor diets with fast food, Because of a poor education, people have a lack of vision. We have unhealthy relationships. We're entertained and not really educated. Divorce is a huge setback for many people. With this economy, we're faced with dead-end jobs, an entitlement mentality. We were trained to work for the government. People are saddled with credit card debt, auto debt, mortgage debt, student debt. People are driven to attain worthless diplomas, to become licensed professionals. And once they find some sort of success, they're marked with progressive taxation. They could become a legal target. If they create a business, they're forced to deal with increasing regulations and scrutiny. And then after they're all done, they're faced with the death tax. And regardless of what level of society that you're at, you're faced with federal debt, state debt, local debt, corporate bailouts, weak economy, bank failures, energy dependence, inflation, outsourced jobs, wars, political distractions, illegal immigrants, propaganda, popping of asset bubbles, genetically modified food, cancer, rising health insurance, and most dangerous of all, other ignorant people. At the root of all these traps, there is an elite that has created, perpetuated, and profited off of this reality. And yet, if people were truly to see how the world functions, they would see that the elite are unnecessary, along with their traps. There are 7 billion people in this world. It is crazy to think that less than 10,000 people control this paradigm. Yet this is only possible when the elite convince the 7 billion people that they need the elite and the institutions that they run. Our problems start and stop with us. We are stronger than they are, and they know it. They lack any personal or relationship skills to work with others without the threat of force. Their most powerful weapon is the lie that they convince us to believe. Start seeing the world as it is and think for yourself. We are constantly told what to think and not how to think. There is a very easy way out of this slave mentality we have been taught, and it is called logic. You might have heard something called a classical education. A classical education is created on the firm foundation of the trivium, grammar, logic, and rhetoric. Grammar is the observation of symbols or situations. Logic is using reason to understand what is the most likely outcome and how to best position yourself for that outcome. Rhetoric is the ability to relate to others what you observed, how you logically thought about it, and to be able to defend your conclusions to others questioning your ideas. The most dangerous man to any government is a man who is able to think things out for himself without regard to prevailing superstitions or taboos. H.L. Mencken. This trivium was the basis for all other education. If you were able to process information through the trivium, you could learn anything, and more importantly, you would love learning. Did you ever wonder why our founding fathers were able to speak multiple languages and to excel in vastly different areas like architecture and philosophy? It is because they had a strong foundation in the trivium. Since these men loved learning, they did not ever stop learning. They continued to read and study up until their final days. This classical education led to a fertile ground of educational thought that gave rise to the American society that threw off the shackles of a collectivist tyranny for the simple principle of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Children are innately curious, and they use their logic to understand how the world works. The reason why kids are constantly into everything is that they're learning how things work. Over time, they learn that if they drop a glass, it will break. If you ever wonder why your kid's depressed at school, it is probably because they know that they're being indoctrinated into being a slave, and on some level they know it. If you wonder why your kids don't like you, it's not because they don't really like you, they just don't want to end up like you. Dead-end job, poor relationships, poor money situation. In our society, we are taught to hate education and avoid it after school. Our society makes it real easy to be ignorant, and even subsidizes the behavior. What luck for rulers that men do not logically think. Adolf Hitler. This three-step process is vastly different from the input-output process of our current education system. That key step of logical thought is totally devoid in our educational system. If we were taught logic, we would cause all sorts of problems for a system that relies on blind obedience to orders. When I was in the Marine Corps, they were very bold in their indoctrination process of me. They wanted instant and willing obedience to orders. But our schools, our corporations, and governments can't be so bold, so they just want you to be a quote-unquote team player. Between stimulus and response, there is a space, and that space is your freedom. Viktor Frankl. While this logical thought is bad for a collectivist system, it is the key to happiness and success for an individual. Using logic allows the individual to rationally and unemotionally process what is being presented to them. There they can determine what is being presented to them, if it's good for them, and how best to react to this new idea. Logic breaks the slave mentality of do what you're told. When we have logic, we are able to question what we are told, and more importantly, reject those who are shown to be liars. If we blindly accept everything we are told, we are led around by the nose by people who do think for themselves.
And never forgetting also that there is this other unseen hand that knows absolutely what consciousness is, who are experts in that fact. You're walking around couldn't care less. You're waiting for the next movie to come out and the next fashion and all that, what Hollywood's going to do next. But there's people there who have a thorough understanding of human consciousness, human psyche, human libido, and they're working on it 24/7 to feather their own nests and also to keep man in servitude.
When we think for ourselves, we can get ahead of the curve and become independent of a world gone mad. If you tell a lie big enough and keep repeating it, people will eventually come to believe it. The lie can be maintained only for such a time that the state can shield the people from the political, economic, or military consequences of the lie. Thus, it becomes vitally important for the state to use all of its powers to repress dissent, for the truth is the mortal enemy of the lie, and thus, by extension, the truth is the greatest enemy of the state. Joseph Goebbels.
I'm deeply troubled that a very vague, emotionally stated, semi-theologically defined diagnosis of the central global menace is obscuring our national ability to comprehend the historically unprecedented challenge which is being posed in our time by a massive global political awakening, and thus is obstructing our ability to deal effectively with the global political turmoil that this awakening is generating.
Using logic allows you to respond on an intellectual level and not an animalistic emotional level. Every good marketeer knows that the most powerful motivator to use is irrational fear. It is what drives the impulse buy. Every sale derives off of irrational fear of not being fashionable or having the latest and greatest gadget, or that missing out on a deal, or that they're going to run out. Logic would dictate that they're blowing out the old because a new product, which is probably better and cheaper, is coming out and they can't afford to keep the older model around. Or that they're never really going to run out because they're in the business of mass producing things. Marketing is simply the manipulation of people for the profits and power of others.
The low self-esteem success chance is the conclusion that you want your prospect to have, which says, well, these guys are smart and I'm retarded. Oh, actually, that's not the exact one, but let's say they have that conclusion A. These guys are smart, I'm retarded, I can't do it. But if I could just do 1/10 as much as they do, then this would definitely be worth it. Right? You ever had that rationalization in your mind? Like, well, I'm over here telling you about doing $10 million and whatever a day, 360 grand in 9 minutes and all that kind of stuff. I mean, you ever think to yourself, well, Jesus, if I could just do like a little bit of that, I would be stoked. Not to say you guys all have low self-esteem, although every single person in the world does, which you should be happy about because you can prey on it like an evil. Never mind. Anyway, so that's what you want, right? You can prey on it like an evil. You can prey on it like an evil. You can prey on it like an evil.
It's a 58-story building. Although if you ask Mr. Trump how tall it is, it's actually 68. He skipped 10 floors in the numbering system.
Because of my genius, okay?
Because it's much more exciting to live on the 55th floor than it is on the 45th floor. It drove the fire department absolutely crazy because they lost 10 floors in the building that they couldn't find.
Because of my genius, okay?
This is salesmanship, and Trump knows how to do it better than anybody.
By the way, if anyone here is in advertising or marketing, kill yourself.
As you and I were discussing, it's become the #1 attraction in New York, the Trump Tower.
You try. You do what you can. Kill yourselves.
Best hotel casino anywhere in the world.
Seriously, though, if you are, do.
The biggest gross in the history of the gaming business.
There's no rationalization for what you do, and you are Satan's little helpers.
Said to be the greatest yacht in the world.
Okay? Kill yourself. Seriously.
The finest transportation operation anywhere in this country.
You're the ruiner of all things good.
The largest building privately financed ever built in the world.
You are Satan's spawn.
The biggest selling book, or one of them, of the decade.
Filling the world with bile and garbage.
The best apartments in the world.
You are fucked and you are fucking us.
This has really turned out to be almost mystical. It's been great.
Kill yourself. It's the only way to save your fucking soul.
Because of my genius, okay?
Memorization and regurgitation of ideas is brainwashing. Critical thinking is freedom. How can we solve problems created by soundbite politics with more soundbites? We need logic to understand and to process the logical outcomes of these proposals. Instead, we get Operation Mockingbird type politics where talking points are crafted and then repeated throughout our media. Those that are most skilled at repeating those points are considered the most intelligent.
I thought that it was a matter of real concern that planted stories intended to serve a national purpose abroad came home and were circulated here and believed here, because this would mean that the CIA could manipulate the news in the United States by channeling it through some foreign country. And we're looking at that very carefully.
Do you have any people being paid by the CIA who are contributing to a major circulation American journal?
We do have people who submit pieces to American journals.
Do you have any people paid by the CIA who are working for television networks?
This, I think, gets into the kind of getting into the details, Mr. Chairman, that I'd like to get into in executive session.
The slave mentality revolves around a two-step thinking process, input and output. The trivium revolves around the three-step process, input, processing, and output. The processing of information is our freedom, and the elites seek to corrupt our input through secrecy and censorship. They seek to limit your freedom of processing ideas by either force or distraction, but ultimately, we cannot be allowed to make the same decision the elite would make if presented with the same set of facts. If you can perfect this three-step process of critical thinking, your mind is freed, and all knowledge can be learned with ease. More importantly, with this logical thought process, you are inoculated against predatory thought control of those that seek to manipulate you and take advantage of you. This logical thought process is completely devoid in our modern education system. By not questioning the ideas leads to not questioning authority, which serves the elite who created the system. We could encourage the best qualities of youthfulness: curiosity, adventure, resilience, the capacity for surprising insights simply by being more flexible about time, text, and tests. By introducing kids to truly competent adults and giving each student whatever autonomy he or she needs in order to take the risk every now and then. But we don't do that. John Taylor Gatto. This trivium thought process of logical thought feeds naturally into humans' innate curiosity. Once fully grasped, learning becomes addictive and almost insatiable. You can literally feel your brain growing and firing faster. Your world becomes less scary because you are confident that you can overcome any challenge. The elite that control our paradigm do not want critically thinking humans that would question their world and ultimately question them in the systems of control. The individual is handicapped by coming face to face with a conspiracy so monstrous he cannot believe it exists. The American mind simply has not come to the realization of evil which has been introduced into our midst. J. Edgar Hoover. Cognitive dissonance is an uncomfortable feeling by holding two contradictory ideas simultaneously. This usually manifests itself in the difference between how we think we should act and how we actually act. The person that goes to church and does all the prayers and sings the songs the loudest might think of themselves as a good and holy person, but after church, if they get in the car and yell and slap their kids, there would clearly be a dissonance between how they think they are and what they are. This will result in an uncomfortable feeling called cognitive dissonance. The typical Republican is pro-life and talks about the sanctity of life, and yet usually there are the ones that support the war machine that spreads death throughout the world. The typical Democrat opposes war and talks about how innocent civilians are lost in barbaric wars, and yet they are also the same people that support abortion. Both of these groups hold contradictory ideas as truths that they feel are worth fighting for. If life is truly sacred and needs to be protected, then Republicans should be pro-life and anti-war. If humans have the right to kill each other and impose their will upon others, then abortion and war are one and the same. The result is that we have millions of people holding these contradictory ideas, and yet if they really thought about it, they would not be able to move on. We see this in every election cycle when we think that there's somehow a difference between the Democrats and the Republicans, when every single fact points to the stark realization that there is no difference between the two parties on the most important issues. More debt is created by a privately held central bank to fund more spending, to create more wars, to secure more resources, to create larger corporate profits, to ship more jobs overseas, to destroy the middle class, to create a police state, to control the whole game. Nothing in my lifetime, no matter who has been in the White House or Congress, has ever challenged the way our paradigm operates. And yet we still feel some need to vote. The foundation of all mental illness is an unwillingness to experience legitimate suffering. Carl Jung. People are predisposed to thinking that they are correct, despite evidence to the contrary. If a kid fails a test, he might say to himself that he's smart, and he'll justify it by saying that he's just not a good test taker, or the teacher didn't like him. People who smoke might think of themselves as a smart person that makes good decisions, and yet they're actively increasing the risk of getting lung cancer. Dissonance is also magnified by how much that person suffered to attain that idea, or how much he is personally invested in that belief. A singer tries out for American Idol and is laughed out of the audition for singing horribly, will leave the audition and most likely blame the judges, or their choice in music, or that they didn't get enough rest. Anything except the uncomfortable idea that they are in fact a horrible singer, and that they wasted so much time and energy on something that they believed in so much was ultimately false. Military men are just dumb, stupid animals to be used as pawns in foreign policy. Henry Kissinger. Marines created dissonance when they suffer to go through boot camp. They overlook the fact that they are stripped of their individuality, trained to sacrifice themselves at the instant obedience of their commanders, live lives of poverty that are extremely hard on families, and that a folded flag is somehow worth their kid not having a father. Few Marines ever stop to see that they're not fighting to spread freedom. They are fighting for corporate interests by stealing the natural resources of other nations. General Smedley Butler was one of the most decorated Marines in history. He fought through his dissidence, not by justifying his actions. He did not try to convince others that being a Marine was worth the sacrifice. He fought through the dissidence by admitting to himself and the world, quote, I spent 33 years and 4 months in active military service, and during that period I spent most of my time as a high-class muscle man for big business, for Wall Street and the bankers. In short, I was a racketeer, a gangster for capitalism. Looking back at it, I might have given Al Capone a few hints. The best he could do is operate his racket in 3 districts. I operated on 3 continents. If we were merely dealing with the law of averages, half of the events affecting our nation's well-being should be good for America. If we were dealing with mere incompetence, our leaders should occasionally make a mistake in our favor. We are not dealing with coincidence or stupidity, but with planning and brilliance. Gary Allen. If someone has their entire existence tied to an idea or a job, the cognitive dissonance grows stronger. Take for an example a banker. They are more apt to justify the debt enslavement of their neighbors in numerous ways, rather than seeing that they're actively enslaving another human being. Rare is the man who sees the true cost of their actions and quits doing it. It is infinitely easier to create justifications than stop the actions that cause the dissonance. Noticing a contradiction in ideas will lead to dissonance, and this can be experienced as anxiety, guilt, shame, anger, embarrassment, and stress. When people are confronted with the conflict cognitive dissonance produces, they must resolve the conflict in order for that person to move on. Cognitive dissonance can be resolved in many ways. The anxiety that comes with the possibility of making a bad decision can lead to rationalization, the tendency to create additional reasons or justifications to support one's choices. The classic fable of the fox and the grapes is the story of the fox seeing grapes hanging from a tree. The fox wants to eat them, but when he realizes he can't reach them, he overcomes his cognitive dissonance with the rationalization that the grapes are probably sour and he really didn't want them anyways. Hence the phrase, sour grapes. The same process is repeated in our society by people desiring something. When they find that it is unattainable, they go about reducing the cognitive dissonance by criticizing it. This is most obvious in the Occupy Wall Street movement.
Capitalism means private losses and private profits. It doesn't mean private profits and socialized losses.
We're in the 1%,
No.
and we're in the 99%.
Well, what? Wouldn't you like to get into the 1%?
No,
you don't want more money? You don't want. If I offered to put you in the 1% right now, you'd turn it down?
And I would pay my share and get rid of the Bush tax cuts immediately.
What do you?
Immediately.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Hold on.
Buffett and his
No.
secretary.
What?
I would
Let me ask
pay
you a
my
question.
fair
Let me ask you a
share
question.
So that these folks
Hold on.
could pay their student
Let me ask you a
loans,
question.
could get off of food stamps, could be successful,
you a question.
just
Wait,
like you.
wait.
What are you
Hold on.
driving?
Hold on.
They don't have a
Hold
car.
on. I am giving the government half of what I earn. You think they should take more?
I think we should get rid of the Bush tax cuts.
Dissonance can lead to seeking confirmation from biased sources.
I pay much more than 35% of my total income in tax.
What do you think of the
Less than
Buffett
me,
plan?
and I employed her.
Well,
Well, Buffett is full of it because Warren Buffett is the biggest shareholder in Berkshire Hathaway, so he's paying a 35% tax on his profits.
The denial of contradictory evidence.
What about the Board of Education? I want to get rid of the entire Federal Department of Education. Yes, it is wasting our money, and it is running up the cost of education.
Sir, what I've learned, no, let me finish. What I've learned over the years is to never argue with a fool, and you, my friend, are a fool.
And many other ego defense mechanisms. The two main forms of dissonance are hedonistic dissonance, which people act in a destructive behavior to themselves, like smoking. Moral dissonance, in which people act in a way that is destructive to others. This could be as simple as lying or something much more destructive. A common justification for moral dissonance is, the ends justify the means. By not having the trivium to logically process and solve the dissonance by ridding oneself of the contradictory belief, self-delusions are made to solve the dissonance so that people can live with themselves. One day you will wake up and confront reality, or it will confront you. Rather than love, than money, than fame, give me truth. Henry David Thoreau. There are only two kinds of people in this world, those that want to be left alone and those that just won't leave you alone. For the most part, we do our best to figure this life out by exploring different avenues to find happiness. This may develop in religious pursuits or career paths. We search for people to love and to hold, to make our limited time here on earth the best that it can be. Happiness is the reward we get for living to the highest right we know. Richard Bach. In order to find ourselves, we need to be free to find things that will make us happy. We must have the ability to try different things, jobs, hobbies, friends, and lovers. Having the freedom to fail is crucial to becoming who you are meant to be. The important thing is that no one else on earth, including you, or even your most well-intentioned parents, knows what that will be. It is impossible to know what will make every person happy, so it's useless trying to tell others what will make them happy. Even if you do have the answer for them, it might not be the right time for them, or they must learn other lessons on their own. The key is we need to have the freedom to have our own pursuit of happiness. If you love something, set it free. If it comes back, it is yours. If it doesn't, it never was. Richard Bach. Instead of the thousands of ways that we can divide ourselves as humans, we can easily divide all of humanity into two basic worldviews. Those that view people as good, with a live and let die mentality, and those that feel people as bad, that they are stupid and need to be controlled. Military men are dumb, stupid animals to be used as pawns for foreign policy. Henry Kissinger. Those that feel people are good have healthy mental states and have empathetic feelings towards each other. They come from a caring environment and have had healthy relationship with others. They possess the ability to feel the emotions of others. This feeling is what we experience when we feel something with music or art. We resonate deeply with it. This deeper connection extends all the way into our nature and our spirituality. When we connect on a deeper level with art, other people, or nature, we might feel a chill up our spine. That is a physical experience when we resonate with something deeper and truer than ourselves. This connection is one of the biggest factors in what makes us human. Those that feel people are bad are most likely hurt souls that have low self-esteem and believe that others are going to hurt them. They are projecting their image of themselves or former abusers onto the rest of society. The result of this abuse is that they are emotionally shut down from others so that they can never get close to being hurt again. They lack empathy and do not understand what all the fuss is about when people express emotions over other people, pets, or art. Because mankind is intrinsically wicked, he has to be governed. Such governance can only be established, however, when men are united, and they can be united against other people. Those that are fit to rule are those that realize that there is no morality, and that there is only one natural right, the right of the superior to rule over the inferior. The people are told what they need to know, and no more. Leo Strauss. There are two basic views of the world. People are good or people are bad. Using these two worldviews, it's easy to see the same thing as two different things. With these two basic views of the world, there are different ways of looking at the same thing. People, for example, by a good person might see them as friends and neighbors. By a person who views the world as bad, will only see them as consumers or voters. Good people will see motivation of others as their needs. Bad people will see it as their desires. Good people will see people's thoughts as rational. Bad people will see other people's thoughts as irrational. Good people will see people's feelings as sympathetic and caring. Bad people will see these feelings as selfish. Good people will see people's states of mind as mentally stable. People who see bad people will only see them as psychopathic. Good people will see other people's pursuits as inner peace. People who view people as bad will see their pursuits as only to buy happiness. People who view people as good will see that their neighbors have the ability to govern themselves, whereas people who see other people as bad see the need for an elite to rule the masses. And ultimately, people who view other people as good, people have the power to be themselves. And people who feel other people are bad view that they cannot be trusted and must be controlled. The most important concept of these two views of the world are that people see others as they see themselves. Those that feel people are bad and act like animals and that they need to be controlled most likely are the ones that act on unempathetic animal instincts to dominate their fellow man. Ironically, they are the only ones that need to be controlled, for they are social predators that are preying upon an unsuspecting society. Beware of false prophets who come disguised as harmless sheep, but they are really vicious wolves. You can identify them by their fruit, that is, by the way they act. A good tree produces good fruit, and a bad tree produces bad fruit. A good tree cannot produce bad fruit, and a bad tree cannot produce good fruit. Just as I can identify a tree by its fruit, so you can identify people by their actions. I am sending you out like sheep among wolves. Therefore be as shrewd as snakes and as innocent as doves. Jesus Christ. The foundation of all mental illness is the unwillingness to experience legitimate pain. Carl Jung. Hurt people hurt people. When people deny pain, we form mental delusions, justifications, and rationalizations to protect the ego. These delusions shut down their emotions for themselves in order to protect the ego, and in turn shuts down their emotions for others. As a result, these people lack empathy and view happiness not through the emotional involvement of friends and family, but through material wealth and control over their environment through the manipulation of others. A social predator is a person with an antisocial personality disorder, manifested in aggressive, perverted, criminal, or amoral behavior without empathy or remorse. Deep down, we know if we did something wrong. We lose sleep, we feel sick, we wrestle with our emotions. But social predators don't have that problem. They can commit antisocial activities and sleep like a baby. They lack empathy for anyone, much less their victims. They have built a bubble in their mind that justifies all of their actions.
Some are saying that you're bipolar.
I'm bi-winning. Winner, winner, ultimate winner. And you're going to understand winning.
Winning.
Winning. Wow, winning. That's an arena I'm going to win in. That's an arena he's going to win in. That is my plan. Thank you, Smitty. Winning.
This is why juries acquit the most obvious criminals, because they cannot believe that someone is that cunning or that unemotional. This is also why lie detectors don't work on those that are so evil. Their heart doesn't skip a beat or sweat when they are lying. It comes to them as natural as breathing. Social predators, or psychopaths, wear the mask of sanity, and in order for a psychopath to function in society, they must mimic those that they wish to be friends with. They act perfectly normal on the outside, but underneath there is tremendous psychological disorders. They recognize that they are different from everyone else. They even view themselves from a distance. That distance is quite similar to a predator in nature stalking its prey. They also have the ability at a very early age to spot other psychopaths. This self-awareness shows a mental and emotional disconnect that they have. They have no conscience and they have no guilt. They feel entitled to do whatever they desire. The psychopath must fool society into accepting their behavior or deceiving them into believing that they are doing God's work. We naturally reveal our sameness to avoid rejection to everybody we meet. We call it relating to one another. In nature, birds would peck other birds to death if that bird had any wounds or blemishes that differentiated themselves from the flock. In the past, strangers were not welcome to the tribe. Unless you were able to prove to people that you were like them, it could mean death. These social predators use this same principle to show their sameness to take advantage of an unsuspecting herd. Sam Vankinen is a self-confessed criminal psychopath that wrote Malignant Self-Love and was the subject of a documentary called I, Psychopath.
I like to present a facade of the self-effacing, modest person. I call it in my book false modesty. It's very works. It gives other people the impression that I'm underneath it all, I'm human.
You are human, aren't you?
I firmly believe that you want to believe that, yes. Firmly believe that. The vast majority of psychopaths, like an iceberg, are under the water. And like an iceberg, they are inert. They do nothing. They're just there. They torment their spouse by being unempathic, but they don't beat her or kill her. They bully co-workers, but they don't burn the office. You know, they are not dramatic. They are pernicious. Most psychopaths are subtle. They are more like poison than a knife. And they are more like slow-working poison than cyanide.
How do you identify these psychopaths? Here's a checklist that you can use to identify the people that are in your lives and those in power. Do they have glibness, superficial charm? Are they callous, lack of empathy? Do they have a grandiose sense of self-worth? Do they have a parasitic lifestyle that provides no real tangible value to humanity? Do they have pathological lying? Do they live an impulsive lifestyle? Are they cunning and manipulative? Are they irresponsible? Do they lack remorse or guilt? Do they have many transitory relationships? Are they emotionally shallow people? Do they show criminal behavior? Do they have the failure to accept responsibility for their own actions? Do they need constant stimulation, and are they prone to boredom? Common psychopathic delusions include that they are superior to the victim, that they deserve whatever they want, that everybody else is crazy or wrong, they have delusions of grandeur, they would say, why don't they just listen to me? They see everything as a means to an end, might makes right, or that they're just separating a fool from their money. How do psychopaths work in society? Psychopaths study victims by asking a lot of questions showing interest in the victim. They do this not because they care, but they are trying to see how best to take advantage of the victim, like a cat to a mouse. They then mimic the victim's values, image, tone, and interest. They come on strong, showering the victim with compliments and engaging talk. At work, they're the model employee, or devout followers, or selfless public servants. How many times have you heard the interview with the neighbor saying, after some crime, he seemed like a normal guy, and on the outside these people do. But these social predators lack empathy, love, and compassion. They seek only self-gratification and see others as a mean to that gratification. Once their reputation is established with the victim, and they had studied the power structure, it is time to divide and conquer. They will isolate the victim from friends and family. Once they are an item, the roles switch to cut downs to keep their victim insecure and unstable. They have mood swings from, they love you and they can't live without you, to, You're not the person I fell in love with. Back to love. One key way of identifying these social predators is watch how they treat others in public. Waitresses, children, former relationships, and older people. If these people do not serve a purpose in the social predator's life, they will most likely treat them in a very unflattering way. In organizations, they seek to cause chaos, pitting one group against another. There they will seek to be the middleman that brings peace. Finally, once in control, the psychopath uses fear and tyranny to push out the strong, independent people out and keep the rest of the weak ones in fear as the inmates run the asylum.
He's angry that some traders were driving down his stock price.
But what I really want to do is I want to reach in, rip out their heart, and eat it before they die.
I think in the tape there's a sort of nervous laughter in the auditorium. I think that sort of reflects quite a lot about how people within Lehman saw Dick. On the one hand, it sounded at one level amusing, and then you sort of thought to yourself, I suspect if you're in that audience, the really scary thing is he sort of could probably do it.
In a large organization, once a psychopath is in charge, workers' benefits or jobs will be cut while they are asked to sacrifice more. They will be closely monitored and often reviewed.
You're fired!
On a national level, the threat of constant war, encroaching government power, and the end of justice makes people either despondent or creates other psychopaths. A nation of sheep always begets a government of wolves. Edward R. Murrow. It is dangerous to be right when the government is wrong. Voltaire. I am very fond of truth, but not at all of martyrdom. Voltaire. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Lord Acton. I reject that comment. I think that it is not that power corrupts, it is the corrupt that seek power. The ruthlessness in which the psychopath works best is a high-pressure, high-stake environment. Not having pity or remorse is almost a prerequisite to gaining any position of power. The elite use divide and conquer to split us along a myriad of lines of race, religion, ethnicity, socioeconomic backgrounds, or whatever. The only enemy to everyone is the psychopathic predator that preys upon societies. I feel understanding the psychopath is one of the most important things we can do in humanity. The collective influence of the social predator is directly responsible for all the pain in the world. If humanity identifies these people and they're shunned of their antisocial behavior in our own personal life, and keep them from positions of power, we would have a world without evil. A very important concept to understand is that we do not have to fight evil. We only need to expose it. When people do start asking questions, the elite keep us focused on our differences. Race, religion, political parties, languages, ethnic background, social status, income, education. It is more commonly known as divide and conquer. The elite keep accentuating our differences to keep us looking down at the cause of our problems, and not up at the architects of our problems. We should be focusing on our similarities. I bet if you were to spend a day with an Iraqi store owner, you would have more in common with that man than any of the elite that run our country. And yet we bomb the Iraqi store owner to benefit the elite.
And I tried hard to be proud of my service, but all I could feel was shame. And racism could no longer mask the reality of the occupation. These were people, these were human beings. I've since been plagued by guilt anytime I see an elderly man, like the one who couldn't walk, who he rolled onto a stretcher and told the Iraqi police to take him away. I feel guilt anytime I see a mother with her children, like the one who cried hysterically and screamed that we are worse than Saddam as we forced her from her home. I feel guilt anytime I see a young girl, like the one I grabbed by the arm and dragged into the street. We were told we were fighting terrorists. The real terrorist was me, and the real terrorism is this occupation. Racism within the military has long been an important tool to justify the destruction and occupation of another country. It has long been used to justify the killing, subjugation, and torture of another people. Racism is a vital weapon employed by this government. It is a more important weapon than a rifle, a tank, a bomber, or a battleship. It is more destructive than an artillery shell, or a bunker buster, or a Tomahawk missile. While those weapons are created and owned by this government, they are harmless without people willing to use them. Those who send us to war do not have to pull a trigger or lob a mortar round. They do not have to fight the war, they merely have to sell the war. They need a public who is willing to send their soldiers into harm's way. They need soldiers who are willing to kill and be killed without question. They can spend millions on a single bomb, but that bomb only becomes a weapon when the ranks in the military are willing to follow orders to use it. They can send every last soldier anywhere on Earth, but there will only be a war if soldiers are willing to fight. And the ruling class, the billionaires who profit from human suffering, care only about expanding their wealth, controlling the world economy, understand that their power lies only in their ability to convince us that war, oppression, and exploitation is in our interest. They understand that their wealth is dependent on their ability to convince the working class to die to control the market of another country. And convincing us to kill and die is based on their ability to make us think that we are somehow superior. Soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen have nothing to gain from this occupation. The vast majority of people living in the U.S. have nothing to gain from this occupation. In fact, not only do we have nothing to gain, but we suffer more because of it. We lose limbs, endure trauma, and give our lives. Our families have to watch flag-draped coffins lowered into the earth. Millions in this country without health care, jobs, or access to education must watch this government squander over $450 million a day on this occupation. Poor and working people in this country are sent to kill poor and working people in another country to make the rich richer. And without racism, soldiers would realize that they have more in common with the Iraqi people than they do with the billionaires who send us to war. I threw families onto the street in Iraq, only to come home and find families thrown onto the street in this country, in this tragic and unnecessary foreclosure crisis. We need to wake up and realize that our real enemies are not in some distant land. They're not people whose names we don't know and cultures we don't understand. The enemy is people we know very well and people we can identify. The enemy is a system that wages war when it's profitable. The enemy is the CEOs who lay us off from our jobs when it's profitable. It's the insurance companies who deny us health care when it's profitable. It's the banks who take away our homes when it's profitable. Our enemy is not 5,000 miles away. They are right here at home. And if we organize and fight with our sisters and brothers, we can stop this war, we can stop this government, and we can create a better world.
Where do these psychopaths go? For the most part, they gravitate towards positions of power, no matter how small. Low intelligence or low ambition psychopaths end up in a life of crime. Average intelligence or average ambition psychopaths look for local small positions of power, like a teacher, a DMV clerk, or a cop. In these positions, they have the power to control others and make themselves feel better by inflicting their will upon to others. The more of these people that enter a particular department, the more the rules change to benefit those that have this personality disorder. They may change the promotions to include those that put in the most hours. For those that don't care about friends or family, that is easy. They may have competitions that benefit those that are willing to step on other people's shoulders to get the job done. They may encourage those that are willing to bend the rules for the good of the company. The ends justify the means, or being a team player. Once these people are in positions of power, these people see the cunning in others and know that in order to make the most material wealth, they need sharks that can swim with them. For the normal person, they are not willing to do the unsociable thing to get ahead. They also do not have the desire to control others, much less fight those that seem driven and willing to do the unsociable thing to get ahead. Over time, this social infection takes over not only departments and institutions, but the reins of power. Where do the high intellect and high ambition psychopaths go if they don't fit into middle America? There are three basic kinds of power. The first is financial power. This power attracts those that are chased after financial control or monetary wealth. New York City is an obvious choice to attract this personality from all over the country. As the saying goes, if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. The truth behind that is, because if you can swim with these sharks, you can dominate the guppies everywhere else. This Gordon Gekko personality can and will do anything for profit. They would literally sell their grandmother to make a quick buck. They lack empathy for suckers they fleece, and they only know that they want more.
See, I find that everybody has a number, and it's usually an exact number, so what is yours?
More. Each conquest gives them a rush or a high like a druggie. The money is never really the goal. It could be to show off to others who have hurt them in the past. It could be to get a high to fill in a depressing hole in their life. For the highest functioning psychopaths, it is ultimately about controlling and manipulating others. The next kind of power is political power, and it is the power that legislates and dominates others by creating and enforcing dictates on others. Those that seek to control others are attracted to Washington, D.C., where they can secure power in the branches or bureaucracies of government. The Founding Fathers created a government that would protect the rights of all, and restricted itself to creating a level playing field for all to best use their talents and abilities to pursue their happiness. The psychopath elite started to infiltrate and subvert that form of government and turn it back into one that oppresses others for the benefit of the few. Social power is the next power. This power is the ability to manipulate others through suggestion. We like to think that we are free from outside influence, but in fact we are programmed by our socioeconomic status and conditioning. With the power of the media, it is possible to influence others simply by the images and ideas planted into our daily programming. They don't call it television programming for nothing.
What's success for you in this campaign?
What's success? Well, to win is one is the goal.
That's not going to happen.
Do you know for absolute, or you want to bet your every cent in your pocket for that?
Yes.
This attracts everyone from the narcissist who flocks to Los Angeles in search of fame and fortune, to the psychopaths who want to manipulate and control others. This more subtle form of power includes predominantly the entertainment business in Los Angeles, but also the advertising and news business in New York. Increasingly, the computer and information technology in Silicon Valley, and also included in this social power. With this increase in infotainment, the failing social powers of academia and religion become less and less important. This power seeks to normalize psychopathic or unsocial behavior, which is evident in our increasingly lower entertainment standards. Look at every show on TV and the commercials that are run and ask yourself if this elevates humanity or seeks to break it down to make us weak, pathetic, narcissistic, easy manipulated consumers. The combined influence of these three powers gives rise to the final power, which we will cover later. The inevitable result of this devolution is that the true psychopaths that control the paradigm corrupt others to either follow in their path or become immune to the outrage as this becomes normalized. This negative feedback loop will not end until there is a societal crisis, and the inmates run the prison into the ground through looting of the once prosperous system. Political and financial crimes are white-collar crimes that get a different kind of justice than say, a kid smoking a joint. Social power rarely shows the consequences of immoral or antisocial behavior on the person or the victims. They never show the grieving families, dead soldiers, or dead civilians in war, and it masks the true costs of war while glorifying the killing in movies and video games. This psychopathic mentality naturally thrived in a paradigm of unlimited debt, cheap oil, and relative peace. One could afford to cut social ties and take from an ever-increasing pie. The reality of the dollar collapse, expensive oil, and massive decentralization will cause those that are most narcissistic and psychopathic to be shunned from society as their practices are purged from this new paradigm. The very parasitic nature of the psychopath leads to problems that they cannot solve. The only way that they can keep the host alive to feast off of is to convince the productive members of society to embrace their slavery, and in less advanced societies force productive members to serve. The strongmen, the masters, regain pure consciousness of a beast of prey, monsters filled with joy. They can return from a fearful succession of murder, arson, rape, and torture with the same joy in their hearts, the same contentment in their souls, as if they had indulged in some student's rag. When a man is capable of commanding, when he is by nature a master, when he is violent in an act of gesture, of what importance are treaties to him? To judge morality properly, it must be replaced by two concepts borrowed from zoology: the taming of the beast and the breeding of specific species. Friedrich Nietzsche.
Have you ever wondered how so much evil persists in this world? How we never seem to be without divisiveness, conflict, violence, and war? Have you ever wondered how things seem to progressively become more depressing and ominous? After all, with all of our knowledge, philosophy, technology, and love, how hasn't humanity progressed significantly past the Attila the Hun-style rape and plunder of the world? Oh sure, we may have a better spin on that now to sell it to the people, but to those on the receiving end of this violence, I can assure you, nothing has changed for them.
Come on. Clear. Clear. Orange.
Any rational look at all of the political corruption, church scandals, corporate crimes, organized crime, censorship, war crimes, asset seizures, Ponzi schemes, terrorism, drug trafficking, famine, segregation, slavery, kidnapping, prostitution, revolutions, coups, torture, apartheid, confiscations, persecutions, mass sterilizations, purges, economic depressions, inflations, forced migrations, crusades, genocides, wars, and quite frankly, any major societal upheaval throughout all of human history all has the exact same formula. The sick part is that humanity seems completely blind to, or afraid to, recognize this formula, and that is why it persists. Please note that it does not matter how large or small it is, or what age, race, religion, ideology, or technology. When humanity has this formula, it will transcend everything. This formula is the greatest truth never told. Here is the simple formula for all of the misery in the world throughout all of human history. Collective populations plus hierarchical structure plus power-hungry psychopaths equals human misery. All forms of human misery come from these three elements seamlessly interacting throughout history. Any collective population organizes itself into a hierarchical power structure where there is a chain of command that the masses submit to. This could be anything from a homeowners association to a church, a small business, a school, corporation, a military, or a government. No matter how pure of intention or honorable the motive behind the people or organization, inevitably, over time, an element arises inside that organization that seeks to control those inside of that organization, either for power or profit. There are only two kinds of people in this world: those that want to be left alone and those that won't leave you alone. Those people that won't leave you alone are hurt people that seek to hurt others or control others to prevent themselves from being hurt again. They have psychopathic tendencies and thrive in centralized structures of power where their sole focus is gaining power over those below them. Anyone that has spent any time in any organization finds that over time that pushy, conniving, ass-kissing, cutthroat, intimidating, or driven people that put their lust for power over their relationships in their lives step all the way to the top. They are the most willing to make the unsocial moves to attain power and even intimidate or manipulate others on their way to attaining power. The ends justify the means in their mind, and if they have to step on a few faces to get to the top, oh well. They'll still sleep very well at night. Once at the top of any centralized organization, they seek to bend the rules to secure power and profit. They bring in those that show the same psychopathic tendencies to change the culture of the organization and to justify any action they might take. Secrecy, compartmentalization, propaganda, they all become more important than the values that made the organization successful in the first place. Once these three elements of human misery are in place, it is vital for those at the top to spread some story, mission, declaration, vision, or lie to the collective below them, to sacrifice their time, energy, talents, and money to those at the top of the pyramid. This could come in the form of working extra unpaid hours at some big box store, or investors in a Ponzi scheme, or campaign volunteers, or a corporate career, or an enlistment into the military, or simply believing in the American dream itself. The single most successful military recruiting poster of all time is the I Want You poster featuring Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, initials US, is a common national personification of the American government. This Santa Claus character of the American dream has been used for generations to get young men and women to willingly sacrifice themselves for a lie that they are somehow defending our freedoms and spreading democracy. Any objective look back on the past decades shows not one example of that lie. We do not support freedom anywhere. We have the world's largest military that secures the human and natural resources of other nations for our corporations to harvest. Their profits are funneled through the banking centers that then rig the political game to make sure no one challenges the rigged game that they gain power and profit from. We certainly do not support freedom here at home when our constitutional rights are being stolen while the wealth is being sucked up to those at the top. Military men are dumb, stupid animals to be used as pawns for foreign policy. Former Secretary of the State and Nobel Peace Prize winner Henry Kissinger.
Shit! I'm hit! I'm hit!
There's just some people don't fit well into a highly skilled market-based economy. They're perfectly decent citizens. We'll send them off to Afghanistan, but they are not going to command a big price. You still want them to get the most out of their abilities, but if their abilities leave them unable to earn much more than the poverty level, we ought to do something additional for them. We've got to
Help me!
send them off to Afghanistan.
I'm hit! I'm hit!
Send them off to Afghanistan.
I'm hit!
Send them off to Afghanistan.
I'm hit!
Send them off to Afghanistan. We'll send them off to Afghanistan.
I'm hit!
We'll send them off to Afghanistan.
We are an empire now, and when we act, we create our own reality. And while you'll study that reality, judiciously as you will, we'll act again, creating other new realities, which you can study too. And that's how these things will sort out. We're history's actors, and you, all of you, will be just left to study what we do. Karl Rove. We are an empire. We are the largest and most powerful one the world has ever seen. Logic would dictate that we must also have the most powerful propaganda in order to bring about that power. While it once started out as the greatest experiment in human freedom with a constitutional republic, it has been subtly and systematically destroyed from within, to the point that we can hardly tell the difference between our nation today and the fascists and the socialists that we fought against in World War II. The Constitution has been gutted from both parties, so much so that it looks like a redacted top-secret document. Even the goodwill, wealth, and sacrifice from the greatest generation has been destroyed by the spoiled generations that have followed, that have never known true sacrifice or even hard times. We have blown through the greatest gift of freedom and the greatest inheritance the world has ever seen. The worst part is we still believe in the illusion of what we once were.
It is vital to recognize in the formula that despite all of the efforts to indoctrinate you into fear and submission, your boss, your priest, your commander, or your president do not control you. No, they do not control you. You empower them. You are the provider of the energy in the form of your time, talent, energy, money, or blood. Those at the top do not provide any value in the organization. Think about all of those that are just killing it in this paradigm. Celebrity, the lawyers, politicians, military contractors, lobbyists, CEOs, bankers, almost all of the ones making millions of dollars a year, none of them provide any real tangible benefit to humanity. Not one of them makes the world a better place to live in any real sense, and despite their master of the universe mentality, if they disappeared from the earth, not only would we not really care, we would see that a gigantic cancer has been lifted off the back of the productive individuals that do provide real tangible benefits to humanity. Their job is to convince you to work harder for the good of the collective, that they just so happen to take a larger and larger share of the wealth. These three elements of human misery explains the wealth disparity between those at the top from those at the bottom. This is most notable when you look at the growth of CEO pay versus that of the average worker pay of those in the same company. A 2012 study looked at the increase in average worker compensation and that of the CEOs they work for, and from 1978 to 2011, the average worker increased only 5.7%. And yet the CEO compensation increased a whopping 726%. Those kinds of riches attract the worst in humanity that would think nothing of slitting a few throats on their way to the top. Once this formula is recognized, it can be disrupted at any of the inputs and forever end the cycle of violence that has plagued humanity from the dawn of time. We are moving towards this with open source technology, free flow of information with the internet, the trivium breaking years of indoctrination that will only increase with decentralized forms of wealth creation such as 3D printing and decentralized energy production. This does not mean that those cunning men at the top will give up without a fight, but a dollar collapse will surely cut the central power to all of their schemes. The beauty of this formula is that once it is consciously recognized by you, you will never look at the world the same way again. Over time, you will no longer be able to do what you've done in the past, knowing what you know now. No longer will you be able to actively or passively participate in the debt and death paradigm that empowers the worst in humanity. You will seek to focus your energy on the real skills, real friends, and real wealth around you. This refocus on your life's energy will create independence and happiness from the cancerous and doomed debt and death paradigm.
Mohandas Gandhi started his career working inside the British Empire as a barrister, or a lawyer, for many years to try to bring justice to the British subjects. It was only when he realized the system was too powerful, and that there were too many roadblocks, that there could never be change from inside the system. Gandhi, in short, became historically significant when he realized that and walked away from the system in the opposite consciousness and in peace. That was when he was able to bring real freedom to his people.
I praise such courage. I need such courage because in this cause I too am prepared to die. But, my friends, there is no cause for which I am prepared to kill. Whatever they do to us, we will attack no one, kill no one, but we will not give our fingerprints, not one of us. They will imprison us, they will fine us, they will seize our possessions, but they cannot take away our self-respect if we do not give it to them.
Have you been to prison? They beat us and tortured us. I say they beat us.
I am asking you to fight against their anger, not to provoke it. We will not strike a blow, but we will receive them, and through our pain, we will make them see their injustice, and it will hurt, as all fighting hurts. But we cannot lose. We cannot. They may torture my body, break my bones, even kill me. Then they will have my dead body, not my obedience.
So I asked him, I said, Dr. Paul, will you become historically significant by stating at this very unique period in history where you are no longer running for Congress and your presidential race is done, to go to the millions of people, both here and in the world, that you have spent 40 years inside the system trying to change the system from within, but that you now realize that nothing will ever change it. The game is rigged, and the only way to win the game is to not play the game at all, if you want your freedom. Don't vote, don't buy corporate products, and take your money out of the system and empower yourself and not those that seek to rig the game. I then finished with, Dr. Paul, will you become historically significant? The answer I got was, well, I've spoken about this many times, and at the end of the day, there will be de facto nullification. I have a meeting to get to, and thank you for coming in. While it is obvious to most people that there is no difference between the Republicans and Democrats, most people don't see that the alternatives out there are really to keep you stuck inside the paradigm. Some use fear to keep you stuck in the loop, and some use hope to keep you stuck in the loop. It is only when you realize that no one is coming to save you that you can stop fearing or hoping for a savior. You can start taking responsibility and empower yourself. It is only when you realize that those that you fear, their only power is the lies, the illusion, and propaganda that they get you to spend your time, effort, and money inside their rigged game. Only then can you see that you simply need to walk away from it and use your time, energy, and money to empower yourself to become independent of them. No more begging for power, just walk away. This is just like a teenager who probably only got respect from your parents when you fully became independent of their parents' paradigm and then moved outside of them to take control of yourself and your life. We too must stop begging for power. We need to walk away from their power and empower ourselves in every aspect of our lives. Stop playing the Hegelian dialectic of false choices and start looking for answers that are truly of the opposite consciousness. In this new way of thinking, you will bring forth something that resonates with you. When you do that, it will save you. If you don't do that in this paradigm shift, it will ultimately destroy you. In this paradigm, we are free to do what we're told. In the Sons of Liberty Academy, I cover the psychological control that they have over us, and that game theory by John Nash was developed towards that end. Ultimately, the system is run by psychopaths who rose to power by being so cutthroat that they will always do the unsociable thing. We know this from John Nash's work. Some of you may have seen it in The Beautiful Mind, or may know it as Mutually Assured Destruction. But what is not well known was that when this game was played against non-psychopaths, it was never mutually assured destruction. It was that the psychopath won every time because the average empathetically healthy person could not or would not do the unsociable thing and win a game involving death. The elite have used this to keep good men in a box. Many of you have read that the best finance men in the world are ones that have mental defects that they don't register emotional pain associated with their trades. They make cold calculated decisions and they don't care who gets hurt. This has led more and more wealth into the hands of men that are essentially the worst in humanity, and they continue to rig the game and centralize power into smaller hands. This leads two winning solutions to the rest of the world. It is said that evil genius always wins, But I say good men don't have to play their game.
Strange game. The only winning move is not to play.
When you see the game is rigged, recognize that and walk away from their game and their rules. Shun them. This works with toxic thoughts, relationships, investments, and careers. The second winning solution is that the game is rigged to blow as they try to sustain the unsustainable. There is no reforming the system, and quite frankly, the rot is so systemic and the lessons that need to be learned in humanity are too large. Our only job is to see where things are logically going and prepare for it. When you are aware, you can prepare. My ultimate exit strategy is to have as much real tangible assets in the hands of many good guys that we can have the capital and intellectual and moral authority to create a better, fairer, sustainable way of life and permanently break this debt and death paradigm. So I challenge you to stop the revolution in the debt and death paradigm and start the evolution in the conscious awakening of humanity. Most men live lives of quiet desperation and go to the grave with their songs still in them. Henry David Thoreau. We are at a crossroads of humanity when all that we have been indoctrinated to will fail almost inexplicably. Millions of people will have their world turned upside down and have the main motivator for all their life choices, the dollar, suddenly fail them. But it will not be the financial losses or the inevitable anger and violence that they will ultimately succumb to. It will be the lost time, opportunities, and passions that they wasted chasing an illusion that did not resonate with their soul. The one permanent emotion of the inferior man is fear. Fear of the unknown, the complex, and the inexplicable. What he wants above everything else is safety. H.L. Mencken. We have been conned into the idea that a dependent man is safe and that an independent man is crazy. We sacrifice everything to an insatiable collective for the illusion of safety. We actively or passively support the debt and death paradigm with every debt, vote, view, purchase, recruitment, and career. Behind every collective has a group of scheming men that know that their lives and power depend on getting others to willingly sacrifice their time, energy, and focus for the empowerment of others. So round and round we go, from one revolution of collectivists to another group of collectivists, each promising the moon while stealing your soul. I prefer dangerous freedom to peaceful slavery. Thomas Jefferson. It is time for an evolution and not another false revolution. An evolution of consciousness happens when we realize that the battle is not in the world with aggressive competing factions. It is in our minds and in what we empower. You see, we empower them. They do not control us. We give away our power to a faceless, uncaring collective that would in a heartbeat crush any individual just to keep the lie alive. It is this reality that is at the heart of all of our problems. This is not a financial, political, military war. It is a war of consciousness, nothing more, nothing less. The notion that a radical is one that hates his country is naive and usually idiotic. He is, more likely, one who likes his country more than the rest of us, and is thus more disturbed than the rest of us when he sees it debauched. He is not a bad citizen turning to crime. He is a good citizen driven to despair. H.L. Mencken. There would be no banking crisis if your money is not in their bank. There would be no war if your men weren't fooled into surrendering their humanity. There would be no corporate giants if we did not buy their goods or their corporate careers.
That's why I'm richer than you.
There would be no federal power if we did not encourage them with our support. All collectives fear an individual walking away because without them, there is no collective. The most dangerous man to any government is the man who is able to think things out without regard to the prevailing superstitions and taboos. Almost inevitably, he comes to the conclusion that the government he lives under is dishonest, insane, and intolerable. H.L. Mencken. Studies have shown, like the Milgram experiment or the Stanford prison experiment, that the average person is so indoctrinated to obey authority that the majority would cause serious harm or even kill an innocent individual so long as an authority figure told them it was okay. But what is often not shown is those exact same studies show that the answer is in individuals questioning authority and refusing to play their schemes. The more powerful and influential the voice of the dissent, the more others will listen. The line dividing good and evil cuts through the heart of every human being. Alexander Solzhenitsyn. The answer has always been at our feet. We need to see the power that is within us to change our world by changing ourselves. We cannot change the outside world to make ourselves happy or free. We can only change ourselves to make the world happy and free. How can you expect a man who's warm to understand one who's cold? Alexander Solzhenitsyn. You do not have to wait for humanity to come to this reality generations from now. If you want peace, cultivate peace in your house. If you want respect, respect others. You have it in your power with every thought, relationship, investment, and action to immediately and permanently change your world. Stop listening to them with their toxic thoughts and distractions. Cut out detestable relationships that poison our lives. Get real about what wealth is and why we acquire it.
And I think that we have the power within ourselves to really put a different conscious solution out there. And I challenge all of you to stop thinking in terms of dollars and start thinking about how you can be a blessing in the next paradigm when the world is going to need our solutions.
Wealth should not be stored up like a dam. It should be a river that flows and spreads with abundance to all those that you resonate with. Instead, we've been conned into enabling the worst in our society as they whisper in our ear, there is no other way.
That's why I'm richer than you.
Well, there is another way, and it starts with you simply saying no more. Not one more debt, not one more lie, not one more death, not one more psychopath, not one more day slaving on. A vote of no confidence every day and in every way is active resistance. But resistance is not enough. You must live your life to the highest potential. There is a vitality, a life force, a quickening that is translated through you into action. And there is only one of you in all time. This expression is unique. And if you block it, it will never exist through any other medium and it will be lost. Martha Graham. Ideas and movements are best served by people walking their path in peace, rather than conflicting with others on how they should live their lives. Resonating power attracts others with their ideas and energy. The opposite consciousness of our collective problems is the individual moving to their own beat and doing things that make them happy. Far too many slave away in their little lives, bowing to little lies. It is far better to dance and be happy than sacrificing 30 of your best years to an illusionary carrot that was stolen long ago. You were well trained to sit down, don't talk, do as you're told. This is the reality of our indoctrination in our relationships, our schools, and our jobs. Your solution is to move, speak out, and do things that are only logical. Your courage of truth will awaken something that is lost in others, and that will create a positive feedback loop that will take a life all of its own. This conscious evolution will create generational wealth as the abundance mentality empowers the best in our lives and exacts revenge on the cancerous parts of our society by simply withdrawing our energy from them. Do not go gentle into the good night. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. Dylan Thomas. By doing what you love and resonating with good people, this is actually the best way to find success in this and the next paradigm. There are a lot of talented people either doing things that they're not good at or feeding their life's energy to those that don't empower them. Redirecting your energy into things that come natural to you and giving that abundance to those worthy of it is the best way to get support, interest, and opportunities in your life. Adam Smith's invisible hand is simply an economic expression of those doing what comes best to them are far more productive and encouraged than those that are stuck as an indoctrinated individual forced into a collective's need. A consciously aware individual that has nothing but a passion and good friends that resonate and encourage them are going to be miles ahead of the disillusioned, closed-off, indoctrinated masses that will have everything ripped from their face. As the rest of society burns through the anger, bargaining, and depression stage of the awakening, those consciously aware individuals will be able to see the opportunities at their feet, while most of humanity will be stuck thinking about the opportunities lost. This shift in consciousness will change humanity far more than the agricultural, industrial, and communications revolutions. Every age has its particular folly, some scheme, project, or fantasy into which it plunges, spurred on by the love of gain and the necessity of excitement or the force of intimidation. Charles Mackay. 100 years ago, our society's consciousness was changed dramatically from the independent, resonating, close-knit communities to what we are today. With the creation of the Federal Reserve, the income tax, and the IRS, we are now the embodiment of the dreams of men like the Rothschilds, the Morgans, and the Rockefellers. Indoctrinated, narcissistic, debt-ridden consumers. They needed us to fit their greedy nature for more. They needed us to willingly empower their schemes. That is why so much of business, politics, and wars are not spent on products, policies, or bombs. It is on winning the hearts and minds of those that they seek to conquer. Why is it that they see the power that you have and you don't? You cannot solve a problem with the same consciousness that created the problem. You must see the world anew. Humanity always does the right thing after they have exhausted all the alternatives. I am hopeful that after this largest and most pervasive illusion of power is wiped clean, that individuals will see that waste and horror that it produces is a cause for a conscious evolution that would seek a balanced, resonating way of life, where people do what they promise, exchange value for value, and do no harm. It has been well said that men think in herds. It will also be seen that they go mad in herds, while they only recover their senses slowly and one by one. Charles Mackay. After enough people get burned by the intangible debt-based money, they will find value in real wealth. After enough people get burned by the collective, they will find the value in real people who care about them and empower them. After enough people die for lies, they will wake up to the truth that has been whispering to them all along and realize that they only needed to be so brave enough to listen. All know the way, but few actually walk it. This is what's coming for humanity. And for some it can start today, and others it may take a few wasted generations. All it takes is the trivium to logically question your reality and your path in life. Once you have clarity, you only need to walk it. Two roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. Robert Frost.
John D. Rockefeller ruthlessly consolidated the new oil industry. Rockefeller bought or drove out all competition at every level of his business. At one point, 1% of the entire U.S. economy flowed through his businesses. He grew so large that a famous antitrust case was brought about to break up Standard Oil into 7 companies. While it is commonly thought as a blow to John D. Rockefeller, it was in fact his greatest accomplishment. With one case, the little guy felt like they stuck it to the rich, but the breakup only served to make Rockefeller even wealthier, as the pieces were worth far more than the whole. While John D. Rockefeller saw the breakup of his oil monopoly in 1911, he soon set his eyes on the largest monopoly of all, central banking. The Rothschilds had already owned many of the central banks of Europe, with the Bank of England being their crown jewel. They famously were quoted as saying that they did not care who sat on the throne so long as they issued the money. In 1900, it was estimated that the Rothschilds owned half of the world's wealth. The House of Rothschild expanded their empire secretly through the use of their banks or their agents. Their central banks controlled the currencies throughout most of the Western world. They moved to control the railroads and heavy industry in Europe, controlled the diamond market through Cecil Rhodes, and made huge ventures in the Russian and Arab oil exploration. They even controlled the Vatican finances, believe it or not. They have had great success financing and controlling powerful men to advance their aims. They financed the Harrimans, Rockefellers, Vanderbilts, and Carnegies in the United States. Soon the American industrialists became so wealthy that they did not need debt, and even in the U.S., most of the wealth was moving west away from the Eastern establishment. So while these men were very rich, they were not in complete control. They needed the right crisis to bring about their predetermined plan for another privately owned central bank after Andrew Jackson had killed their last bank. Theodore Roosevelt went about fighting the many monopolies in public for the little guy. But the reality is, he did very little to take away their power. When he quote-unquote broke up Standard Oil, he succeeded in making the Rockefellers even more powerful and rich because the parts were worth more than the whole. After Roosevelt was re-elected, J.P. Morgan and his allies went about calling in loans from smaller banks. This led to a dramatic contraction in the money supply that resulted in people selling their stocks to raise cash. The Panic of 1907 had started. Bank runs began all across the country since most of the banks had very little actual cash reserves due to fractional reserve banking. When the time was right, J.P. Morgan entered the center of the stage and pledged to support the American economy with money created out of thin air. His plan, approved by the Congress, was to create $200 million out of nowhere to support his banks and the markets. Morgan bought up banks and real assets to further consolidate power. The boom-bust cycle was also used to pave the way for a quote-unquote more stable central bank system. By 1908, Morgan had saved the American economy and was declared a hero. This episode is widely seen as the genesis of the new privately owned central bank of the United States, the Federal Reserve. J.P. Morgan caused and then acted as a savior for the rich man's panic of 1907 and acted as a one-man Federal Reserve back then. What was not known was that J.P. Morgan was just a Rothschild frontman and was only worth $80 million upon his death. Even John D. Rockefeller was quoted as saying, "And to think, he wasn't even a rich man." Those not favorable to the money trusts could be squeezed out of business, and the people frightened into demanding changes in the banking and currency laws which the money trust would frame. Congressman Charles Lindbergh. On June 16, 1909, President Taft, in an address to Congress, proposed a 2% federal income tax on corporations by way of an excise tax and a constitutional amendment to allow the previously enacted income tax. This was sold to the public as only a tax on the rich. As we now see, everyone is quote-unquote rich now. The income tax was necessary to fund the government's debt expansion. The interest on the debt had to be guaranteed by the taxes on the people. Twice, the income and corporate tax were found unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. The 16th Amendment took 4 years for all of the states to ratify. Senator Aldrich pushed the income tax through on February 3, 1913. President Theodore Roosevelt established a National Monetary Commission headed by Senator Nelson Aldrich, who was intimately tied to both J.P. Morgan and the Rockefellers through marriage. Senator Aldrich spent many months touring Europe's, or Rothschild's, central banks. When he came back, he met some of the most powerful men in America in Jekyll Island to plot the return of the privately held central bank in the United States. Paul Warburg was given $500,000 by Kuhn, Loeb and Company to lobby Congress for a privately owned central bank. His partner, Jacob Schiff, was very close to the Rothschild family and was financially backing the overthrow of the Tsar of Russia. The Schiffs, Warburgs, and Rothschilds were all intermarried and close business partners. The American power and European power conspired to share the new central bank. These elite families saw disturbing trends in securing their empires. Economic and political power was shifting from the East Coast to the West, away from their infrastructure. Competition from smaller local banks and corporations that were able to fund their enterprises from profits as opposed to their debt. They also saw the trend of saving against their industrial and banking interests. Soon, tycoon families would no longer need debt. They also saw that if they could create a private central bank, they could privatize the profits and socialize the losses. In short, these men wanted a monopoly and to crush all competition to their interests. These bankers plotted on Jekyll Island. The name of the bank was most important. It was to be given the illusion that it was a government agency and not a private cartel. They needed to create regional branches to give the appearance that it wouldn't be dominated by Wall Street. They would start slowly once established and move more radically to concentrate power. It was vital to push the idea that a central bank was needed to stabilize the currency and the economy. Finally, they needed to give the appearance that Wall Street did not want this bank. On that trip, the Federal Reserve Act was written by bankers for bankers. Despite the boom-bust cycle, the bankers saw their share of deposits shrink as the amount of banks doubled to over 20,000 banks. The other trend that worked against the big bankers was that businesses started to self-fund projects through profits. Through the Federal Reserve, they could dominate the reserves of the entire country. Special attention was paid to the name of the bank to give it the impression of a government bank and that it had the capacity to be a stabilizing force. They also gave the illusion of the president choosing the chairman and board of governors. The bankers just stacked the deck. This bill would give a monopoly on the creation of U.S. currency to the privately held banker hands. Since I entered politics, I have chiefly had men's views confided to me privately. Some of the biggest men in the United States, in the field of commerce and manufacture, are afraid of somebody, are afraid of something. They know that there is a power somewhere so organized, so subtle, so watchful, so interlocked, so complete, so pervasive, that they had better not speak above their breath when they speak in condemnation of it. Woodrow Wilson. When the bankers floated the Republican Aldrich plan, it was immediately called out as a Wall Street plan by the opposition. They started to support Woodrow Wilson, the president of Princeton, to run for president of the U.S. But first they would have to indoctrinate him on their policies. The bankers financed Woodrow Wilson as a Democratic presidential candidate. This proved to be the trick they needed to get to their goal. During the election, Democrats condemned the Aldrich plan and promised no central bank. 13 months later, now President Woodrow Wilson broke his promise and sold this country into slavery. By controlling both sides of the political debate, they ensured victory. The Republican Aldrich Bill became the Democratic Glass-Owen Bill. Brushing aside the external differences affecting the shells, we find the kernels of the two systems very closely resembling and related to one another. Paul Warburg. The bankers even went as far as to have two of the Jekyll Island participants, Aldrich and Vanderlip, come out and oppose the Glass-Owen Bill. Although the Aldrich Federal Reserve Plan was defeated, its essential points were all contained in the plan that was adopted. Frank Vanderlip. The bill was snuck through Congress 2 days before Christmas in 1913. We have in this country one of the most corrupt institutions the world has ever known. I refer to the Federal Reserve Board. This evil institution has impoverished and has practically bankrupted our government. It has done this through the corrupt practices of the moneyed vultures who control it. Congressman Louis McFadden. This act establishes the most gigantic trust on earth. When the president signs this bill, the invisible government by the monetary power will be legalized. The people may not know it immediately, but the day of reckoning is only a few years removed. The worst legislative crime of the ages is perpetrated by this banking bill. Charles Lindbergh. Banking was conceived in iniquity and was born in sin. The bankers own the earth. Take it away from them, but leave them the power to create deposits, and with the flick of the pen they will create enough deposits to buy it back again. However, take it away from them, and all the great fortunes like mine will disappear, and they ought to disappear, for this would be a happier and better world to live in. But if you wish to remain the slaves of bankers and pay the cost of your own slavery, let them continue to create deposits. Sir Josiah Stamp, the director of the Bank of England and the second richest man in England. The second part will show the horror of debt and death the madmen have spread throughout humanity. The foundation of the Federal Reserve was necessary for the Anglo-American power led by the Rothschilds and Rockefellers to not only consolidate power over the growing United States, but also for the eventual domination of the world. Without the power of this privately owned central bank that was slipped through Congress just before Christmas in 1913, so much of the evils we see in the world today simply would not exist. Now we will see the summer of the bankster as they manipulate humanity into global war and slavery. The British Empire had been under the financial control of the Rothschild family. This family gloated that since they controlled the money supply of the empire that the sun never set upon, they did not care who sat upon the throne. Their power and influence enabled the British war machine to engage in psychopathic wars with just about every nation on earth. The British Empire, under the money power of the Rothschilds, invaded 9 out of 10 countries on earth, leaving only 22 nations on earth that never felt the debt and death of the British Empire. The Rothschilds profited tremendously off the defeat of Napoleon and financially backed the British Empire's opium wars against China, the conquering of India, the Crimea War, and many more wars in Africa. And with the establishment of the Federal Reserve Central Bank in the United States at the end of 1913, it only extended their power further around the world. At the beginning of the 20th century, Britain had 3 pillars to their domination. Number 1, they had the most formidable navy. This led to the natural domination of trade because the British Navy protected British trade, and non-British ships had to take out insurance through the biggest insurance companies, which were, of course, British. Number 2, they had unquestioned domination of international banking. Since most of the world's trade was through London, this brought tremendous wealth. With coordinated efforts, they could manipulate markets to favor British trade. Number 3, they had domination of the Earth's major raw materials: cotton, metals, coffee, diamonds, coal, and petroleum. All of this was, of course, under the control of the Rothschilds. The British saw a threat on the horizon with an economic and military rival in Germany. Germany had an impressive industrial development along with a modern navy and merchant fleet. Germany had a national system of technical schools that produced highly skilled workers. Germany's coal and steel production soon became world-class. Their financial markets were locked together, and that did not allow for speculation or much foreign investment. By 1906, Germany produced the most powerful battleship on the planet. And then 3 years later, in 1909, Germany outdid herself with the Nassau class. This buildup of navy could be for no other reason than to challenge the British. A more alarming development was a Berlin to Baghdad rail line that would give access over land to the huge petroleum resources in the Middle East, circumventing the powerful British Navy. Both Britain and Germany needed oil to run their fleets. Britain was unable to win a land war in Europe, so it needed to get the isolationist American people into World War I. As we showed in part 1 of the Rise and the Fall of the Bankster series, Woodrow Wilson was a puppet of the banksters and had already went back on his campaign promise to not allow the Federal Reserve. A world war would just need a little more work. With the creation of the Federal Reserve, the banksters now had unlimited funds built off of the back of the industrious American population. All they needed was the right crisis to push America into world war and save the bankrupt British Empire. Secret negotiations took place between President Woodrow Wilson and the British, as well as the French, to enrage the American people against Germany. Germany's submarine fleet was cutting off England from the rest of the world, and very early on, the British Empire was broke. Germany warned that the military supplies coming from the United States to England would be destroyed, and that supplying arms to Britain would be considered an act of war. By the time of World War I in 1914, the British Treasury was officially bankrupt. Upon the declaration of war, Britain suspended gold and silver payments and placed all the bullion on deposit with the Rothschild-owned Bank of England. They promptly paid out legal tender and recruited J.P. Morgan in America for more financing. Later, Winston Churchill was named the First Lord of the Admiralty. In October of 1914, he changed the policy that allowed unarmed cruisers the option of letting enemy submarines search the ship and be allowed the opportunity to get to the lifeboats before the ship was torpedoed. Now they were forced to engage with submarines, and this cold-blooded strategy was justified by Churchill. Quote, "The first British countermove, made on my responsibility, was to deter the Germans from surface attack. The submerged U-boat had to rely increasingly on underwater attack, and thus ran the greater risk of mistaking neutral for British ships and the drowning of neutral crews, and thus embroiling Germany with other great powers." Unquote. Problem, reaction, solution. The Lusitania was a military vessel in every way except for that it was converted for civilian use. She had 1,195 people on board along with war material, 6 million rounds of ammunition, and over 1,200 cases of shrapnel shells. This was a direct violation of international neutrality treaties. Germany protested to the Wilson administration with no results. Finally, Germany took out 50 ads in American newspapers 1 week before the Lusitania was to set sail. The Lusitania set sail on May 1st, 1915, from New York City. She was to rendezvous with the Juno destroyer off the coast of Ireland for protection. They never met, as the Juno was called off duty and ordered to report to Queenstown at the last minute. Along with the fact that the Lusitania was ordered to slow down to preserve the use of coal, they quickly became sitting ducks. The Germans blew a hole in the side of the Lusitania and exploded the munitions that they were transporting. One of the largest ships ever built sank in 8 minutes. The head of the official investigation into the Lusitania quit his job, citing that, quote, "the Lusitania case was damn dirty business," unquote. Secretary of State William Jennings Bryan sent a note to the German government asking to, quote, "come to a clear and full understanding as to the grave situation which has resulted," unquote, from the sinking of the Lusitania. When the German government responded by justifying their Navy's action on the basis that the Lusitania was carrying munitions and that they were warned, Woodrow Wilson himself penned a strongly worded note insisting that the sinking had been an illegal action and demanding that Germany cease unrestricted submarine warfare against unarmed merchantmen. On May 9, 1915, Secretary of State Bryan sent a note to President Wilson. It said, quote, "Germany has the right to prevent contraband going to the Allies, and a ship carrying contraband should not rely upon passengers to protect her from attack. It would be like putting women and children in front of an army," unquote. When Wilson wrote a stronger statement to Germany, Bryan tendered his resignation on June 9, 1915, as he became disillusioned with the war drums being beaten by the administration. He was asked to reconsider his resignation and promised to think about it overnight. His wife described that night as a restless night for the Secretary of State. He finally did some reading until he became drowsy. He read a book called A Wreath of Appreciation of Andrew Jackson. In it, the secretary saw the connection of the bankers and the pending World War. He resigned the next day, hoping that so close to the election, his stand might prevent the government from moving towards war. Modern war is enabled by modern banking. Nothing creates debts better than war. War is necessary to the debt necessary to pay back the principal and interest of prior debts. Also, it is important to destroy capital. World War I created the most debt ever. The Rothschilds in Frankfurt lent money to Germany. The Rothschilds in London lent money to England. The Rothschilds in Vienna lent money to Austria. The Rothschilds in Paris lent money to France. All at a time when J.P. Morgan was the largest consumer on earth, spending $10 million a day. While France and Germany were locked in a bloody stalemate, Britain mobilized nearly 1 million men in the Persian Gulf against the Ottoman Empire. After the war, the Allies carved up the Ottoman Empire, with the British getting the crown jewel of what is today known as Iraq. They practically gave away Saudi Arabia, which of course was a huge blunder, but they got what they wanted. Germany and her access to the largest oil reserves in the world were now in shambles. So what would have happened if we had stayed out of World War I? The United States would have watched two old world powers end up bloody and bankrupt. There would have been no communist coup in the Soviet Union, and that would have prevented Stalin's genocide and gulags. There would have been no rise of Hitler or the Nazis. There would have been no World War II and war crime firebombing of Dresden, Germany, or the nuclear hellfire of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan. No Cold War, no CIA, coups or assassinations, no Vietnam, no Cuban Missile Crisis, no Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, no CIA funding of Al-Qaeda, no radicalization of Islam, no American and British coup in Iran, no Iran-Iraq war, no 9/11, no Gulf War I, II, or now III, no police state, and ultimately no collapse of the dollar. Our ignorance of history and our conscious or unconscious support of the debt and death paradigm gives rise to the worst in humanity that would spread debt and death globally and generationally. How many people sell their souls every day to do their part to fund this travesty? How long can we turn a blind eye to the violent psychopaths that we empower? How many children will we kill or enslave with debt? Nature has a way to sort these things out, and a day is coming for judgment. We will reap what we have sowed. Don't think because you did nothing that you will not be affected. Everyone, guilty or innocent, will feel the flame that will burn everything down to the ground.
The powers of financial capitalism had another far-reaching aim, nothing less than to create a world system of financial control in private hands, able to dominate the political system of each country and the economy of the world as a whole. This system was to be controlled in a feudalist fashion, by the central banks of the world, acting in concert, by secret agreements, arrived at in frequent private meetings and conferences. The apex of the system was the Bank for International Settlements in Basel, Switzerland, a private bank owned and controlled by the world's central banks, which were themselves private corporations. The growth of financial capitalism made possible a centralization of world economic control and use of this power for the direct benefit of financiers and the indirect injury of all other economic groups. Professor Carroll Quigley of Georgetown University. The first half of the Rise and the Fall of the Bankster series has chronicled the consolidation of the banking industry by banking dynasties like the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, Morgan, Warburg, Schiff, Aldrich, and more. These cunning men now own and control the world's privately held central banks that dominate governments, industries, and humanity as a whole.
Now, since the Federal Reserve has come into being in 1913, illegally, without a constitutional amendment, by bribing a few senators during Christmas vacation, they turned over the most important power that the American government has, the creation and issuance of money, to a private bank. Through that private bank issuing money, they have destroyed this country. They have destroyed the purchasing power of the money in this country. They've created social programs that are destroying this country.
With the establishment of the privately owned Federal Reserve in 1913, these power-hungry men then set about to spread debt and death throughout the rest of the world through the industrialization and financialization of war. They spread death to all those that opposed them and debt to all of those that fell under their spell. For over 100 years, this consolidation of power has brought humanity closer to their ultimate goal of a new world order or a one-world government where the Anglo-American criminal elite rule.
When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order.
There's a need for a new world order.
Never before has a new world order had to be assembled from so many
different perceptions.
Bush said, and it's a phrase that I often use myself, that we needed a new world order.
It is a big idea, a new world order.
He kept talking about a new world order.
We need a system of enforceable world law, a democratic federal world government.
For decades, you've told us the way it is. But tonight, we honor you for fighting for the way it could be.
Create a new world order.
Has an incredible window of opportunity to lead in shaping a new world order.
It is a new world order.
And the hope that each of us has to build a new world order.
To use this disaster to carry out what his father, a phrase his father used, I think, only once, and hasn't been used since, and that is a new world order.
Let us reorder this world around us.
Into the creation of a new world order, financial world order.
In this new century, Americans and Europeans alike will be required to do more, not less. Partnership and cooperation among nations is not a choice.
Today, Europe can propose the principles and rules that will shape a new global order.
Good evening, everybody. President Obama and British Prime Minister Gordon today calling for a new world order to tackle our global economic crisis.
Look, there is the possibility in the next few months of a global New Deal that will involve all the countries of the world in sorting out and cleaning up the banking system.
What it really is putting the American economy under international regulation. Yeah. And those people who have been yelling, oh, the UN's going to take over global
Conspiracy theories.
They've been crazy, but now they're right.
We've got to give them a stake in creating the kind of world order that I think all of us would like to see.
So the ultimate goal that these people have in mind is the goal to create a one world government run by the banking industry.
These arrogant psychopaths sought to dominate nature and ultimately their fellow man. While these men are very powerful, we will see that they are not all powerful. Now we will start to show the cracks in their plans with too big to fail. Like a cancer that metastasizes in a healthy host, the productive organs will start to shut down. Soon the cancer will spread and eventually kill the host. There is no cure to the bankster cancer other than a total collapse of their system. They have not only infected our financial system, but our politics, relationships, values, and even our consciousness. Only a complete systemic collapse will end this scourge upon humanity.
We are an empire now, and when we act, we create our own reality. And while you'll study that reality, judiciously as you will, we'll act again, creating other new realities, which you can study too. And that's how these things will sort out. We're history's actors, and you, all of you, will be just left to study what we do. Karl Rove.
Throughout the 20th century, the Anglo-American criminal elite sought to destroy their rivals and spread debt to everyone else. With the power of secrecy, these scheming men would use the age-old formula of creating problems, waiting for the inevitable public reaction, and then pushing forward their predetermined solution. Once the Federal Reserve was established, these cunning men set about to foment war with a growing economic and military rival in Germany, with a race towards oil in the Middle East. The, quote, war to end all wars, unquote, claimed 16 million lives and 20 million wounded. This was just a warm-up for what the bankers wanted next. The first truly international central bank ever created was called the Bank of International Settlements. It was originally created to facilitate reparations imposed on Germany by the Treaty of Versailles after World War I. This was just a perfect excuse to start an international banking system that was above the law of any one nation. With the expanded power of the international banking system in place, the Anglo-American banksters then sought to create chaos out of order.
You see, the real value of a conflict, the true value, is in the debt that it creates. You control the debt, you control everything.
Literally every single major revolution, war, and economic crash has the fingerprints of these men as they sought to spread debt and death throughout the world. In the epic Sons of Liberty Academy, we document how they were behind the communist revolution in Russia, the rise of Hitler, stole America's gold, caused the Great Depression, brought fascism to Italy, created the military-industrial complex, funded both sides of the Cold War, bled America and Vietnam, funded socialism and the breakup of the family in America with the Great Society, caused the oil shocks in the 1970s, funded the international drug trade, all of that on top of the countless false flags, coups, and assassinations. From the establishment of the Federal Reserve in 1913, global debt was only a few $billion. Now, we are measuring it in hundreds of trillions to quadrillions. All the while, the cunning men are taking their cut and laughing all the way to the bank. And this does not factor in the hundreds of millions of lives that were unnecessarily lost due to war, disease, or depression that these cunning men have wrought on humanity. While the progress of the international criminal bankers looks like an invincible juggernaut, this trail of debt and death is more out of desperation than divine strength. When you have to force something on the world with the threat of death, it is unnatural and therefore not real. And they fear this. Beyond all of the fortunes, conspiracies, and genocides, the criminal elite are trying to hide their fatal flaw of their scheme, debt-based money. Their entire scheme of governments, media, militaries, corporations, think tanks, oil wars, drug running, and just about every other evil scheme in the world is utterly reliant upon the original sin of fractional reserve banking. Throughout most of humanity, men have used gold and silver as money. They were durable, divisible, portable, and intrinsic value served humanity well and limited these scheming psychopathic men from engaging in unprofitable efforts of collectivism like war and welfare. With the establishment of a fractional reserve banking system at the Federal Reserve, the very nature of money was transformed from intrinsic value to debt. Power was shifted from those that provided value to humanity to those that enslaved humanity with debt and death. No longer did harvesting the world's resources or adding value to them create wealth. Now, those that created the most debt created the most wealth. And these men knew that nothing creates more debt than war. Under this fractional reserve system, when debt is created, money is created. When debt is paid off, money is destroyed. When you truly grasp the enormity of that little idea, your world will never be the same again. When you take on any debt, you are literally creating money out of thin air, and you are the collateral. They use your debt obligation to back the money they create. This is why the debt will never be paid off. For if it did, there would literally be no money left in the world. If you really think about this, it is even worse than that. If your debts create all of the money in the world, where then does the money come from to pay the debt back with interest? Your debt only creates the principal amount that then enters the economy, not the interest. The only way for the interest on the loan to be paid is that every year more debt has to be created in the excess of debt and interest accrued the year before. This is why the global debt creation is growing exponentially. It has to, or we would see a massive collapse. For if all the debt was paid off, there would not only be no money in existence, but the bankers would still say we owe the interest on all of the money, even though there's no money left.
The whole government is a Ponzi scheme.
It is insane that we have based all of human life off this sick system. What's even worse is the way that humanity is so completely ignorant of the way the world has gone so horribly wrong. This simple little fact of economics explains why we have a constant state of war, huge and growing wealth disparity, destruction of local communities, millions on antidepressants, systemic unemployment, the breakup of the family, riots, and even suicides like Robin Williams. Debt money is the rot behind all of it. Most men live lives of quiet desperation and go to their grave with their song still in them. Henry David Thoreau. Humanity is suffering under a monetary system that is rigged to keep us in a constant, unnatural, quiet panic. This is done to keep us so worried about the day-to-day struggle of our lives so that we never have the time to contemplate, much less change our way of life. The wealthy know this very well, and even recently, a billionaire hedge fund manager, Tom Steyer, was quoted as saying that Americans were not as sophisticated as the ultra-wealthy because, quote, everybody else, which is the 99.5% of the people whose lives are very busy and complicated and pressing, and they don't have a lot of time to think about the things that don't immediately impact themselves and their family, unquote. Well, Tom, if we did not have a rigged game that you and your crony capitalist buddies were not constantly stealing from us with bailouts, wars, and insider trading, humanity would blossom. But we do have these cancerous parasites that produce nothing of any tangible value, and then have the nerve to talk down to the good people who are doing the best with what they have. If Tom Steyer was half the man he claims he is, he would tell the truth about the system that made him so wealthy and promote individual solutions to shield those individuals from the banking system's inevitable collapse. Most people that suffer under this system are in denial and think that this is just the way it is. Many in the anger phase protest against the cops or puppet bankers and politicians. Or worse, in the bargaining phase, they support collectivist messiahs that vow to fix the collectivist problems. Hope and fear of this system are a purposeful waste of time, which then leads people to the depression phase of the awakening.
God Almighty.
The final phase of acceptance realizes that while the world is messed up, the solution is only in our hands and nowhere else. Without control of the money supply, every other sinister scheme simply would not exist. Their ability to create debt and therefore money out of thin air has empowered the worst in humanity. The solution is for individuals to stack real tangible wealth outside of this rigged casino. The fatal flaw of the need to constantly expand debt was the driving force of the American empire as it dominated the world after the end of the Cold War. This went unchallenged as America's largest generation, the baby boomers, entered into their peak earning years, and they were the first generation to embrace debt. They rocked through the rest of the 90s consuming, going into debt, and throwing money at Wall Street. Then, the party crashed with the collapse of the tech bubble in the year 2000 and the Enron scandal. Suddenly, there was a leak in the American empire's dam and something had to be done.
Somebody help me.
In the Sons of Liberty Academy, we covered the Neocon Project for a New American Century, the Taliban ending the Anglo-American opium trade, Saddam selling oil for euros, the plan to dominate the grand chessboard of the world's energy resources, the building of the Homeland Police State, the $2.4 trillion missing from the Pentagon, and the false flag known as 9/11. There you will see that nothing that happens in this world happens accidentally.
I got a call one day from an attorney woman I knew, and she said, "Would you like to meet one of the Rockefellers?" I said, "Sure, I'd love to." And we became friends, and he began to divulge a lot of things to me. So he said to me one night, he said that there's going to be an event there, and out of that event, you're going to see we're going to go into Afghanistan, so we can run pipelines from the Caspian Sea. We're going to go into Iraq to take the oil and establish a base in the Middle East, and we're going to go into Venezuela and try and get rid of Chavez. And the first two they've accomplished. Chavez they didn't accomplish. And he said you're going to see guys going into caves looking for looking for people that they're never going to find. You know, he was laughing about the fact that you have this war on terror. There's no real enemy. He's talking about how by having this war on terror, you can never win it because it's an eternal war. And so you can always keep taking people's liberties away.
The American empire rolled over the rest of the world with lies about weapons of mass destruction and boogeymen in caves. The very profitable war machine was spun up, and once again the worst in humanity partied on. Behind the scenes, the bankers knew that if the debt did not grow fast enough, they needed to drive down rates to prevent the system from becoming insolvent. This market manipulation took money created out of nowhere to buy bonds to drive down rates. We were now a market totally devoid of reality, just a market of constant intervention and rigging. This fueled a housing boom and a massive misallocation in capital to rampant consumerism. We did not build anything of value to improve the lives of humanity, no productive factories to provide jobs, no new technologies that saved resources and capital. No, we blew it on McMansions, Hummers, and iPhones. No other generation in the history of the world was able to consume so much and provide so little in return. All of this was once again fueled by the minions on Wall Street that not only drove down rates but made sure that anyone that was breathing could take on more debt and buy a house and all of the things to fill the American dream. We personally saw people who could not qualify for a used car a few years prior, now all of a sudden buying $500,000 houses and Mercedes. This could not happen if not for the minions on Wall Street selling all of this garbage debt all over the world. They would package up these garbage loans and create tranches that would polish the poo into securitized gold. Just like the world just laid down for the fake war on terror, It once again trusted America. Countries, institutions, and investors all over the world ended up as unwitting owners of this garbage debt of unemployed McMansion consumers. In the financial collapse of 2008, the world woke up. They woke up to see that they were married to a cancerous psychopath and needed a plan to get divorced. They connected the dots between America's dollar dominance and the global wars that they used to secure the world's resources and trading lanes. While Goldman Sachs targeted the rising economies of Brazil, Russia, India, and China as the next targets of Wall Street dominance, we were the first to recognize these nations as the anti-hegemon. We clearly saw that these nations had all suffered under the Anglo-American Empire, and despite having no cultural or ideological unity, they did stand in opposition to the Anglo-American Empire. 5 years later, it is now very clear that the anti-hegemon will stand in political, financial, and military opposition to the Anglo-American Empire and the lies, debts, and death they have spread over the last century. Americans too woke up and saw that when times were good, Wall Street rolled in the profits, and when times were bad, they threatened to take down everyone.
And a few members were even told that there would be martial law in America if we voted no.
In the wake of the 2008 financial crisis for the average American, the world became very real. Nearly 3 decades of the American consumer dream suddenly changed. People lost money, foreclosed homes, lost their jobs, and became worse, disillusioned. As bad as the 2008 collapse was, the full-on terrible reality did not hit just then. People still had jobs, houses, and savings to lose. People had faith in the hope and the change of politicians and the omnipotence of the central bankers. As we will see in the final part of the Rise and the Fall of the Bankster series, the terminal phase is going to be brutal for everyone. There is no safety net, there is no more faith in the system, and the world will not be so gullible as it was in 2008.
Thank you again.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was the last question. Thank you very much for coming.
We believe that physical silver outside of this inevitable systemic collapse will save the individual from the collective hell that is coming. The Silver Shield series seeks to create historically significant designs that will create generational wealth to help establish abundant solutions in the next monetary paradigm.
On Thursday at about 11 o'clock in the morning, the Federal Reserve noticed a tremendous drawdown of money market accounts in the United States to the tune of $550 billion was being drawn out in a matter of an hour or two. The Treasury opened up its window to help. They pumped $105 billion in the system and quickly realized that they could not stem the tide. We were having an electronic run on the banks. They decided to close the operation, close down the money accounts, and announce a guarantee of $250,000 per account so there wouldn't be further panic out there. And that's what actually happened. If they had not done that, their estimation was that by 2 o'clock that afternoon, $5.5 trillion would have been drawn out of the money market system of the United States, would have collapsed the entire economy of the United States, and within 24 hours, the world economy would have collapsed. Now, we talked at that time about what would happen if that happened. It would have been the end of our economic system and our political system as we know it.
Many of us were told in private conversations that if we voted against this bill on Monday, that the sky would fall, the market would drop 2,000 or 3,000 points the first day, another couple thousand the second day, and a few members were even told that there would be martial law in America if we voted no.
When it failed, Lehman had $639 billion in assets. Today, J.P. Morgan has nearly $2.5 trillion in assets. That's 4 times as big as Lehman was when it failed. And I guess the question I'm asking is, have they ever gotten to a plan that you can say with a straight face is credible?
Well, I've understood this to be a process. These are extremely complex. documents for these firms to produce. Our second round of submissions, we're looking at plans that run into tens of thousands of pages. And I think what was intended is that this determination you're talking about whether or not they're credible, question is, do they facilitate an orderly resolution? And I think we need to give these firms feedback.
So I'll stop there because we're running out of time. But you said that these plans run to the tens of thousands of pages. All I can say is that what's been released to the public is 35 pages long.
On a long enough timeline, the survival rate drops to 0. This is true for individuals, corporations, governments, empires, and even the almighty dollar. Nothing man-made is all-powerful, and up until its collapse, any Goliath looks unstoppable. When the end does come, they will say, "No one saw this coming." Consider yourself warned. The end of the line is coming. The dollar is the world's reserve currency that funds the military-industrial complex, that secures the world's natural resources and trading lanes, that our corporations harvest into tremendous profits, that flow through the banking centers in London and New York, that control our politics, police, and media, that then controls you. As much as you might even want to hold on to this American dream, you will wake to a very harsh post-dollar reality soon enough. There are simply too many systemic factors that will lead to the end of the dollar. Aging demographics of the baby boomers, exponentially rising debts, especially among our young, offshoring of manufacturing, misallocation of capital into consumerism, massive wealth inequality, illegal immigrants feeding off the Ponzi scheme, resource degradation like the drought in California and peak oil, blowback from decades of assassinations, coups, and wars, and the fact that 2/3 of the world today does not benefit from the current economic order and are actively working to rid themselves of the dollar heroin. All of these and much, much more assure us that the end of the line is coming soon for the dollar. Things that cannot go on forever simply won't. Do not expect the dollar to die quietly. Far too many would rather slaughter faceless people than give up their benefits, iPhones, and Whoppers. Far too much power and wealth are at stake for it to simply wither away and die.
The United States is in a perpetual state of war because the bankers control the politicians and they read the script as given to them by the banksters and they make huge amounts of money off of this.
War is coming, and as we have seen in the first 3 parts of The Rise and the Fall of the Bankster, nothing that happens in this world happens accidentally. We fully expect the debt and death-mongering Anglo-American Empire to conduct false flag operations to bring about the right crisis.
Never waste a good crisis.
Their effort to create chaos out of order is to once again cover up the fact that we are bankrupt and run by a bunch of psychopaths.
We have heard that 500,000 children have died. I mean, that's more children than died in Hiroshima. And you know, is the price worth it?
I think this is a very hard choice, but we think the price is worth it.
After successfully pulling off the false flag known as 9/11, it was widely known in the intelligence community that they were soon going to roll over all of the Middle East.
And by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, are we still going to war with Iraq? And he said, oh, it's worse than that. This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran.
Vice President Dick Cheney even plotted to have a false flag against Iran just before they left office in 2008. In the same style of the flags of the USS Maine, USS Liberty, and the Gulf of Tonkin incident, Cheney plotted to have U.S. servicemen killed and blame it on some enemy, namely Iran.
One of the items was, why not, there was a dozen ideas, Prophet, how to trigger a war. The one that interested me the most was, why don't we in our shipyard build 4 or 5 Iranian boats that look like Iranian PT boats, put Navy SEALs on them with a lot of arms, and the next time one of our boats goes to the Straits of Hormuz, start a shoot-up. Might cost some lives. And it was ejected because you can't have Americans killing Americans. But that's the level of stuff we were talking about, provocation.
I frankly think that crisis initiation is really tough.
And it's very hard for me to see how the United States president can get us to war with Iran. Which leads me to conclude that if, in fact, compromise is not coming, that the traditional way of America gets to war is what would be best for U.S. interests. Some people might think that Mr. Roosevelt wanted to get us into World War II, as David mentioned. You may recall we had to wait for Pearl Harbor. Some people might think Mr. Wilson wanted to get us into World War I. You may recall he had to wait for the Lusitania episode. Some people might think that Mr. Johnson wanted to send troops to Vietnam. You may recall he had to wait for the Gulf of Tonkin episode. We didn't go to war with Spain until the until the Maine exploded. And may I point out that Mr. Lincoln did not feel he could call out the Federal Army until Fort Sumter was attacked, which is why he ordered the commander at Fort Sumter to do exactly that thing which the South Carolinians had said would cause an attack. So if, in fact, the Iranians aren't going to compromise, it would be best if somebody else started the war. One can combine other means of pressure with sanctions. I mentioned that explosion on August 17th. We could step up the pressure. I mean, look, people, Iranian submarines periodically go down. Someday one of them might not come up. Who would know why?
Israel and the United States failed to provoke Iran, so they moved on to Libya to loot their gold and oil.
We came, we saw, he died. Did it have anything to do with your visit? Oh, I'm sure it did.
If they could not get Iran, the Anglo-American Empire would incite the moderate leader of Syria, the former ophthalmologist Bashar Assad, hoping to drag in Iran. It is widely accepted that the Anglo-American Empire was behind the rebels in Syria that have caused close to 250,000 Syrian deaths.
We have been arming people directly who are Al-Qaeda. Al-Nusra Front is Al-Qaeda. These people are psychopaths to the worst order. They are conducting suicide attacks. They are gassing people. We know Carla Del Ponte said in May that it was the so-called rebels in Syria that were using sarin gas, not the Bashar al-Assad regime. No, it was not.
They even blamed a chemical weapon attack that killed 1,000 Syrians on the Assad government, despite the UN evidence that it was the United States-backed rebels that were most likely the villains.
What appeared on, to our investigation that was used by the opponents, by the rebels. And we have no indication at all that the government, Syria, the authority of the Syria government have used chemical weapons.
After Putin successfully ended the Syrian crisis last year, the Anglo-American Empire sought to create crisis in Russia's backyard, the Ukraine. The Ukraine was the backyard of Russia, considered vital to Russia's interests in her security. She was a nation not to be touched by NATO. The United States fomented a fake revolution and put in their puppet Yatsenuk, as evidenced by the State Department's own Victoria Nuland being caught 3 weeks before the Ukrainian Revolution, plotting to
fuck the EU.
Once again, the world said no to the Anglo-American Empire as the Crimea successfully pulled away from the U.S. puppets. Even the so-called evidence that the U.S. drummed up to condemn Russia with in the airplane crash of MH17 was weaker than the quote-unquote evidence they had in the Syrian chemical false flag. But it did distract from Israel slaughtering thousands of Palestinians.
Think about when you put your children to bed at night. This is something I think about on a daily basis. You put your children to bed at night and you expect to see them in the morning. That's a luxury that people in Gaza just do not have. So what would it be like for you, living under those circumstances?
Then the United States even said that Russia had invaded the Ukraine, which also was proven false. The United States is desperately using false flag tactics in an age of internet whistleblowers and an increasingly aware humanity.
The historically unprecedented challenge, which is being posed in our time by a massive global political awakening, and thus is obstructing our ability to deal effectively with the global political turmoil that this awakening is generating.
Remember those Syrian freedom fighters that were fighting the Syrian government? Well, guess what? They are now ISIS, the incredible, new and improved Al-Qaeda. They have new cars. They speak perfect English.
An American citizen of your country.
They behead journalists. They have their own air force. and weapons of mass destruction. The perfect fake enemy for the largest fake empire to fight. There is no doubt in our minds that the CIA is behind this, just like the Afghan freedom fighter Zbigniew Brzezinski radicalized against the Russians and then used to blame for the fake war on terror.
And what we've suspected long time, that these ISIS beheadings were fake. I mean, there's so many examples of just discrepancies of like green screen acting and stuff like that. And it turns out this is apparently Cyber Berkut, which is kind of like a Russian anonymous hacker group. Supposedly got this from one of John McCain's staffers.
ISIS, which is a government funded terrorist group, John McCain's buddies, ISIS, over there.
And on top of that, I am concerned about this report about Syrian rebels and the ceasefire with ISIS. Senator
Paul, that's not true.
Well,
it's not true.
It's not true.
Whether I don't care about the report. I know these people intimately. We talk to them all the time.
Cyber Berkut released the video, and it's just exactly what we thought: a cheap production of bad actors, poor quality of everything. And it's just them goofing around, and it's in front of a green screen. It looks like Jihadi John, and it shows how these guys, they weren't sweating, crying in the desert. When they go to cut their head, you don't see blood squirming all over the place. You don't even see the guy resisting. I mean, just even a basic human reaction to a knife being held to your throat, these guys would have done more than that. So. You watch the video. I don't know the truth of it at all. I mean, it could be a Russian counter co-op or whatever. But the point is, once you see the magician's tricks, you're no longer fooled again.
Some people call me a terrorist. I consider myself a teacher. American. Ready for another lesson.
Customary territory. Yes. Yes. His think tank thinks it up. The pathology of a serial killer. The manipulation of Western iconography. Ready for another lesson. Blah, blah, blah. Cultural mind performance. Building evening's life. Good performance. Where people die. Decoration, costumes, green screen.
This behind-the-scenes video that Cyber Berkut put out looks like it's the James Foley beheading, which I think was the first ISIS beheading that they did, and ties in with another crisis actor, Katie Foley.
All of us, Katie and Michael, to imagine the pain you've been going through. So how has your family been coping with this?
Who apparently was also Alex Israel, Adam Lanza, the supposed shooter of Sandy Hook that they used to get everybody all hyped up on gun control. So this is another exposed, confirmed illusion to get people to emotionally react, give up their rights for protection to sick psychopaths that are manipulating people, to get us to willingly give our power back to the top, to fight these illusionary wars, to support this illusionary banking system. It's all built off of lies, people. People, please pay attention and get off this stuff. Work only on the things that you can control and forget about all these fake emotionalistic stories.
A Skype alert, and so I opened my computer and it was Jim. I was never in any of his. He was just talking to me, and I told him Happy Thanksgiving. I was never in any of his classes or anything like that, but so
the historically unprecedented challenge, which is being posed in our time by a massive global political awakening, and thus is obstructing our ability to deal effectively with the global political turmoil that this awakening is generating.
I mean, they're all connected, and it all serves the purpose of creating fear and legitimizing more debt and death, and that's what this whole paradigm is built off of. So, do I believe that the social media director of ISIS is some kid from Afghanistan? No, it's probably some guy in Washington or somewhere around there, and that they're doing this to create more fear and to fund more war and get people prepared for war. You know, that's ultimately what this comes down to. The ISIS, it's maybe 5,000 men. You can't tell me that they caused this much trouble, but this is just a fake wag the dog war.
We, the West, the United States in particular, Israel and Britain, are the biggest terrorists on the planet. So our little junior partners in Al-Qaeda, which is nothing more than a CIA database, thus the name Al-Qaeda, this is nothing more than a group of terrorists working together, each playing one different role, but all of them working together for the same goal, which is to maintain this hideous and sick and twisted, unjust world that we have, which is a perpetual state of war. Always one illusion, one boogeyman after another.
These English-speaking, U.S.-trained boogeymen are using green screen theatrics with crisis actors trying to goad more highly profitable war. As you can clearly see, these psychopathic criminal elite are trying everything to start more war. They are desperate because they know that their dollar empire is crumbling, and that unless more debts are created or more resources stolen, the party stops and they will have to face their fate. 6 years after the too big to fails failed, these Anglo-American psychopaths must have a war to cover up the inevitable collapse of this cancerous economy. They must blame some external enemy for the internal rot they have caused. They must keep their system in place and you in fear. They must spread more debt and death. Reporters beheaded. 11 airliners have gone missing in Libya. Russians hijack JP Morgan. Whatever shock comes, believe nothing they throw in your face. It is all psychological operations to get you to willingly sacrifice your blood and your money for their power and profit. Never forget that. So what now? Expect more terror. Expect more shocks to the system and more innocent people to be blamed. Expect more rush to judgment parroted by the corporate media. Expect America to fall for the flimsiest of evidence. Expect to be called a coward for not wanting more war. Expect the world to say no more war. Expect the end of the dollar. Expect bank failures. Expect stock market crashes. Expect massive unemployment. Expect suicides, murders, and riots. Expect a very harsh reality. Expect the end of the line. The end of the line for the dollar is coming. This will be the single largest event in human history, for no other currency has been so pervasive in the lives of so many. The ramifications of this collapse will be so large and terrible because of how dependent and warped the societies that were built upon it have become. Every human interaction across the globe will be affected. There will be wars to fill the void of the United States military retreating all over the globe. There will be devastation in the stock and bond markets as the extraordinary privilege of the world's reserve currency ends. There will be panic as the just-in-time supply of 3 days' worth of fuel and 7 days' worth of food disappears. There will be psychological breaks from reality as the 28-day supply of antidepressants dry up for the 1 in 10 Americans currently on them. There will be anger as the world wakes up to their life savings being stolen and no longer having a job. There will be fear as people realize that they don't have any real skills, real friends, or real assets. When the Great Depression happened in the 1930s, out-of-work husbands drank themselves into a stupor or simply left their families. Mothers were left to fend for their kids. There were no jobs, so many people resorted to the agrarian culture and planted food and canned. Do you really think that 80 years later that's even possible? Quite frankly, the Great Depression will be the best case scenario for when the dollar collapses. While the Anglo-American criminal elite will do everything in their power to create chaos to distract from the damage that they have created, they will not get away with it this time. Since the age of the Roman Emperor Diocletian, the psychopathic element is hidden behind power to spread debt and death for more power and profit. For centuries, they have lurked in the shadows, pillaging and causing genocide. Even as recently as 9/11, they have been able to laugh at the ignorant masses that they have herded into debt and death. Well, this is the end of the line for this psychopathic element. The collapse of the dollar and their desperation to hold empire together will show to the world their evil plots. This will be the first crisis and the largest one that will be laid bare for the entire world to see. Russia, China, Iran, and many other nations are well aware of how this debt and death paradigm works and are actively working to build a world without the dollar. Putin successfully outplayed Obama in Syria and took the Crimea without firing a single shot. China will soon have the world's largest economy and holds trillions of US dollars, but their massive accumulation of gold and their shot at the next world reserve currency will be formidable. Iran has suffered for over 50 years under the US aggression since the coup of Mohammad Mossadegh, including the US backing Saddam Hussein in the Iran-Iraq war that cost Iran over 1 million young men. Germany has fallen for 2 world wars started by the Anglo-Americans and has recently been denied their sovereign gold from the Federal Reserve. Germany's financial regulator BaFin forced Deutsche Bank out of the 117-year-old silver fix, stating that, quote, "The precious metals manipulation is worse than the LIBOR rigging scandal," unquote, which is estimated at $800 trillion. While no nation will come out of this unscathed, these nations that have walked away from the dollar will be the first to come back and come out of this crisis much stronger than their current relative position today. So too will those individuals who also walk away first. They will not be immune to the collapse, but will recover the quickest and end up with generational wealth. While we do not expect a mass awakening in the United States, we do believe that the anger phase will lay waste to the current social and political order. American consumerism will be dead forever as this new consciousness realizes the consequences of waste. The puppet politicians and CEOs will be sacrificed to the angry hordes of disillusioned Americans. The real power will slink into the shadows with their gold bars and wait to put forward a new group of collectivist messiahs. Though many will have a plausible deniability of their crimes against humanity, the days of divine retribution are coming. Vengeance is mine, says the Lord. The schemes and plots that have been hidden from humanity will be revealed for all to see. The apocalypse literally means an uncovering, a disclosure of knowledge of something that has been kept secret from humanity. We can think of nothing more important that has been hidden than the psychopathic element that has convulsed humanity into debt and death. The anger phase will bring about this great purge, and there will be no place to hide once it starts. All sins will be revealed, and Judgment Day is coming. We believe that the end of the line will be tough, and also that it is vitally necessary if humanity is going to sober up from this sickness, just like a drunk that must hit rock bottom in order to face reality and then take personal responsibility. So too must our society. For far too long, our society has enabled the worst in humanity and have been living in a something-for-nothing dream. With the collapse, there will be no other choice but to get back to what is natural, real, and what works. After the fires have burned out, a new consciousness will grow out of the ashes of the old. Everything that is popular in this paradigm will be dropped like a bad habit in the next. Generations to come will look at the insanity of this paradigm with curiosity, and those that were prophetic enough to walk away from that insanity will be rewarded. A new consciousness will break away from the collective psychopathy of the old paradigm and form a new, abundant individualism consciousness. We will protect all individuals from collective tyrannies. We will cherish the gifts and talents of the young and not saddle them with debt. We will appeal to the highest and best self in humanity. We will love out differences and share in our commonalities. We will seek abundant, resonating people. We will seek to create sustainable solutions. The end of the line is coming. Are you ready?
There is the story of a New England farmer with a small pond in his pasture. Each summer, a group of wild ducks would frequent that pond. Try as he would, the farmer could never catch one. No matter how early in the morning he approached, no matter how carefully he constructed a blind, or what kind of duck call he tried, somehow those crafty birds sensed the danger and managed to be out of range. Of course, when fall arrived, the ducks headed south, and the farmer's craving for a duck dinner only intensified. Then he got an idea. In the spring, he started scattering corn along the edge of the pond. The ducks liked corn, and since it was always there, they soon gave up on dipping and foraging for food on their own. After a while, they became used to the farmer and began to trust him. They can see he was their benefactor, and now they walked close enough to him with no sense of fear. Life was so easy they forgot how to fly. But soon it was unimportant, because now they were so fat they couldn't have gotten off the water even if they tried. Fall came and the ducks stayed. Winter came and the pond froze. The farmer built a shelter to keep them warm. The ducks were happy because they didn't have to fly. The farmer was especially happy because each week, all winter long, he had a delicious duck dinner. That is the story of America's Great Depression and our future. Wild horses used to roam the countryside free and independent. The same process man used to domesticate the horse is the same process the elite have done to enslave humanity.
When you go over there to them Arab countries, they are cutting off the heads of the soldiers of our Americans.
Please remain standing for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see? And the rockets, red flag. Uh-oh. I'll make up for it now. Can you see by the dawn's early light, what's the twilight? Oh, sorry. Oh, see, can you see by the dawn's early light? Whatsoever we strain, and the dawn light still be.
Whose bright stars and bright stars
Through the perilous fight,
and the heavenly light.
Or the rapid rewards.
We're so elegantly fleeing.
And the rockets red glare. Bombs bursting in air.
yes, through the night, that our flag was still there.
First day does that star-spangled
And the home of
America! What other country could have invaded Iraq hardly knowing the difference between a Sunni and a Shiite and still managed to successfully set off a brutal sectarian civil war and ethnic cleansing campaign between the two sects that would subsequently go regional, whose casualty counts have tipped into the hundreds of thousands and which is now bouncing back on Iraq? What other great power would have launched its invasion with plans to garrison that country for decades and with the larger goal of subduing neighboring Iran?
And by that time, we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, are we still going to war with Iraq? And he said, oh, it's worse than that. This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran.
Because everybody wants to go to Baghdad, but real men want to go to Tehran.
That old Beach Boys song, Bomb Iran. Bomb, 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 bomb.
Only to slink away 8 years later, leaving behind a Shiite government in Baghdad that actually supports Iran. And in what other country could leaders viewing these events and knowing our part in them have been so imbued with goodness as to further draw red lines and to contemplate sending in the missiles and bombers again, this time on Syria and possibly even Iran?
I'll tell you one thing, unlike America, Israel seems to be able to fight wars very quickly. What is your secret? Because we don't seem to have the hang of that.
The secret is that we have America. And America, you see, the point is that Israel...
Shut up!
What other country could magnanimously spend $4 to $6 trillion on two, quote, good wars, unquote, in Afghanistan and Iraq against lightly armored minority insurgencies without winning or accomplishing a single thing? And that's not even counting the funds sunk into the global war on terror and sideshows in places like Pakistan, Somalia, and Yemen, or the staggering sums that, since 9/11, have been poured directly into the national security state.
How dare you?
How many countries possessing the finest fighting force in the history of the world have engaged in endless armed conflicts and interventions from the 1960s on and, except in unresisting Panama and tiny Grenada, never managed to definitively win anything?
How dare you?
And talking about exceptional records, what other military could have brought an estimated 3.1 million pieces of equipment ranging from tanks and Humvees to porta potties, coffee makers, and computers into Iraq and then transported most of them out again while destroying the rest or turning them over to the Iraqis? Where the U.S. military is now drawing down its forces and has already destroyed, quote, more than 170 million pounds worth of vehicles and other military equipment, unquote, what other force would have decided ahead of time to shred, dismantle, or simply discard $7 billion worth of equipment, about 20% of what it had brought into the country? The general in charge proudly calls this, quote, the largest retrograde mission in history, unquote. To put that in context, what other military would be capable of carrying a total consumer society right down to PXs, massage parlors, boardwalks, internet cafes, and food courts to war? Let's give credit where credit is due. We're not talking about retrograde here, folks. We're talking about an exceptional retrograde. What other military could, in a bare few years in Iraq, have built a staggering 505 bases ranging from combat outposts to one the size of small American towns with their own electricity generators, water purifiers, fire departments, fast food restaurants, and even miniature golf courses at a cost of unknown billions of dollars?
There are known knowns. There are things we know we know. We also know there are known unknowns.
The department cannot account for $2.3 trillion in transactions in 1 year alone.
It is, so that is to say, we know there are some things we do not know. But there are also unknown unknowns. The ones we don't know, we don't know.
How dare you?
Those weapons of mass destruction got to be somewhere. Nope, no weapons over there. Maybe under here.
There are known knowns.
Here comes the war criminal, Donald Rumsfeld! War criminal!
And then, only a few years later, abandon all of them, dismantling some, turning others over to the Iraqi military, or in ghost towns, and leaving yet others to be looted and stripped. And what other military in the same time period, thousands of miles away in Afghanistan, could have built more than 450 bases, sometimes even hauling in the building materials, and now be dismantling them in the same fashion? If those aren't exceptional, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what is.
I'll probably say it 3 more times. See, in my line of work, you got to keep repeating things over and over and over again for the truth to sink in, to kind of catapult the propaganda.
In a world where it's hard to get anyone to agree on anything, the covert campaign of drone strikes that George W. Bush launched and Barack Obama escalated in Pakistan's tribal areas stand out. These hundreds of strikes not only caused significant numbers of civilian casualties, including women and children, while helping to destabilize a sometime ally, but it almost miraculously created public opinion unanimity. Opinion polls there indicate that a Ripley's Believe It or Not style, 97% of Pakistanis consider such strikes, quote, a bad thing, unquote.
USA! Want us to be safer, or do you want to feel good beating people up? Because those are the two choices.
I don't want to know what the American CIA is doing. I don't want to know. 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 I don't want to know.
And what other power could have secretly and illegally kidnapped at least 136 suspected terrorists, some in fact innocent of any such acts or associations, off the streets of global cities as well as from backlands of the planet? And what other nation could have mustered a coalition of the willing of 54 countries to lend a hand in its, quote, rendition, unquote, operations? We're talking about more than a quarter of the nations on planet Earth, people.
But wait! There's more!
And that isn't all. Oh no, that isn't all. Can you imagine another country capable of setting up a genuinely global network of black sites and borrowed prisons, with local torturers on hand, places to stash and abuse kidnappees and other prisoners in locations ranging from Poland to Thailand, Romania to Afghanistan, Egypt and Uzbekistan to U.S. Navy ships on the high seas, not to speak of that jewel in the crown of the offshore prisons, Guantanamo?
I will close Guantanamo.
Such illegality on such a global scale simply can't be matched. And don't even get me started on torture. It's fine for us to take pride in our exceptionalist tradition, but you don't want to pour it on, do you?
The answer is absolutely not.
How about the way the State Department, to the tune of $750 million, constructed in Baghdad the largest, most expensive embassy compound on the planet, a 104-acre Vatican-sized citadel with 27 blast-resistant buildings, an indoor pool, basketball courts, and a fire station, which was to operate as a command and control center for our ongoing garrisoning of the country and the region. Now, the garrisons are gone, and the embassy at Staff Cut is a global white elephant, but what an exceptional elephant. Think of it as a modern American pyramid, a tomb in which lie buried dreams of establishing a Pax Americana in the greater Middle East. USA! Match that sort of memorial thousands of miles from home.
I respect your idealism.
Or what about this? Between 2002 and 2011, the United States poured at least $51 billion into building up a vast Afghan military. Another $11 billion was dedicated to the task in 2012, with almost another $6 billion planned for 2013. Washington has also sent in a legion of trainers, tasked with turning that force into an American-style fighting outfit. At the time Washington began building it up, the Afghan army was reportedly a heavily illiterate, drug-taking, corrupt, and ineffective force that lost one-third to one-half of its personnel to casualties, non-reenlistment, and desertion in any given year. In 2012, the latest date for which we have figures, the Afghan security forces were still a heavily illiterate, drug-taking, corrupt, and inefficient outfit that was losing about one-third of its personnel annually, a figure that may even be on the rise. The United States and NATO allies are committed to spending $4.1 billion annually on the same project after the withdrawal of their combat forces in 2014. Tell me that isn't exceptional.
So we heard from you, you go away. USA! USA!
This is the HTV-2 hypersonic bomb that can travel at 20 times the speed of sound and strike anywhere in the world in under an hour with the impact of a nuclear bomb without the fallout. Each of these bombs costs $69 million and is designed like all other weapons to control others. After it is used, it leaves us poor, other people dead, and more power and profit to those that made it. There are only two kinds of people in this world, those that want to be left alone and those that won't leave you alone. Humanity has spent so much time on how to manipulate the world and relatively no time asking why. Would have humanity been vastly better off if we did not tax, steal, inflate our economic activities to pay for a $1 trillion military empire, to dominate the world's resources, to create unlimited debt and power for the elite that control our world? Or should we have just left the world alone, free to pursue whatever desires they wanted to do, and just took care of ourselves? Well, if you're indoctrinated into the belief that you have the right to inflict your view of the world onto others, then this is the weapon for you. You now have the ability to spread debt and death faster than anybody else in the world. You just better hope one day that somebody doesn't think that they have the same right to inflict their version of the world on you. We have a world today that has awesome technical knowledge to be able to develop a $69 million hypersonic autonomous kamikaze bombs that can strike anywhere in the world within minutes, and yet we have a society that cannot become conscious to the fact that they are slaves living depressing, malnourished, narcissistic little lives. Some would say that we need this indoctrination to make the world work, and that squatting on a mushroom thinking about man's relationship to the universe will never get us to the moon. Well, who cares if we can technically watch a 3D, 80-inch high-definition TV, instantly downloading the latest Kardashian show, dressed in a Prada spacesuit while driving a Mercedes moon buggy on the moon? On your deathbed, will you be thinking about all the technical things that you were able to do, or the idealistic relationships and passions you did not pursue? I can tell you what Steve Jobs wished for. He wished he could have gotten to know his kids better. I never let schooling get in the way of my education. Mark Twain. And besides the fact, most of the great inventions that improved our quality of life were created by men that had none of this indoctrination. They were free thinkers and tinkerers who loved learning in a non-formalized environment. They pursued their God-given talents and desires for the betterment of others. Jonas Salk cured polio by following his passions and talents, and then he gave away the vaccine to the world without patent. He became the change in the world he wanted to see. Hell, there are no rules here. We're trying to accomplish something. Thomas Edison. And what are we really technically teaching kids today? Are we producing the next Edison, Ford, or Tesla? Or are we producing kids that will someday be held at war crimes tribunals saying that they were just technically following orders? The other problem with this technical line of thinking is that it gives humans the arrogant view that they can manipulate nature and ultimately others into our own personal utopia, never seeing the fact that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Keynesian economics is of this technical line of thought, and that it has been drilled into our heads that we can manipulate the world by just pulling enough economic levers. All of the technical progress we have made in war, communication, finance, government, and consumer gadgets are worthless if those lives that are building, consuming, and dying for these goods are soulless creatures who do not think for themselves. And what is the result of all this technical thinkers manipulating our world? We have rigged the world to blow with massive financial fraud that will technically end the world as we know it. And for what? Do we technically live better than we did 50 years ago? And by what measure? Happiness, obesity, education, divorce? We need the ability to ask why we do things and not how to technically do things. Maybe then we can ask why we should even build a hypersonic bomb. Does it make the world better? Who does it benefit? How would these resources be better used? And do we even have the right to take from some to destroy others? Without a greater sense of life behind our technical actions, we will continue this painful existence on Earth. You cannot change the outside world to become free or happy. You must change yourself to become free and happy. False flag operations are covert operations designed to deceive the public in order to make an attack look like some outside force carried it out. This gives a nation the ability to start a war and make it look like they were the victims. This is very important if the public does not want war, and it also limits the ability for opposing interests to stop the new war. Any opposition, foreign or domestic, would immediately be put in the same category as those that they claim did the false flag.
You're either with us or you're with the enemy.
False flags do not happen very often, but when they do, they change the paradigm we operate in. We all see how the world has been changed forever after 9/11. Before 9/11, we would not have put up with such a loss of privacy and a loss of liberty, much less a decade of war looking for weapons of mass destruction or men in caves.
Those weapons of mass destruction got to be somewhere. Nope, no weapons over there. Maybe under here.
With the supposed death of Osama bin Laden and the supposed end of military actions in Iraq, I feel the decks are cleared for the next big event. Historically, false flags are military in nature, but I feel going forward they will morph into something much worse. Every system built on debt needs constant debt to be created, or the system implodes. If the criminal elite can expand the debt system through asset bubbles, then all is well. But what happens if they can't get more debt created? They need to either steal other assets to provide capital for the system, or they need a reason to create massive debts that the masses will sacrifice for. Wars do both. With war, the criminal elite can confiscate the natural resources of other nations and provide the context to create massive amount of new debt. Our paradigm is failing, and there is no fixing it. There is so much inequity built into the system at every level. The only answer is for a complete collapse. This collapse will leave a generational scar so large that humanity might never consider again fractional reserve banking or the war machine it enables. Until that collapse, the criminal elite will do what they have always done, create more debt and more wars. The criminal elite see their power paradigm collapsing on its own cancerous self. A silver default, debt ceiling doom, dollar collapse, peak oil, or whatever leads ultimately to the end of the Anglo-American petrodollar financial paradigm. The Anglo-American elite might need to pull off 3 false flags in order to fail forward. This might include the typical military false flag, an economic false flag, and an informational false flag. These dramatic measures will seem necessary to the criminal elite, and the horrific toll on humanity will be justified in their minds. This societal upheaval will be time for the criminal elite to settle all the threats to their power paradigm, much like the end of Godfather 1. The first of the 3 threats to their power is the death of the dollar. The dollar is the basis of all the criminal elite's power. Without it, or an equivalent of it, they have no means to create debt that enslaves nations, states, corporations, and citizens of the world. This debt money provides the criminal elite an unlimited checkbook to fund the world's most powerful military that controls the world's natural resources so that their corporations can harvest them. It also protects the shipping lanes that transports the rest of the world's trade. This debt money also buys political power for which the elite rig the game in their favor. And finally, the criminal elite used their money to own all the major media in order to distract the masses from the real problem in the world, the debt-based banking system, and the paradigm it finances. It is no secret that the dollar is going to die. It is a mathematical inevitability. Nothing can stop the ultimate collapse of the dollar. Our monetary system is based on debt, and in order for it to work, more debt needs to be created every year in excess of the debt and interest accrued the year before. If it does not happen, there will be a massive wave of defaults that would suck the system dry in a few weeks. The elite don't necessarily care if the dollar lives or dies. They just want to control the world's currency. They would ultimately like to have a global international currency that would be far away from pesky national politicians. So if the dollar is doomed, how can the criminal elite fail forward? They can create a financial crisis so incredible that desperate people would beg the elite to make the pain stop. They did this in 1907 to set the stage for the Federal Reserve. They did this in 2008 when they held up America for $700 billion. They will do it again and use the line of stability as the main reason why we should accept their new corrupt plan. I don't think that they could pull off something this large without a much larger distraction to silence the masses. The only thing big enough to scare the masses under the protective hug of the elite is another world war. This war can put an end to another threat of the current world order, the anti-hegemon. Non-Anglo-American nations like China, Russia, Iran, Venezuela, among others, have been gaining an incredible amount of power. I call these group of non-Anglo-American powers the anti-hegemon, as they have no uniting ideology, race, or religion, other than standing in opposition to the hegemonic power of the Anglo-American Empire. The anti-hegemon nations have so much to gain from a retreat of the Anglo-American Empire from the world stage. Countries like China, Russia, Iran, Venezuela, India, and many more, to a lesser extent like Japan, Korea, Germany, and France, have been on the losing end of the Anglo-American Empire for over a century. These nations have a history of Anglo-American losses like the Cold War, Opium Wars, Operation Ajax, the CIA attempted coup of Chavez, British colonization of India, apartheid, Hiroshima, the closing of the gold window by Nixon, and Waterloo. These are only some of the examples the Anglo-American elite have used in the past to ensure their supremacy. The Anglo-American elite have used every form of deceit to change or cheat the rules in pursuit of world domination. I believe the most likely event for a military false flag will be an American ship sunk in the Strait of Hormuz, supposedly by the Iranians. In order to understand this, it is imperative to understand the petrodollar. After Nixon took the dollar off the international gold standard, the Anglo-American elite devised a way to back the dollar with oil. Without going into too much detail, the plan was simply for their Arab partners to raise the price of oil dramatically and only sell their oil for dollars. They would then recycle all of those dollars back into the Anglo-American financial centers. So if you ever wondered why the Arab nations that called us the Great Satan gave us all their dollars, you now know why. The defense of this petrodollar standard has led us to invade Iraq when Saddam Hussein sold oil for euros, and Gaddafi in Libya when he proposed that he and other nations sell their oil for the new gold dinar. This is also why so many sanctions have been put onto Iran. The Iranians opened up their oil bourse in 2008 to sell their oil for anything but the dollar. An attack on an American warship would be exactly what Dick Cheney plotted to do in 2008 before he left office. Here is an insider's account of that meeting from the famed journalist Seymour Hersh.
That a few weeks later, a meeting took place in the vice president's office. Quote, the subject was how to create a casus belli between Tehran and Washington, he said. What you're writing there is that Cheney, there was a meeting in the White House where Cheney presided over, looking to cook up the next war, a false war based on false intelligence.
Among the items considered and rejected, which is why the New Yorker did not publish it, on grounds that it wasn't accepted. One of the items was, why not, there was a dozen ideas proffered, how to trigger a war. The one that interested me the most was, why don't we in our shipyard, build 4 or 5 boats that look like Iranian PT boats, put Navy SEALs on them with a lot of arms, and the next time one of our boats goes through the Straits of Hormuz, start a shoot-up. Might cost some lives, and it was rejected because you can't have Americans killing Americans. But that's the level of stuff we were talking about, provocation.
I don't even think that it necessarily be an American that pulls off this attack on the American ship. If you look at who's been pushing for a war with Iran the most, it is Israel, and the neocons that got us into the last war. They proudly talk about how they get us to fight their wars. Here's a clip of Israeli President Benjamin Netanyahu talking about their secret weapon.
But I'll tell you one thing, unlike America, Israel seems to be able to fight wars very quickly. What is your secret? Because we don't seem to have the hang of that.
The secret is that we have America. And America, you see, the point is that Israel...
If you think that was just a slip, please look into Project for a New American Century or the 1967 USS Liberty incident, where unmarked Israeli planes attacked and nearly sunk the most decorated ship in our fleet with the purpose of getting the United States to attack Egypt.
I frankly think that crisis initiation is really tough. And it's very hard for me to see how the United States president can get us to war with Iran. Which leads me to conclude that if, in fact, compromise is not coming, that the traditional way of America gets to war is what would be best for U.S. interests. Some people might think that Mr. Roosevelt wanted to get us into World War II, as David mentioned. You may recall we had to wait for Pearl Harbor. Some people might think Mr. Wilson wanted to get us into World War I. You may recall he had to wait for the Lusitania episode. Some people might think that Mr. Johnson wanted to send troops to Vietnam. You may recall he had to wait for the Gulf of Tonkin episode. We didn't go to war with Spain until the until the Maine exploded.
Girls delightful in Cuba, stop. Could send you prose poems about scenery, but don't feel right spending your money. Stop. There is no war in Cuba. Signed, Wheeler. Any answer?
Yes, dear Wheeler, you provide the prose poems. I'll provide the war.
That's fine, Mr. King. Yes, I rather like...
And may I point out that Mr. Lincoln did not feel he could call out the Federal Army until Fort Sumter was attacked, which is why he ordered the commander at Fort Sumter to do exactly that thing which the South Carolinians had said would cause an attack. So if, in fact, the Iranians aren't going to compromise, it would be best if somebody else started the war. One can combine other means of pressure with sanctions. I mentioned that explosion on August 17th. We could step up the pressure. I mean, look, people, Iranian submarines periodically go down. Someday one of them might not come up. Who would know why? We can do a variety of things if we wish to increase the pressure.
There was a dozen ideas proffered how to trigger a war. The one that interested me the most was, why don't we in our shipyard build 4 or 5 Iranian boats that look like Iranian PT boats, put Navy SEALs on them with a lot of arms, and the next time one of our boats goes through the Straits of Hormuz, start a shoot-up.
But I'm just suggesting that this is not a either-or proposition. Of, it's just sanctions has to succeed or other things. We are in the game of using covert means against the Iranians. We could get nastier at that.
A false flag attack, like an American ship sunk in the Strait of Hormuz, would also keep Iranian allies like Russia and China at bay, much like the 9/11 attacks kept them from using their power to stop the United States from invading Iraq. The world is a much different place than it was in 2000, and China and Russia have learned a lot, as they have been vocal opponents of many of the pressures the Anglo-American empire has applied to Iran. If China does rise in opposition, that would be something the Anglo-Americans could easily turn the American public onto them too. Our horrible economic conditions are directly responsible to those that own and control our paradigm, the criminal elite in Washington and Wall Street. That being said, the criminal elite will blame all of the problems on anything else in the world except for them. China could have purposely been made into a threat only to take them down in the future. Let me first state that I am no fan of China. Their elite have human rights violations against their own citizens that would make you sick to your stomach. But let's be honest, China would not be a threat if our criminal elite did not build them up in the first place. Our military-industrial complex needs an enemy to justify their war machine. The war on terror was a good ride, but after almost a decade, it's getting a little old. Our banking system needed another country to buy our paper Ponzi scheme, and China became the most obvious target after Japan gorged itself on our debt. Our elites made deals with the Chinese elites to move our manufacturing overseas to use their slave labor and pollute their environment. The Chinese communists got all the technology and manufacturing and dollars to build up China as a threat. Our elite did this to make tremendous profits and keep the dollar paradigm going. But in the end, I believe that our criminal elite may use China to be the next enemy in a paradigm-shifting war. Since China has now said no more American debt, the Federal Reserve has stepped up as the buyer of last resort. This has bought us some time, but there's a huge economic difference of recycling dollars already in circulation, like the Chinese dollars, than freshly printed ones like that from the Federal Reserve. The Anglo-American elite must solve Triffin's dilemma, where a world currency reaches its apex and must be allowed to default, but somehow not drag down the rest of the world with it. The elite have been trying to get regional and ultimately global currencies in place to solve this dilemma. Now, no nation is going to give up their power to create money, especially now that we're looking at the euro imploding. The only option, I feel, is to do it the old-fashioned way, through war. The only thing the United States is really good at now is exporting debt and bombs. There is way too much at stake for our elite to just silently walk away into the night without a fight. They are trying to keep things going by now fighting 4, 5, 6 wars in the oil-rich Middle East and North Africa region. But the writing is on the wall. The debt ceiling will continue to be raised, and money and debt will be created, and the war machine will continue to churn. This will not end because the elite will say, we can't do this anymore. If anything, history has shown that when the chips are down on the table, they will double down and go off to war. The destruction of the dollar will either be the cause of war, or war will be the destruction of the dollar. If there is an economic false flag, like a massive treasury sell-off, then it could be a cause of war with China. Or if there is a military false flag, it will cause the dollar's destruction and force introduction of a new monetary paradigm, possibly a global currency. The elite will use this upheaval to destroy any competitors. In the smoking aftermath of the war, they will impose a new paradigm based off of the same destructive seeds of the old paradigm. There is a third threat to the elite's power paradigm that can and should stop all of this. Freedom of information. There is no doubt the internet has gotten away from the criminal elite and that their lies have been exposed.
As the number one national hazard of attack on the homeland in West Virginia, in West Virginia, America, anywhere else. So, I mean, it really almost makes you ask the question, would it have been better if we'd never invented the internet and had to use paper and pencil or whatever? And that's a stupid thing to say, but it has genuine consequence, because it's on the internet that these acts of shutting down, you know, they have the television saying that, ads every day saying that the Department of Defense is attacked 3 million times a day, and it's true. Everybody is attacked. Anybody can do it. People say, well, it's China and Russia, but there could be, you know, some kid in Latvia doing the same thing.
Small sites all over the internet have shown over and over again that the emperor has no clothes. I can see an informational false flag to coincide with the economic and military false flag. They can falsely blame China or domestic groups like Anonymous for massive internet shutdowns. I believe that big corporations will still have a functioning internet, but small informational sites will be shut down for sake of quote-unquote national security. Perhaps it could even be something much worse, where they shut down all free speech and opposition for the sake of national security. I have long advocated that individuals walk away from any collectivist answer that's thrown out there. I warned people against the Tea Party, saying that they would be infiltrated, subverted, and destroyed, and they were. I warned people against Occupy Wall Street, saying that it was a titanic waste of time. They don't care if we march on them, so long as we pay our taxes. I've advocated individuals walking away from the system because we empower them. They do not control us. I feel that we're entering a new era where the criminal elite are now going after individual voices out there. When we stop emotionally worrying about things outside of our control, and start logically working on the things inside of our life, we'll find more improvement, more empowerment, and better people to support us. This is truly the opposite consciousness solution that we're looking for. I feel that there's a subversive, secretive move by the government or the criminal elite to silence voices of truth. If you look at the persecution of people like Julian Assange, Bradley Manning, Ed Snowden, all people that took tremendous risks in their own personal life for us to learn the truth. Then we saw the very mysterious deaths of Andrew Breitbart.
I've got videos. This election, we're going to vet him from his college days to show you why racial division and class warfare are central to what Hope and Change was sold in 2008.
I have always sensed the Obama birth certificate movement was a grand distraction and soon found out why. Now, there is no doubt in my mind that Frank Marshall Davis is the real father of Barack Hussein Obama. As if the timing and the nature of their relationship from the nude Christmas photos weren't enough. Barack Obama's physical similarities are striking to Frank Marshall Davis, and Barack looks nothing like his supposed Kenyan father. Obama has Ann Dunham's long chin, but his eyes, nose, mouth, age spots an exact height of Frank Marshall Davis. And Michael Hastings.
It's not fun to have your 2-ton SUV's brakes hacked just as you're parking in front of a ditch.
Both of which were about to expose something the criminal elite did not want out.
Celebrated computer hacker Barnaby Jack died on July 25th. What makes this so strange, along with the Michael Hastings death, is Jack, who is most commonly known as the hacker who could force bank ATMs to spit out cash, was a genius at finding bugs in the tiny computers embedded in equipment such as medical devices and the aforementioned banking machines. The San Francisco Medical Examiner's Office gave no details on his death, but Jack was due to present his findings on the security vulnerabilities of implanted medical devices at the Black Hat Conference in Vegas. It was claimed that Jack had discovered a way to induce a heart attack in anyone with implanted heart devices, pacemakers, like you see here, from up to 30 feet away.
Now I feel that they're moving into another zone, and I believe Cass Sunstein is the intellectual father behind this. Cass Sunstein has been a longtime confidant of Barack Obama. In 2008, while at Harvard Law School, Cass Sunstein co-wrote a paper that proposed that the United States government employ teams of covert agents and pseudo-independent advocates to cognitively infiltrate online groups and websites, as well as other activist groups, and any other group that Cass Sunstein deems false conspiracy theories about the government. Cass Sunstein advocates that the government's stealth infiltration should be accomplished by sending covert agents into chat rooms, online social networks, and even in real space groups. He proposed that the government take secret payments to so-called independent credible voices to bolster the government's messaging. This program would target those advocating quote-unquote false conspiracy theories, which they define to mean an attempt to explain an event or practice by reference to the machinations of a powerful people who have managed to conceal their role. Now, there's no evidence that they actually are doing this, but all the little stories that I'm gathering around are all starting to make me think that this is actually happening. Look at the failed setups of Luke Rudkowski.
I'm making this video primarily for my safety, but to also possibly safeguard you from being set up. And just a few hours ago, I received an email on my old private high school email. Not my work email, not my We Are Change email, but my old high school email. And the email was from an unknown client. It was from a Tor email server, and it had an attachment, and it said something about a leak. Now, automatically knowing this, I had to find a new laptop. I found another laptop that wasn't connected to me, and I looked into this email. The email specifically stated that this person that was sending me this email was a whistleblower, was a leaker that actually attended the 2013 Bilderberg meeting, that he had raw JPEG pictures of everything that happened, of the attendees, and he wanted us to have the exclusive. He told us to download these pictures and to break the story to the world and show everybody what happened. Now, obviously, I was interested, and I scrolled down. Now, luckily, Yahoo email servers actually let you preview pictures before downloading them. And when I scrolled down, I actually saw graphic, horrible, inhumane pictures of child pornography.
And Stuart Rhodes of Oath Keepers.
What happened is last night, somebody using a Tormail account impersonating me emailed Dan Johnson, and in the email it said, "Hey, I've got new resolutions for you that a team of lawyers and I put together, and here they are," and there were PDF attachments. Dan saw it was a Tormail account, realized it wasn't really for me, and did not open the attachments, but he did consult his security expert, and he was able to determine that there, in these PDFs, embedded inside of them, were child porn images. And so what this was is someone was trying to get Dan to open up these PDFs and download child porn onto his computer. And so that was a direct attack on him, but also also attack on me because it purported to be from me and had my name embedded and Oath Keeper's name embedded in the files.
Both received child pornography through an email. And this is like the lowest of the low attack when you have people trying to set other people up and, attack their character. These are truth tellers. And the problem with this is, had they not caught it, had they not come out and spoke about it, they could have very easily been tipped off, had an FBI raid their computers, and then because the way these emails were indexed, that it was very easy for the FBI to find it. And now they would be in jail and have their name ruined and cause all sorts of dissension. So I think people need to be very careful about, obviously opening up these things. But if you are confronted by this stuff, you got to speak out. We're reaching an end here where they need to discredit the truth tellers before the next big thing happens. And again, the next big thing is the collapse of the dollar, the single largest event in human history. So this low blow tactic is an attempt to discredit the individuals speaking truth because they cannot attack the truth itself. He who passively accepts evil is as much involved in it as he who helps to perpetuate it. Dr. Martin Luther King. And one other thing, listen, all our entire structure for the last 10 years has been focused on this fake war on terror. The military-industrial complex, getting all these Americans to go out and essentially kill brown people halfway across the world that we'll never see. Now that they know the collapse is coming, they want to do something. They have to be able to control the motherland here, or the fatherland, or whatever, homeland, whatever collectivist name that they want to put on here. And I think it's going to cause massive dissension, and I don't think it's going to go very far. I'm not going to say that we're all going to end up in FEMA camps and stuff like that, because I think that the people that passively put up with the debt and death paradigm when it was, brown people across the world, and yeah, we're getting oil, and I can still have my iPad. As soon as they start realizing that, Manning and Snowden and all these guys, they're not the bad guys. They're the ones that are actually speaking out and taking tremendous pains going forward and speaking out. It's not easy for me to speak out. The easiest thing for me to be is just go off and go do something else. But when people start realizing, especially inside to make the machine work, realize that this isn't what they signed up for. They may have signed up to avenge 9/11, even though that was a total, false flag event. But the more that they try to do acts like this, the more that there's people inside the system that are going to say, not for me, and walk away, and expose, and whistleblow. And I think that's ultimately what's going to bring down the system when people stop actively or passively supporting it. The people are waking up, and they're far too clever to see through online trolls. So now they're resorting to sending child pornography in order to discredit the movement. As the days get closer to a financial collapse, I've always encouraged people to listen to all and follow none. I feel that there's going to be a lot of voices out there that are working to gain your trust, so at the time when everything is on the line, that they'll have enough credibility to steer you down the wrong path.
You have never had more solid evidence that Alex Jones is working for the bad guys than right here, right now.
But I had to hang up on the guy and delay him out, because there's no point in letting him put out his COINTELPRO. What's COINTELPRO? According to FBI records, COINTELPRO resources were expended on infiltrating, disrupting, marginalizing, and/or subverting groups suspected of being subversive. I can't tell you how many times I've just gone to any political event.
Constantly put on the defensive against the federal government. Every single time. Be it the FCC coming to town and trying to shut down our local micro broadcaster. Be it the National Highway and Traffic Safety Administration coming to town and trying to shut down and train the police officers to do blood withdrawals. Be it the DATF now.
That's an example of COINTELPRO. Here's another great example of COINTELPRO.
You are not going to get away with your activities. You are not going to get away.
Hey, ladies, the Second and First Amendment. Get the hell out of my face.
I'm here to tell you right now that we are not your property.
You're not part of the team.
Right now.
You're not part of the team.
I mean, I almost started crying last night when I was at that demonstration. And I saw these families bringing their children up to me for me to shake their hand, and I just look at their innocence.
trying to take over our rally that a lot of people worked on.
Is that once they cause all the infighting and division and problems, then everyone spends their time on that, and then you can't expand your organizations.
All right, is the freedom movement divided in Austin? Somebody doesn't want to play nice.
And every time I go to a big city and see provocateurs, I've seen it in Austin.
Are you ready to fuck down?
That's COINTELPRO, playing that against people, creating racial division, infiltrating groups, trying to radicalize them, trying to get people to commit acts of violence so they can put them in prison.
And we're going to rouse and rise for humanity to identify who you are, and as you wage war against us, 1776!
I show the clips of all these guys who are obviously listening to Alex Jones going, oh, if Obama does it, I'm going to be the first one to fire the shot.
I'm telling you that if that happens, it's going to spark a civil war, and I'll be glad to fire the first shot. If it goes 1 inch further, I'm going to start killing people.
And then you got the guys that were over at the Bundy Ranch who actually murdered cops and put gas and flags on the dead bodies and said that this is the beginning of the revolution.
The suspects pulled the officers out of the booth and onto the ground, where they placed a Gadsden flag, which is a "Don't Tread on Me" yellow flag on the body of Officer Beck. They also threw a swastika on top of his body.
Jared Miller then pinned a note to one of the officers' bodies announcing that this was, quote, the beginning of the revolution.
1776 will commence again if you try to take our firearms.
You have never had more solid evidence that Alex Jones is working for the bad guys than right here, right now. Because what he's doing, he's coming to a peaceful rally. He's trying to stir up violence.
They want to radicalize mainline libertarians, conservatives, so we can be politically demonized, so we don't become mainstream and take our country back.
You know what it's like to go to sleep every night knowing you work for a bunch of psychotic killers and you bastards are probably going to end up killing me one day? You know what it's like knowing you've ruined my life? You know what it's like, you sons of bitches? I'm tired of your crap! When they bust a cap in my head, can you imagine what's going to happen? And that's their plan.
Us look like lunatics. Number one. Number two, he gets us divided amongst ourselves.
The reason I know is my dad came to the protest and I didn't notice him. Because the whole time I was there, I had like COINTELPRO poking me and getting in my face. They send in people to cause violence. They spread lies about you.
I'm here being friendly. We wanted to give you a speaking spot, but instead of working with us, and yelling on top of us.
You were the enemy. That's a diversion. That's a diversion. Pure diversion. Wow. That's guilty. If you're not, that's guilty. That's guilty.
And now you are acting like it's appropriate to just come in here and climb right on top of us.
Don't worry. Like COINTEL. Exactly like COINTEL. City Austin.
So you should be lifting us up and empowering us instead of holding us.
I wasn't lifted up or empowered.
When you see them demonizing people like Ron Paul, myself, and others, you know it is a COINTELPRO operation. We, the patriots, the constitutionalists, we're the good guys. We're trying to save the republic. And anybody that stands against that is a treasonous, traitorous, larcenous enemy of humanity. Period.
Either you're with us or you're with the enemy. There's no in between. You're either with us or you're with the enemy. That's clear.
But getting back to COINTELPRO, infiltrate your group, and we need to incite violence to run off reasonable pacifists in your group, and so we can have you arrested and, quote, break up your group. They also want to radicalize the message. This is in preparation for the financial collapse and maybe even Obama not leaving office. I mean, I'm telling you, this is so huge.
There is a massive program, no exaggeration. It's got to be 50 times bigger than the Manhattan Project. They're trying to come to our houses and kill us. They're training to attack and beat and arrest and shoot and kill patriots.
Get up! Get moving! Get moving, soldier! Defend the republic!
No! You had to move it! No! She wants to put us in camp! Yeah, she wants to put us in camp! She wants to put us in camp! She wants to put us in camp! She wants to put us in camp!
are good. You know, listening, that you're not COINTELPRO, because that's how COINTELPRO works so well. I'm the real thing. Do you have any discernment out there?
How they're going to kill all of us, how they're going to accelerate the soft kill. I recognize you for what you are, you filthy trash. And I am here to energize the human spirit and light that fire that will burn your system into a pile of black slag.
Who else is at this level? Who else is opposing the globalists at this level? Who else is exposing them? Who else understands them? Who else? We have to go to the next level, and we have to be strong in case, knock on wood, we get sued. In case I get killed or imprisoned, this operation's got to continue.
And that radiation is coming towards the United States. Fox News, AP, AccuWeather. I'm right again. You support raping children with battery acid, with giant objects. That's in the Army report. If you don't speak out against it, if you don't go out against it, if you don't stand up against it, you support it. You support it. You support it. You are now child killers, child torturers. You are now aiding and abetting it. You are literally going to hell in a handbasket. Repent now. Repent now. I know your mustache is cool. You got little gold-framed glasses. You scare me so bad. Oh, you scum! Scum! All right, I'm going to stop right there. Oh, it makes me sick, and I'm going to have to watch them when they blow up some federal buildings, prance around the very murderers as my savior, and all the cowards out there begging the government to give them proctology exams on the side of the highway. And the new orders like, act like a jellyfish coward and giggle at all reality. They're like, yes, yes. Anyways. Anyways, but the controller level ones are just like, know what they're doing. Pentagon's like, how do we get the jellyfish into total war? Dance around and prance. You can see Black Ops guys are just sitting back, cold-blooded. This will work well on them. Good. Increase dosages in water immediately. Send out trendy. And it's like, it's trendy liberal Angelina. You know how creepy it is to know I'm right? I see. I got the sunglasses, pal. Nauseous smell of burning flesh. Mentally ill. It's pathetic. You criminal scum. You filthy, degenerate scumbag. You are assaulting me. I know what's going on. This is normal. I am primitive. I am angry. I am violent. We are involved as men. Just cracking your brains out. Oh, you didn't know about that? Raping your daughter. They want you in the ditch. You do what we say or die. It's all theater, ladies and gentlemen.
I believe ultimately a wide-awake humanity will put an end to all these forms of treachery. We have the benefit of seeing the same playbook over and over again throughout history, and if they do try another false flag, it is imperative that we question the perceived reality and wake humanity up before we get marched off to another war. Our job is not necessarily to fight this evil. We only need to expose evil so it'll cease to have power. The real challenge is to show people that the good that they think they are doing is really evil, and they will no longer do it. We need to convince our fellow citizens that debt and war are evil, and we need to rid this scourge from humanity once and for all. The timing and order of all this is unknown, but just know that it's going to get dramatically worse before it gets any better. Every 80 years or so, a paradigm dies and a new one is born out of the ashes of the old. 80 years ago, we had the Great Depression and World War II, and this was the creation of our current paradigm. 80 years before that, we had the Civil War, and 80 years before that, we had the Revolutionary War. So far, the United States has survived and has gone on to become a global superpower. This time around, we have the possibility of a revolutionary war, a civil war, or a world war, or a combination of all three. There is nothing in writing that says America will go on forever. In fact, given our horrible record on debt and war, this system deserves to die an awful death, so that humanity will never go back down this path again. Only then can we go about creating a new paradigm, one that resonates with who we are, built upon peace.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
Оглядывайтесь, мы вас не добили под Сталинградом, на Украине, в Беларуси.
For which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible.
Против нас и будете опять готовить нападение, мы так ухнем, что...
And justice for all.
As we enter the conflict zone between the paradigms, the Anglo-American Empire will realize too late that they have been fighting the last war. This current paradigm was built on debt and death. The Anglo-American Empire won the last paradigm with its superior state capitalism, cranking out the most military hardware and leveling every other economic challenger. They then set about spreading debt all over the world to secure that position for the rest of the century. Ideas are more powerful than bombs, and this new war will be fought with real wealth and ideas. We will see that the war never stopped and that they're close to winning.
Imagine to peer across the world and know the enemy's secrets, to place our thoughts into the minds of your leaders. Make your teachers teach the true version of history, your soldiers attack on our command. We will be everywhere at once, more powerful than a whisper, invading your dreams, taking your thoughts for you while you sleep. We will change you, Dr. Jones. All of you, from the inside. We will turn you into us. And the best part, you won't even know it's happening.
What good is the most powerful army in the world if the population that they seek to conquer is intellectually opposed to the repression and has very powerful nations backing them up? What good is the most powerful army in the world if their soldiers are tired of wars based on lies, and their paychecks bounce, and their pensions destroyed? What good is an economic system that has destroyed free market capitalism with state capitalism of fascism? What good is America if we've been systematically turned away from our Constitution and degenerated into socialistic, communistic wards of the state? What if the debts that we have incurred are now too large to defeat any enemy? What if the battle was already lost before the first bullet was fired? What if this was planned all along?
What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriot. Exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. So the next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, it doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation, what matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized. This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C.
In Vietnam, we had heard that we had to win the hearts and minds of the Vietnamese to win the war. This is true because if a populace does not willingly accept the power, they will cause too much trouble to keep that power. While the U.S. has successfully used bullets and bombs to force power onto other nations, we have been systematically destroyed from the inside with collectivist thought. So much so that our power elite have become full-fledged fascists, and the millions of those that depend on the state are full-fledged socialists. This vice between the top and bottom has purposely been done to destroy the American middle class that creates all the wealth in this country. The way to crush the bourgeoisie, or the middle class, is to grind them between the millstones of taxation and inflation. Vladimir Lenin. Lenin was certainly right. There is no subtler, no surer means of overturning the existent basis of society than to debauch the currency. The process engages in all the hidden forces of economic law on the side of destruction, and it does it in a manner that not one man in a million can diagnose. John Maynard Keynes. We're all Keynesians now. Richard Nixon. With the Anglo-American Empire intellectually, economically, politically in shambles, the anti-hegemon simply has to follow the very successful model of empire that the West has used for centuries. Expand trade and business relationships, secure the resources through contracts or force, offer cover to nations that toe the line and consolidate power to the top. The anti-hegemon will be successful because they are offering peace and trade versus bullets and bombs, knowing all along that they're intellectually no different than the fascists that the Anglo-American Empire represents. How this conflict is ultimately resolved is yet to be determined. I have done videos about the Anglo-American Empire and how they could do 3 false flags to fail forward to try to extend their winning streak by starting a World War III.
I mean, how do you solve a problem where you're spending 10% of, you're running a 10% fiscal deficit? You're not going to get growth in the absence of private sector credit demand. So the government's idea right now is we're going to export our way out of this. And when I asked a senior member of the Obama administration last week, how are we going to grow exports if we won't allow nominal wage deflation? And he says, we're just going to kill the dollar. And I said, okay, more you mean.
Or we could wake up one day and the dollar totally destroyed because the world no longer wants to hold our dollar, and they'll embrace the new hegemon. One thing is certain, this way of life is done. And the only way to transfer your wealth from this way of life to the next one is through real assets like silver.
Let me begin by making just a thumbnail definition of the geopolitical context in which we all find ourselves, including America. And in my perspective, that geopolitical context is very much defined by two new global realities. The first is that global political leadership, by which I mean the role of certain leading powers in the world, has now become much more diversified, unlike what it was until relatively recently. Relatively recently still, the world was dominated by the Atlantic world, as it had been for many centuries. It no longer is. Today, the rise of the Far East has created a new, but much more differentiated global leadership. One which, in a nutshell, involves, if one can hazard, an arbitrary list of the primary players in the world scene: the United States, clearly, maybe next to it, but maybe the European Union. I say maybe because it is not yet a political entity. Certainly, increasingly so, and visibly so, China. Russia, mainly in one respect only, because it is a nuclear power co-equal to the United States, but otherwise very deficient in all of the major indices of what constitutes global power. Behind Russia, perhaps individually, but to a much lesser extent, Germany, France, Great Britain, Japan, certainly, although it does not have a politically assertive posture. India is rising. And then in the background of that, we have the new entity of G20, a much more diversified global leadership, lacking internal unity, with many of its members in bilateral antagonisms. That makes the context much more complicated.
While the criminals that sit at the top of the Anglo-American empire and the anti-hegemon would love to have this new Hegelian dialectic between the two of them so that they could divide up the spoils of the world, there is one more power out there that they both fear more than each other, and that is a wide-awake humanity refusing to play along in this game anymore.
The other major change in international affairs is that for the first time in all of human history, mankind is politically awakened. That's a total new reality. Total new reality. It has not been so for most of human history until the last 100 years. And in the course of the last 100 years, the whole world has become politically awakened. And no matter where you go, politics is a matter of social engagement, and most people know what is generally going on in the world, and are consciously aware of global iniquities, inequalities, lack of respect, exploitation. Mankind is now politically awakened and stirring. The combination of the two, a diversified global leadership, politically awakened masses, makes a much more difficult context for any major power, including currently the leading world power, the United States. That for the first time in human history, for the first time in all of human history, almost all of mankind is politically awake. And these new and old major powers face still yet another novel reality, in some respects unprecedented. And it is that while the lethality of their power is greater than ever, their capacity to impose control over the politically awakened masses of the world is at a historical low. I once put it rather pungently, and I was flattered that the British Foreign Secretary repeated this, as follows. Namely, in earlier times, it was easier to control 1 million people, literally. It was easier to control 1 million people than physically to kill 1 million people. Today, it is infinitely easier to kill 1 million people than to control 1 million people. It is easier to kill than to control.
Now more than ever, people are starting to see that things that cannot go on forever won't. We cannot go into debt forever. Debt is rising on all levels of our life. Federal, trade, state, local, personal, corporate, student, mortgage, credit card, automotive debt is at all-time highs. We cannot have 100 trillion of unfunded liabilities. We cannot keep 0% interest rates and print money without destroying the dollar. We cannot continue to have rising health, food, and fuel costs. We cannot have endless, senseless wars and over 700 American military bases overseas. We cannot have 85 million baby boomers retiring at the same time to start taking from the generational Ponzi scheme. We cannot have manufacturing shipped overseas, 20% plus unemployment, and 45 million people on food stamps. We cannot have wide open borders with 25 million illegal immigrants. We cannot have half of Americans obese and 27 million Americans on antidepressants. We cannot continue to have banker bailouts, high-frequency trading, or flash crashes. We cannot have just-in-time delivery that only allows 3 days worth of food and 7 days worth of fuel. We cannot continue having failing schools indoctrinating our kids. We are living at a unique period in human history, and all things that cannot go on forever won't. This period will end, and it will result in an unimaginable upheaval in every aspect of your lives. In fact, I'm willing to bet that if you're here right now, it already has. The bad news is, it is unfortunately going to get much worse before it gets any better. The good news is that you are here today, and it is not too late to become aware of the big picture and start preparing to thrive and not just survive. Things that cannot go on forever won't. It has a mathematically inevitable end. Our debt-based monetary system must create more debt every year in excess of the debt and interest accrued the year before, or it will completely collapse. I will cover this very important fact in much more detail later, but it is essentially we must inflate or die. We are reaching a mathematical end of this paradigm, which will either end in a hyperinflationary depression or an outright default. I have a very good idea on how this will play out and what to do about it, but for now let's concentrate on the fact that it cannot go on forever. The irresistible force paradox asks what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. Our way of life is dependent on the absolute necessity of creating more debt every year, and it is an unstoppable force that drives humanity. The immovable object is the natural limit to the world. There's only a certain amount of resources that all this money can chase after. There is also a limit to the amount of wealth the top 0.1% can accumulate without tipping the world into revolution. There is also a limit to the amount of lies people will believe to keep the system going. The immovable object, in short, is reality. You can ignore reality, but you cannot ignore the consequences of reality. Ayn Rand. There is no means of avoiding the final collapse of a boom brought about by credit expansion. The alternative is whether only the crisis should come sooner as a result of the voluntary abandonment of further credit expansion, or later as a final total catastrophe of the currency system is involved. Ludwig von Mises. Our entire way of life is based off of a debt-based currency that must create more debt every year in excess of the debt and interest accrued the year before. This is because every dollar that comes into existence is debt, with a certain amount of interest attached to it. When debt is created, money is created. When debt is paid off, money is destroyed. The real trick is that the money that is owed for the interest does not exist, since only the principal of the loan is ever put into the economy. The only way that this interest can be paid is by more debt being created to pay for the previous debt and interest. This is why we have an ever-expanding exponential growth in debt that cannot be stopped. In the end, we're all dead. John Maynard Keynes. The dollar collapse is a mathematically inevitable event. It will be the single largest event in human history. At some point, the debt incurred will be more than the real economy can bear, and there will be a default of non-payment. Or the other way to default on that payment is that we constantly print more money to keep the system going, so much so that we eventually destroy the value of the currency and people lose faith in it, which leads to a rush out of that currency and into a hyperinflationary depression. One key aspect of this default is that nations that owe debt to foreigners simply default on the debt, like Greece will eventually do. But those nations like ours, that print our own debt-based currency, have every single time paid the debt with an increasingly worthless currency, to the point that we reach a hyperinflation.
And we can guarantee cash benefits as far out and at whatever size you like, but we cannot guarantee their purchasing power.
When one realizes this foundation of our entire way of life has cancer, the debt, the dollar, the economy, the stocks, the real estate, the pensions, our entire current unsustainable way of life ends. We can, at this late date, have a deflationary crash or a hyperinflationary depression. Nothing is written in stone. We can have a deflationary depression if the politicians stop creating more debt and refuse to raise the debt ceiling. With no more debt coming into the system, we would have the mother of all margin calls the world over, almost immediately. The highly leveraged world of banking would be forced to deleverage to meet their debt obligations. This would seize the markets and the economy as a whole, and it would happen within a matter of a few days. Austerity is another way deflation can happen. When nations restrict the amount of money spent into the economy by cutting services and payments, it limits the amount of money in circulation. Since the interest money is still sucking from the real economy, and there is no more money coming back in as this deflationary action on the economy grinds to a halt, and those most dependent upon those payments will be screaming the loudest. The masses will beg and fight for more spending, and eventually the politicians will cave and give the masses what they want, more money. Every country that engages in austerity will abandon it as political pressure grows, and the fact that with less government money in the system, the more the Keynesian parasitical system will collapse. Tax revenues shrink faster than the spending cuts, and this will increase the deficits. This is a ploy that the bankers benefit from, because austerity really means sacrificing the masses' lives so that the bankers' portfolios can perform. The politicians play this dangerous gambit because they want the people to beg them for more money. The game they play with the whiff of deflation and then opening up the money spigots is a very successful dialectic that has empowered this parasitical ruling class for ages. We could also have a deflationary depression if a nation like Greece defaults and the ECB does not flood the system with more euros to cover the losses in the system. By Greece defaulting on their debts, the banking system would seize up as banks become blatantly insolvent, as their equity positions are destroyed. This again would force everyone to sell their assets in a cascading mess to cover their losses. The deflation in the system is the most immediate and destructive choice. It is easy to find out who caused it, and it's difficult for people's confidence to return after it starts. This is why the Fed and the ECB have been furiously working on acronym schemes like QE1 and 2, Operation Twist, LTRO, and the Fed's secretive $16 trillion slush fund that supports insolvent zombie banks and the system they hold up. Once the ECB starts covering the losses in the banking system, this will give cover to all other Western central banks to print as these currencies fall relative to one another. Trillions will start flowing and the world will be rocked just as it was in 2008. But this time it will not be billion-dollar institutions that are broken. This time around, it will be trillion-dollar nations and quadrillion-dollar markets. The dollar collapse will be the single largest event in human history. This will be the first event that will touch every single living person in the world. All human activity is controlled by money. Our wealth, our work, our food, our government, even our relationships are affected by money. No money in human history has had as much reach in both breadth and depth as the dollar. The dollar is the de facto world currency. All other currency collapses will pale in comparison to this big one. All other currency crises have been regional, and there have been other currencies for people to grasp onto. This collapse will be global, and it will bring down not only the dollar, but all other fiat currencies, as they are fundamentally no different. The collapse of currencies will lead to the collapse of all paper assets, and the repercussions to this will have incredible results worldwide. Thanks to globalization and the giant vampire squids of the Anglo-American Empire, the dollar is the world's reserve currency. It supports the world economy in settling foreign trade, most importantly the petrodollar trade. The money is then recycled through the City of London, not to be confused with London, and Wall Street. This fuels corporate vampires that acquire and harvest the world's wealth. The corporate powers then suppress real assets like natural resources and labor to provide themselves massive profits. This fascist, statist, collectivist model provides the money into the economy to fund an ever-increasing federal government. The government then grows larger and larger, enriching its minions with jobs to control their fellow citizens. Finally, to come full circle, the government then controls other nations through its military-industrial complex. This cycle will be cut when the mathematically inevitable collapse of the dollar happens. In order for our debt-based money to function, we must increase debt every year in excess of the debt and interest accrued the year before, or we will enter a deflationary death spiral. When debt is created, money is created. When debt is paid off, money is destroyed. There is never enough to pay off the debt because there would not be $1 in existence. We are at a point where we will either default on the debt or create more money in debt to keep this cycle going. The problem is, if you understand anything about compounding interest, we are reaching a hockey stick moment where the more debt that is incurred, the less effective it is, and this leads us to hyperinflation. There are only two actors needed for this hyperinflation: the lender of last resort, the Federal Reserve, and the spender of last resort, the government. These two can and will blow up the entire system. I believe that they will wait until the next crisis and the whiff of a deflationary depression before they fire up the printing presses. That crisis is coming very soon, as we can only kick the can down the road so long. Money and emergency measures will be worn out. The fact that none of the underlying problems that caused the 2008 crisis have been resolved. The only thing different from the 2008 crisis is that instead of corporate problems, we now have national problems. In this movie, Greece will play the role of Lehman Brothers, and the United States will play the role of AIG. The problem is there is nowhere to kick the can down the road, and there is no world government to absorb the debt yet. This leads me to the top 5 places not to be when the dollar collapses. Number 1 on this list, I believe, is Israel. This Anglo-American beachhead into the Middle East was first conceived by the most powerful family in the world, the Rothschilds, in 1917. The Balfour Declaration said that there would be a Zionist Israel years before World War II and the eventual establishment of Israel. Israel has not been a good neighbor and has always had the biggest bullies on the block at its back. When the dollar collapses, the United States will have much more on its plate, both domestically and internationally, to worry about this non-strategic piece of land. This will leave Israel very weak at a time when tensions will be high. This very thin strip of desert land will not be able to stand the economic reality of importing its food and fuel, or the political reality of being surrounded by nations that don't care for it. Second on this list, I feel, is Southern California. The land of fruit and nuts turns into battlefield Los Angeles. 20 million people packed into an area that has no food and water is not good, to say the least. Throw on top of it huge wealth disparities and the proximity to a narco state, and this does not bode well. We have seen the riots for Rodney King, but what will happen when the dollar is destroyed and food and fuel stop coming into this area? Number 3 on this list is London. The land of Big Brother and the former empire of the worldwide slave and drug trade will suffer heavily. The stiff upper lip that the British elite ingrained in their subjects will not work anymore as the British population explodes. People will sacrifice and unite for any foreign enemy, but not if that enemy has always been the British elite. The Anglo-American Empire may pull off another false flag to distract its population on another Emmanuel Goldstein like in 1984, but I feel this collapse will happen before they can pull it off. This will make all eyes point at the British elite as solely responsible for this catastrophe. We have seen massive riots for soccer matches with hooligans. What will happen when the food and fuel gets shut off to this tiny island? Number 4 on this list is New York City, another large urban area living too high on the dollar hog. New York City is the area I moved out of in 2008. There's little doubt that all of the wealth in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut is a derivative off of Wall Street wealth. The savings and investment for an entire nation and much of the world flows through that financial capital. As the world wakes up to the massive financial fraud, this could lead to the destruction of capital like you've never seen before. This will have tremendous effects on the regional economy as people driving Mercedes suddenly wonder where their next meal is coming from. The 5th and final place not to be when the dollar collapses is your local metropolitan area. Urban areas in general are a very bad place to be during currency collapses. Too many people packed into tight areas, totally unprepared and dependent upon a dollar paradigm is the last place you want to be when the dollar collapses. You can ignore reality, but you cannot ignore the consequences of ignoring reality. Ayn Rand. To sum it up, those areas that lived highest on the hog in the dollar paradigm will most likely be the worst places to live when the dollar collapses. Most that live in urban areas will probably pass this off as doom and gloom, but rest assured, this dollar collapse is happening. It is a mathematical inevitability. We will not be as fortunate as to muddle through this collapse like we did in 2008 when it was a corporate problem. This time around it is a national or a global problem. The global Ponzi scheme has run out of gas as demographics decline, as abundant cheap oil declines, as our global power declines. This comes at a time when we reach our exponential or collapse phase of our money. The irresistible force paradox says, what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object? We are about to find out when infinite money hits a very finite world. America is still deep in denial, which is the first stage of the awakening. This denial will be wiped away when the dollar collapses. For now, the economy is still functioning and food and fuel are still available. The lights turn on and American Idol is still the center of attention. Americans still have the illusion of wealth and normalcy. They are still stuck in the false left-right paradigm and think that some other sock puppet will turn things around. When the dollar collapses, all American illusions will collapse with it. Deep denial will turn into deep anger. The violence I expect in all urban areas in the United States will make all other global riots pale in comparison. America is deeply infused with arrogance, denial, narcissism, drugs, and violence. There is no other society that I know of that has the degree of intensity and combination of these factors. So here are the 5 reasons why American riots will be the worst in the world. Number 1, arrogance.
Don't let anybody make you think that God chose America as his divine messianic force to be a sort of policeman of the whole world. God has a way of standing before the nations with judgment, and it seems that I can hear God saying to America, you are too arrogant. If you don't change your ways, I will rise up and break the backbone of your power. And I'll place it in the hands of a nation that doesn't even know my name. Be still and know that I'm God.
All of our lives we've been fed the lie that somehow we are better than everybody else. We believe this so much that we feel it's morally acceptable to stick our noses in everybody's business. We have 777 military bases all over the world. Our currency is the world's reserve currency. We control most of the international organizations like the UN, IMF, and World Bank. We control the world's shipping lanes. Our media is the most popular and sought-after propaganda in the world. Our corporations harvest the resources that our empire provides. This has led to the feeling that the American way of life is not negotiable. We print debt and we consume. This way of life was only possible by the very real and hard sacrifices made by Americans long dead. America today is nothing more than a spoiled brat blowing through the last of its inheritance. The only thing that the United States is number one at is spreading debt and death. This American arrogance will be turned on to other Americans as the dollar collapses. We will no longer be able to maintain a global empire of force without a functioning currency. All of our troops will be forced to come home, and we will no longer be able to import 25% of the world's oil. This sudden shift will turn arrogant Americans on each other as they seek to enforce their inflated sense of self-worth onto others. They will think that the world somehow owes them something, and they believe that lesser people should be made to sacrifice for them. After all, Dick Cheney did say the American way of life is not negotiable. Everything is fine today. That is our illusion. Voltaire. The second factor, and what will make American riots the worst, is denial. For those that aren't arrogant, they are in denial, and somehow they will be okay as they are good people. They believe that America will recover and the American dream is still alive. They believe this because they either lack the ability to logically see through the lies, or they believe that people ruling them have the same morals as they do. You cannot spread freedom with war. A nation cannot enforce their will upon another nation any more than you can enforce your will upon another. There will always be blowback, and of course that is the plan of your rulers. They do not share the same values as you do. They seek to create chaos and division so that they can garner more power and profits. You can ignore reality, but you cannot ignore the consequences of ignoring reality. Ayn Rand. The dollar collapse will end the ability of the average American to deny their active or passive participation in the dominance of the world by spreading debt and death. When people's entire life savings are wiped away, they will wonder what their life has been all about. All of the missed times with their family, connections with others, have been stained by the pursuit of material gains. Only when everything is taken from them will they start to see the real importance of life. Many will not be able to come to terms with this coming reality. Those that are aware and prepared stand a great chance of making it through this paradigm shift and thriving. Number 3 on the list is narcissism. The amount of narcissism in America is epidemic. The fascination with celebrities and their clothes consumes so many women. Men are addicted to worshiping sports figures. We have a fear of competition, and we view others as enemies. This leads to shallow and transitory relationships. Americans consume their way into debt as they try to create an outer facade to hide the inner void in their vapid lives. The baby boomer generation is known as the me generation. Their obsessive pursuit of material possessions was matched by their embrace of debt. The dollar collapse is going to hit the baby boomers the hardest, as they're forced to come to terms with the trail of pain that they have left in their wake. Broken families and debt are just the tip of the iceberg. The war and the debt machines they enabled and unleashed upon the world is a much harder reality that they will have to deal with. The real problem is the sad fact that most of them will be too old to get a second chance on life. Number 4, drugs. Millions of Americans have turned to drugs to fill the void of their true purpose in their lives. Instead of dealing with a past hurt or seeking a higher purpose in their lives by helping others and using their natural talents to make the world better, people turn to drugs. The worst kind of drugs are the ones that people believe that are making them better. Powerful psychotropic drugs like selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, or more commonly known as SSRIs or antidepressants. These drugs are extremely powerful and can cause psychotic breaks that lead to violence if they come off them too soon. I would say that these drugs are much more powerful than guns because they cause people to break from reality and cause violence. I don't have time just yet to go into the mass medication of America or the real reason why marijuana is illegal. But I do want to warn everybody of one thing. Nearly 10% of the country, or 27 million Americans, are on these antidepressants. Knowing that there is only a 1-month supply in the system, and the kind of psychotic breaks that will happen if these people come off these drugs too fast, this is definitely not a good thing. When the dollar collapses, we will not only have to worry about the 7 to 10 day supply of food and fuel in the system, we will also have to worry about the 1 in 10 Americans who are not going to be medicated when their world paradigm collapses. The 5th reason why American riots will be the worst is violence. Violence has been a part of the American culture since the beginning of our country. We have the most armed population and the highest crime rates in the world. The violence we will see in some parts of this country will be as bad as the Reign of Terror from the French Revolution. Some parts of this country will try to confront a post-dollar paradigm by embracing freedom and honest money. Others will try to hold on to power by becoming more tyrannical and finding enemies with their neighbors. We are surrounded by violence, and we have been desensitized to antisocial behavior. Our movies and video games show killings of others, but rarely the consequences of those actions. Other antisocial behavior has been normalized. I even realized that some of my favorite shows like Seinfeld or Curb Your Enthusiasm was really all about normalizing antisocial behavior. In fact, in the season finale of Seinfeld, it was based off of a man getting mugged, and all four main characters not only not helping the man, but actually making fun of the man as he's violently robbed. This lack of empathy is at the root of our problems. So now we have a society that cares only about themselves and their own materialistic needs. But we also have a society that no longer cares about other people's feelings. The American riots will be the worst in the world because of the amount of arrogance, denial, narcissism, drugs, and violence in our country. These factors are systemic and affect every level of society. I do fear that our nation is sick enough to unleash a series of false flag events and spread our violence even further.
It does appear now that a lot of these torpedo attacks were from the sonar man, you see, and they get keyed up to a thing like this. Everything they hear on the sonar is a torpedo.
You're pretty sure there was a torpedo attack then?
Oh, no doubt about that. I think. No doubt about that.
No, it was just confusion. And events afterwards showed that our judgment that we'd been attacked that day was wrong. It didn't happen.
The violent anger phase of the 5 stages awakening will not last long and will not happen in every part of America. There will be a few months that will shake the faith of mankind. Those that live by the sword will die by the sword. But after the most violent are either killed or brought to justice or just burned out, we will enter a societal depression as we try to come to terms with what just happened. This period could last for years as we struggle with the loss of wealth and life. I am hopeful that this collapse will actually be the beginning of something really great for mankind. A new paradigm not based on debt and death is a very real outcome of this collapse. With the collapse of the dollar, those that were lured into a senseless, narcissistic consumer lifestyle will be forced to come to the understanding that instant gratification is not why we were put on this earth. Those that were ill-prepared for the collapse will start asking questions. They will seek answers, and then they will want blood. The elite that created, perpetuated, and profited off this paradigm will be running for cover as the world wakes up to what they have done. This new way of life will flush away consumerism, militarism, and narcissism like a bad habit. I do not believe this collapse will result in a one world order. The elite that are trying to desperately make this happen will no longer be able to operate in secrecy. Their minions will lack any legitimacy with the people that they rule. After all, who's going to trust a president that says he did not see this coming when you and I see it coming from miles away? The result after this very violent anger phase is going to be a massive decentralization of power, not more centralization of power. Local communities, cities, counties, and states will assert more power over the daily activities of our lives as power flows to the most local and responsive level. Some will slip into tyranny to make order out of chaos. Others will attract the best and brightest by embracing freedom and honest money. The end result is a life where we can reach our highest and best self. How we get there is a rough road, but one I feel is easily traveled if you're aware and prepared. 2008 was a corporate problem. It was puny billion-dollar corporations that were, defunct, that were defaulting on bad bets. The 2015 or 16 or 17, whenever this next crisis happens, is a sovereign debt level. It is a systemic problem that is coming. None of the problems in 2008 were solved. They were covered up by larger institutions, namely, foreign sovereign banks, privately owned companies like the Federal Reserve and the IMF and World Bank and the ECB and Bank of England and Bank of Japan and all these other big corporations out there that print the world's reserve currencies. And, whenever problems get absorbed up to a higher level, the risk has not been mitigated. There's been no systemic changes in the system to make sure it doesn't happen again. And all the bad bets didn't go away. They just got absorbed up to a higher, bigger level, which means that the problems are at a much larger magnitude. Now, one of the things that the bankers wanted to have in 2008 was the ability of confiscating funds and banks, bank accounts and stuff like that. But what they really wanted was negative interest rates, and they can't go below zero. So what they're trying to do is make cash obsolete and not circulating as much so that they can, print more of it and make negative interest rates to keep the system going. It's essentially a way of confiscating wealth without people really noticing it. If you had $100,000 under your mattress and the government prints another $100,000 into existence, you've lost purchasing power. Well, it works the same way on global levels. If you look at the debt levels prior to 2008, they were about half of what we're at now. Does bringing out more credit cards to swipe the credit account make the original credit card problem better? No, it just adds on to it and makes it a lot larger. So what I think that they're trying to do is trying to set up the system so that that they can confiscate more wealth either through more money printing or outright confiscation that we saw in Cyprus, where they went into people's accounts and simply took more money.
Does this suggest that you think this is going to happen here, or that it could? We know that's what they wanted.
It has to happen at some point. Hyperinflations, credit defaults, they're not so much a monetary event as so much as a psychological event. This is a confidence game, and as soon as the confidence disappears, it's over forever. I relate it to finding out your wife or husband has cheated on you. The marriage is only good so long as you have confidence in the other spouse to carry out your wedding vows and do stuff. But once you find out that you're in bed with a cheater, you'll never go back there. Well, it's the same thing with the currency systems. There's a lot of debt out there. It's mounting at an exponential pace, and it's mainly because of what I talked about at the very beginning. Our money is debt. That means every dollar that comes into existence is backed by some debt. I make the analogy that if the United States needs $1 billion, they have to go to the Federal Reserve and say, hey, we need $1 billion. The Federal Reserve, this privately owned company, says, sure, no problem. Give us a bond, treasury bond that says $1 billion, and you just pay us back that $1 billion plus the interest. And that's what ends up happening. And so if you understand that our money is debt, you then have to understand that every year there has to be more debt every year to increase more than the debt and interest accrued the year before. It's a Ponzi scheme that's building upon each other. And if the consumer, these baby boomers that were very happy to take on all this debt, reach a point where they're not comfortable doing it anymore, well, then you have the spender of last resort, which is the government.
The United States can pay any debt it has because we can always print money to do that.
And governments all over the world are taking on more and more debt. And you can look no further than the United States debt chart, 2008 to now, and it's double. More debt was created, more money was created just in Obama's term than all the presidents combined before him. That should scare people. This is an unsustainable system, and at some point it will collapse. And it's not going to be because there's too much money out there. It's going to be because people no longer trust that the money is going to contain purchasing power. And that's all the money is. It's a future promise on wealth. Your money's not worth really anything until you exchange it for something. Because other than that, it's just a future promise on wealth. You promise to get $1 worth of goods, but if that dollar doesn't buy what it bought, in 1964 when it was backed by silver, you're getting far less and you're getting robbed. And everything seems like it's going so swell. Stocks are at all-time highs. Real estate and art market is exploding. Even the car market's at all-time highs again. The financial and political gods have everything flying along just right. Then it hits. No need to panic, they say. But for your safety, you might want to strap in.
Get everybody strapped in tight.
Don't worry about your money in the banks.
And I encourage you all to go shopping more.
Behind the scenes, bankers are already committing suicide, as they know that this is all a lie that will end badly. They know that there is a liquidity event coming that will take the whole system down. The global, generational, debt-based Ponzi scheme is finally reaching a breaking point. Now, in 2008, we had an institutional crisis, but there was enough faith and hope and change to fix the mess. But nothing was fixed. No one went to jail, and all that happened was all the bad bets and debt were absorbed up to a higher, more fatal sovereign level. Now, instead of puny billion-dollar corporations like AIG and Lehman Brothers, we now have trillion-dollar economies all over the world set to blow. The financial gods might be able to bail out here and bail in there to keep the music playing, but that's just an overture of something much bigger coming. Soon that sinking feeling will set in that no one knows what they're doing and that fate has control of the wheel. Assets will be dumped on the market in an effort to hold together any sense of normalcy. Some will stand in fear knowing that they had everything tied to the system. Their job, money, retirement, future, even their ego, tied into a system they knew was messed up in 2008, and yet kept believing everything was going to be alright, just for them. Now, only in the end, do they realize how much they risk playing into this global casino of debt and death. Many will pray for a savior or a second chance to pull out of the markets, but it'll be too late. Others will learn just how worthless being a bank depositor is, as they are seen only as unsecured creditors. Many will wish that they had saved for hard times as they floundered away an absolute gift of wealth they inherited. They wasted it all on stuff that they don't need to impress people who don't care with money they don't have. Now all they can do is bend over and wait. What no one seems to get is that it's a rigged game and that it's impossible to pay off debt when you have a debt-based monetary system. Any respite will lead to a quickening event. More and more history will happen in a rapid fashion. Clarity will come to those that see everything as a lie to get you to empower some unsustainable collective effort that is inevitably run by psychopaths. The third and final act will be upon us. Everything will seem surreal. You will see society breaking down and trouble will seem to come from everywhere. All of life will seem upside down, and panic will set in. Everything you believed in will fail. And in the end, you will see that all that matters in life is your real friends, your real skills, and your real wealth. Some brave people will appear, but most will just fail. Then the final big bang of fate hits.
You are watching a crash in real time.
It's all gone terminal now.
5, 4.4. I've been watching this since about 17. I've not seen a single uptick. It's going straight down. I have not seen a positive tick. Since this began at 17, every single tick has been flat or negative. We are down to 70 cents, 60 cents. This is the flash crash. We are down to 50 cents. I cannot imagine what news is accompanying to this. We're at 29 cents. We're off the charts. We're down to 12 cents, 11 cents.
Now the question I have for you is
10 cents.
Are you going to be the captain that keeps his wits about him when everyone else is losing theirs?
Wow, this is it. 10 cents. We're down to 9 cents.
Or better yet, are you going to be smart enough not to be on this ride when the music stops?
Wow.
Well, that's fantastic. A really smart decision, young man. We can put that check in a money market mutual fund. Then we'll reinvest the earnings into foreign currency accounts with compounding interest, and it's gone.
The day after Bernie Madoff was exposed, hundreds of very wealthy and connected investors faced a new paradigm. Everything that they knew and relied upon turned out to be a lie. Most Americans passed it off as poor billionaires, they have to live like us now. But I wanted to get past the initial reaction to see how these men reacted to this new paradigm. Retired British Army Major Bill Foxton was known for his sharp wit and red hair. When he found out his entire life savings was wiped out in the Bernie Madoff Ponzi scheme, he calmly sat down on a park bench near his house and blew his brains out. An HSBC banker, Christian Schnorr, was staying at the Jumeirah Carlton Hotel while his apartment was being renovated. A hotel worker found Christian naked and hanging by a belt in his closet. Christian managed $1 billion in funds that were wiped away in the Bernie Madoff Ponzi scheme. René Thierry Magnan de la Villehouche saw his fortune and his loved one's money disappear along with his clients when he lost $1.4 billion he had invested with Bernie Madoff. He was found in his office at his desk on a Tuesday with both wrists slashed and a bottle of pills nearby. His family's wealth traces its origin back to the 17th century. His family was so rich and prominent that it actually loaned King Louis XIV money. These three were very sharp, educated, and well-connected men. They could have very easily have led a very comfortable life with their knowledge and connections. I believe in the end, the shock of a new paradigm far outweighed their financial losses. The fact that they had been suckered and that they were complicit in the bankruptcy of their friends and family was too much for them to bear. The whole government is a Ponzi scheme, Bernie Madoff. Every single person in this world is going to go through what these three men went through when the global, generational, fiat Ponzi scheme of the world's currencies collapses. If these guys literally bit the bullet and still had resources at their hands, how do you feel the average American is going to handle the shock of a new paradigm?
I started to say a prayer out loud, and it was something like, oh God, please, if you can help us out of this situation, I'll be very grateful, and I'll do what I can, to repay you for this debt that I will owe you. And I remember Pat saying, O'Neill, quit praying. God is not the one to help you now. This is reality. This is what we need to focus on. I don't want you to go into some la-la land, not pay attention, and then get killed. I was actually grateful for him to say that. I was really trying to put my focus somewhere else and not keep it here. Pat saved my life.
No one is coming to save you. The Federal Reserve is not coming to save you. The IMF and World Bank is not coming to save you. In fact, no bank in the world is coming to save you. They can't. Barack Obama is not coming to save you. Mitt Romney is not coming to save you. In fact, no politician or government in the world is coming to save you. They can't. Apple is not coming to save you. ExxonMobil is not coming to save you. In fact, no corporation in the world is coming to save you. They can't. Fox News is not coming to save you. The New York Times is not coming to save you. In fact, no major media outlet in the world is coming to save you. They can't. The Marines are not coming to save you. The police are not coming to save you. No armed force in the world can save you. They can't. Occupy Wall Street is not coming to save you. The Tea Party is not coming to save you. No social organization is coming to save you. They can't. Hugo Salinas Price is not coming to save you. Eric Sprott is not coming to save you. No investor in the world is coming to save you. They can't. No secret ninja army is coming to save you. No cartoonish benevolent bankers are coming to save you. No fantasy superheroes are coming to save you. They can't. They can't because no one is coming to get you. No Muslim radicals, no neocons, no fascists, no socialists, no Jews, no Illuminati, no bankers, no shadow government. All of our problems start and stop with us. We are the ones that must face the common consequences of our active or passive support for this paradigm. We are the ones that took on the debt. We are the ones that volunteered for the wars. We are the ones that cheered our masters. We are the ones that filled their coffers. We are the ones that let the criminals run the crowd. We are the ones that went along with the crowd. We are the ones that built this beast, and we are the ones that are dependent on this beast. We did this, and there's no avoiding the inevitable consequences of our actions or inactions. We are the ones dreaming or fearing the future and not concentrating on right now. We are the ones dreaming or fearing the past and not fully living in the present. We cannot wave our magic wand of denial when reality comes knocking. We cannot pray for mercy when judgment day comes. For when fate, karma, reality, destiny, or judgment arrives, we will know that what we did or did not do will ultimately be our lot in life. We did not embrace the responsibility of living and took the easy way out time and time again. We did not say enough to either individual or institutional abusive relationships. We empowered those that sought to keep us down, and worse, cheered them on while they did it. No one is coming to save you, no one is coming to get you. We made our bed, now we must lie in it. We are either on our own highway to hell or stairway to heaven. In short, we are our own salvation and damnation. We decide, and we alone must live with those results. Only you can see things as they are instead of holding on to fairy tales. Only you can stop supporting a paradigm built off of debt and death. Only you can focus on what you can do to empower yourself and become independent. Only you can stop using their debt money and buy things that have real, tangible value. Only you can save yourself. So stop pushing others to listen to you and stop blaming others for your own problems. It is time to grow up, stand up, and face the facts that this way of life is done. And it should be done, for what are we holding on to? In fact, it needs to end so horribly that humanity can finally say that debt and collectivism did not work. Only then can we start building a life built around honest money and honest people. Our strategy should not only be to confront empire, but to lay siege to it, to deprive it of oxygen, to shame it, to mock it, with our art, our music, our literature, our stubbornness, our joy, our brilliance, our sheer restlessness, and our ability to tell our own stories, stories that are different from ones that we're being brainwashed to believe. The corporate revolution will collapse if we refuse to buy what they're selling, their ideas, their vision of history, their wars, their weapons, their notion of inevitability. Remember this, we may be many and they may be few. They need us more than we need them. Another world is not only possible, she is on her way, and on a quiet day, I can hear her breathing. I think by now in this movie you can clearly see the world is horribly messed up. By the criminal elite controlling our money, moreover the nature of that money, they have warped the very nature of man. While it is easy to get emotionally worrying about things outside of your control, we know that the solution must lie in the opposite consciousness of the problem. For we cannot solve a problem with the same consciousness that created the problem. We must see the world anew. If it is an emotional problem, then we must use logic of the trivium. If it is an unconscious collective problem, we must seek conscious individual solutions. If it is about the scarcity mentality, we must find abundance. We therefore must stop emotionally worrying about anything outside of our control and focus all of our energy on the logical things inside of our control. Now, the collective would love to have us work on collective solutions like government, corporations, churches, or the military to fix the world, to enforce our will upon it. But that is exactly what has wreaked havoc on the world. Billions of people enforcing their will upon others. What is worse, it gets good people to do fruitless collective efforts that ultimately empower cunning men that profit off of it. As the individual wakes up to this, they enter into the 5 stages of the awakening, and usually get stuck in the fear or hope loop, thinking that they can solve the problem with more emotional collective solutions. This may be in the form of getting the right candidate into office, or awareness movements like Occupy Wall Street or the Tea Party. This again is a trick by cunning men to get you to completely waste your time and effort while empowering them. The 5th stage of the awakening is acceptance. To accept that the world is messed up, but your world does not have to be. That until any of these major problems reaches your doorstep, none of them really matters. That by recognizing that you are the only source of power, you simply need to stop empowering the worst in humanity and focus all of your energy on the things that you can control. There you will see that you're not just some weak, helpless part of a collective. Rather, that you are individually powerful to shape your world. You can control your thoughts and actions to become your highest and best self, to act as an inspiration for others to become their highest and best self, to bring forth your skills, talents, and passions to make the world a better place from your effort.
Give me a candle of the Spirit, O God, as I come down into the deep of my own being. Show me the hidden things. Take me down to the spring of my life and tell me my nature and my name. Give me freedom to grow so that I may become my true self, the fulfillment of the seed which you planted in me at my making. Out of the deep I cry unto thee, O God. Amen.
There are those who have walked among us that have blazed blinding trails in our minds. Those cherished few that continue to inspire us with their actions and deeds, rising above the tyrants and oppression of their time to take their place with the immortal few that dare to go against the grain. The rare, unshackled souls that teach us that higher consciousness will always win over violence, control, and oppression. Their thoughts and ideas always unpopular with the leaders and established dogmas of the time. Their lonely journey echoes throughout our history as beacons of light for those with the hearts and minds alert enough to see their campfires in a world of ever-increasing darkness. Staring at us now from eternity, unflinching, in hopes that the lessons and virtues they lived and died for are never lost. Their souls can be seen living on through those of us who truly understand. The bold virtue of the few has taken the rest of humanity, kicking and screaming through the generations with class and hope. These mighty conscious warriors in worlds filled with psychopathic, self-loathing paper tigers waiting to steal or destroy their great creative works. Yet the final joke will always be on the collectivists that seek to continually stomp out the best humanity has to offer. For in every person lays dormant, unimaginable creativity and passions waiting to be tapped. The grand joke is to make you forget it's there. If each person truly knew what they were capable of, if each was unafraid to face their own soul, those listening now would reach potential that would cast aside unimaginable evil, strangling tyranny, and unempathetic masses of collective copies with a laugh and a smile. History's inventors and creators wait patiently for you to pick up their unfinished work, to go against the grain and take back your power, to show the world what true potential looks like again. It is time to stop looking to someone else to save you, to dream your dreams or to create your masterpieces. It is time to unplug from a system that only knows limitation and control. And finally, it is time to understand what true, conscious humanity is capable of. Eternity's alarm bell has sounded. The train is about to leave the station. Be remembered for something great. Don't be a footnote as history is written. Be the headline that inspires forever.
For a conscious individual can accomplish much more in their lifetime than any unconscious collective ever could. You will now clearly see that the bad things and the bad people have no power over you that you do not give to them. When you recognize that they don't control you, but you empower them, you will logically see that you simply must stop giving them your power. Stop paying attention to them. Stop consuming from them. Stop voting for them. Stop working for them. And most importantly, stop killing for them. The only way to turn things around is to start empowering yourself in every aspect of your life. You must become physically fit and eat only natural, organic, whole foods. You must study things that not only interest you, but provide real, tangible benefits to others. You must learn to be empathetic and loving to yourself and others. You must recognize that you are a divine spirit with special gifts, talents, and passions that were planted inside of you at your creation, and that your sole purpose here on this short time on earth is to mold that inner power into your life's work and to release it upon the earth. That is the only way forward in your life and for humanity. For if all the people in the world would clean up their little corner of the world with this individual conscious focus, the world would be beautiful and not one thing would be left undone. Once the individual properly addresses his aggressive nature with fitness and his passive nature with love and arts, with his mind with logic, and with his soul with this divine purpose, there is nothing he can't do. The victory is guaranteed in our life's purpose and to live to our highest and best self.
All the world cries, "Where is the man who will save us?" We want a man. Don't look so far for this man. You have him at hand. This man. It is you. It is I. It is each one of us. How to constitute oneself a man? Nothing harder if one knows not how to will it. Nothing easier if one wills it. Over the door of every profession, every occupation, every calling, the world has a standing advertisement. Wanted, a man. Wanted, a man who will not lose his individuality in a crowd, a man who has the courage of his convictions, who is not afraid to say no, though all the world say yes. Wanted, a man who, though he is dominated by a mighty purpose, will not permit one great faculty to dwarf, cripple, warp, or mutilate his manhood, who will not allow the overdevelopment of one faculty to stunt or paralyze his other faculties. Wanted, a man who is larger than his calling, who considers it a low estimate of his occupation to value it merely as a means of getting a living. Wanted, a man who sees self-development, education and culture, discipline and drill, character and manhood in his occupation. Wanted, a man of courage who is not a coward in any part of his nature. Wanted, a man who is well balanced, who is not cursed with some little defect of weakness which cripples his usefulness and neutralizes his powers. Wanted, a man who is symmetrical and not one-sided in his development, who has not sent all the energies of his being into one narrow specialty and allowed all the other branches of his life to wither and die. Wanted, a man who is broad, who does not take half views of things, a man who mixes common sense with his theories, who does not let a college education spoil him for practical everyday life, a man who prefers substance to show, and one who regards his good name as a priceless treasure. Wanted, a man who, no stunted aesthetic, is full of life and fire, but whose passions are trained to heed a strong will, the servant of a tender conscience, and who has learned to love all beauty, whether of nature or of art, to hate all vileness, and to respect others as himself. The world wants a man who is educated all over, whose nerves are brought to their acutest sensibility, whose brain is cultured, keen, incisive, broad, whose hands are deft, whose eyes are alert, sensitive, microscopic, whose heart is tender, magnanimous, true. The whole world is looking for such a man. Although there are millions out of employment, yet it is almost impossible to find just the right man in almost any department of life. And yet everywhere we see the advertisement, wanted, a man. When Garfield as a boy was asked what he meant to be, he answered, "First of all, I must make myself a man. If I do not succeed in that, I can succeed in nothing."
Once you are free, I feel it is necessary for you to focus this new divine energy into 3 areas: real friends, real skills, and real wealth. It is through these 3 areas that you will make your most fulfilled life, and to leave a divine presence in your past, present, and future. By clearly seeing that fiat debt-based money is how the cunning collectivists warped our world, it is vital to only stack real tangible wealth. This will secure your past labor into something that can never be taken away or used to manipulate you. By clearly seeing the world as unsustainable and empowers the worst in humanity into actions that only leave us drained. To see that we are indoctrinated into collective thought and collective efforts that would have us strive for meaningless collective achievements. The solution is simply fanning the internal flame of your talents and passions to become what you were meant to be. You are not created to consume more than you produce, much less shuffle paper, products, and people into that consumeristic world. You are here to leave the earth better than you found it, and by only developing real skills will you bring forth your special talents and passions can that goal be achieved. By clearly seeing that toxic thoughts of the collective shape everything you do, you will see that it is vital to rid yourself of every negative influence in your life. There you will seek real friends that are empathetic, loving, and abundant to you. There you will see opportunities and talents flourish in a caring environment. Now we will cover real friends, real skills, and real wealth on how it is the conscious individual solution to this world. The reality of the whole Facebook experience is that it never really seemed real. Despite how many friends you have on Facebook, the fact is we are very lucky to have a handful of real friends in our lives. Having more superficial electronic contact with others does not improve our lives. If anything, it detracts from it, as life becomes less human. LOL pales in comparison to the real laugh out loud of sharing an experience with a friend. The more LOLs we share, the less it means. Sooner or later, everything is just an electronic dance of acronyms trying to fulfill some missing part of your soul. When consumerism was first sold to the world, it was designed to get us to buy stuff we don't need in an effort to feel better than others. Soon, everyone determined their worth not by the strength of our relationships, but by what we were able to consume. You give up relationships to work more, to have a better life. The more we worked, the more we bought, the further in debt we went. The combination of work and debt made our relationships worse, which compelled us to work more and buy more. This self-fulfilling loop spun out of control in our society for decades as people worked harder and harder to look or feel good. Consumerism was a psychological process led by Edward Bernays, Sigmund Freud's nephew, to keep post-World War II industries humming after the war. Industrialists employed Madison Avenue to transform society from sensible people with strong relationships into superficial spenders looking for the next high. Advertising links our subconscious desires with products. Take the cigarette, for example. Subconsciously, it is a form of power and rebellion. The reality is, it is a weakness. Soon we began to buy products not for the utility of the product, but to say to the world, I bought this, and the ad says that I'm cool.
And while everyone you know may own the fanciest clothes and the best cars, you will own the companies that sell them. If you want to know what heaven really is, Murray, try being God.
The bankers that backed all this up needed this spending to create more debt in order for their Keynesian Ponzi scheme not to collapse. This plan worked well for many decades, but as the boomers age, the party is over for consumerism and the check is due. What is the next thing if people are broke? How could they keep the masses from waking up to the wasted lives they had led chasing after nothing? The answer is, let them amuse themselves to death. Facebook is the ultimate expression of narcissism. Where else can you go and expose everything about yourself like a prancing peacock? I mean, you get your 15 minutes of fame every minute. Facebook is, when you boil it down, one big look at me fest. Look at my pictures, look at my car, look at where I am, look at my wife, look at my life. The ultimate irony in the social network is that nobody really cares because it's not about them. Oh sure, they'll say nice things, but deep down they don't care at all. The narcissism is so rampant in our society that people would step over a real relationship to update their status. The answer to the question, what's on my mind, is usually nothing at all. Facebook is also full of shameless promotion. The stuff that isn't vapid on Facebook is probably promotional. Corporations, promoters, stars, small businessmen are either promoting their services or networking to get ahead. There are whole marketing courses about social media managers. The sad thing is that the comments and tweets are not even done by the people you are following. They have social media managers for that. They probably have lives and don't waste their time playing with Facebook. Do you see the irony in that? You friend or follow somebody because they're doing something interesting with their lives, and they don't waste precious time doing stupid stuff like spending hours on Facebook. Corporation and marketers tell us, hey, it's cool to connect. But behind the scenes, they're only interested in the conversion and monetization of traffic. And listen carefully.
The low self-esteem success chance is the conclusion that you want your prospect to have, which says, well, these guys are smart and I'm retarded. Oh, actually, that's not the exact one, but let's say they have that conclusion A. These guys are smart, I'm retarded, I can't do it. But if I could just do 1/10 as much as they do, then this would definitely be worth it. Right? You ever had that rationalization in your mind? Like, well, I'm over here telling you about doing $10 million and whatever a day, 360 grand in 9 minutes and all that kind of stuff. I mean, you ever think to yourself, well, Jesus, if I could just do like a little bit of that, I would be stoked. Not to say you guys all have low self-esteem, although every single person in the world does, which you should be happy about because you can prey on it like an evil. Never mind. Anyway, so that's what you want, right? You can prey on it like an evil. You can prey on it like an evil. You can prey on it like an evil.
The predator mentality of marketing and how it corrupts our relationships is why Bill Hicks says to marketers, kill yourself.
By the way, if anyone here is in advertising or marketing, kill yourself. Thank you. Just a little thought. I'm just trying to plant seeds. There's no rationalization for what you do, and you are Satan's little helpers, okay? Kill yourself, seriously. You're the ruiner of all things good.
Most men live lives of quiet desperation and go to their grave with their song still in them. Henry David Thoreau. Facebook is also voyeuristic. Everybody wants to see if so-and-so got fat or what their kids look like. This allows you to look into people's lives, but it never really tells the story of their lives. Behind all the smiles lies a quiet sense of desperation. It may be money issues or relationships or disease or work issues. We all have it. We all have a deeper life that we would share with real friends, but not with your Facebook friends. If you cannot be open with a person, why even let them in your life? Why would you let them look in? We are way too polite as we give up that part of us to people who don't even really care about us. We must keep the sacred from the profane. Since we put ourselves into this petri dish of social voyeurism, we force ourselves to put on a mask. We intentionally mask what we really feel for many reasons. We may not want to upset someone, or we may want to impress somebody. The problem comes when we wear a mask so much that we lose who we really are. This may stifle some desire to do something, or to be who you really want to be. Since we wear this mask, people who we do let into our lives only know the mask. Then you become too afraid to be who you really are, for fear of scaring them off. This ultimately leads to unfulfilling relationships or worse. Now, before you Facebook people get all upset, Facebook does have some good qualities. Yes, it is cool to connect with old friends and share pictures. Your Facebook life is reflective of your real life. Most of the people that are on Facebook have a life, and it doesn't consume them. Facebook is not the cause of these problems any more than pencils misspell words. Facebook is just an easy outlet for millions trying to find meaning or connection in their lives. The problem is, this kind of connection is superficial and unfulfilling. What Facebook is to emotional social fulfillment is what porn is to an emotional sexual fulfillment. Nothing beats the real thing. If you really want to connect with people, quit texting and commenting and pick up the phone and talk. Video chat is even better because so much of our communication is nonverbal. We can judge a person's emotions within seconds of seeing them. So much of our communication is lost through this electronic filter. The best way to communicate, of course, is face-to-face. The best conversations I've ever had in my life occurred when I got together to have a drink and just talk. These connections energize us because it is what we are meant to be doing. We are visual, emotional, and spiritual beings wanting to connect on a deeper level with meaning and purpose. If your life does not have meaning or purpose, look at the friends you keep. Facebook acts as a tool towards that purpose. It is a sad substitute for the real thing. Real communication about real issues is hundreds of times more powerful than the non-emotional niceties that pass for communication on Facebook. Do you realize there's a whole generation of humans that thinks this is normal? The criminal elite know that if they take away the meaning of words, it incapacitates our thought. If you cannot speak, you cannot think. If you cannot think, you cannot figure things out. If you cannot figure things out, you will never see that you're a slave. If you cannot see that you're a slave, you'll never rebel. If you cannot rebel, you'll never be free. And if you cannot be free, you'll never fulfill your purpose on earth to be your highest and best self. Until they become conscious, they will never rebel. And until after they have rebelled, they cannot become conscious. George Orwell. How long will it take for a computer algorithm to become your friend? Don't laugh. People think that Bitcoin is real money. Look at your Facebook contacts and tell me that the majority of the connections could not be programmed. Subject A is sad. An algorithm spits out, cheer up, it'll be okay. Or tell me about it. Or I'm here for you. Or I love you. If the contact is that vapid, and this is truly a narcissistic experience, who wouldn't like to have a bunch of yes men as friends? Mental masturbation to distract you from a hole in your life? The more this narcissism persists, the more it turns into psychopathic behavior in the real world. The biggest promoters are the ones making the biggest bucks. All of a sudden, people think psychopathic narcissistic behavior is the key to success. Look at some of the shows like Jersey Shore or Real Housewives. They are nothing more than the normalization of psychopathic behavior. People figure it's going on all around them and they think that it's the way it's supposed to be. Well, it's not, and we must keep this out of our lives. We have seen many people mistaken the attention and kind words from friends online and throw that against the people in your real life. Your wife isn't doing it for you? Well, you have girls online that think that you're the best thing since sliced bread. Your husband moody? Well, your ex-boyfriend recently divorced and is so supportive. These serve as temptations that we just don't need in our already stressful lives. This bleed into the real life is where the electronic experience gets dangerous. How many times have you been in the room with someone and they're checking their email while they're talking to you? The constant rush of connection has become all too prevalent in our lives. I fear if things don't change soon, we'll become isolated little bits of nothing. First, we became disconnected from nature and never really saw the amazing sight our world has to offer. We hardly look at the stars anymore and see how small we really are. Then the family got ripped apart when the father left home for a job to provide for his family. Then the wife had to enter the workforce to keep up with inflation and the Joneses. Now children are even separated from their friends from this electronic void of never knowing what a true friend is. What chance will they have in life? What kind of future are we building? Instead of seeing how small we are in the real world, we are pushed to us being the center of a narcissistic virtual world. Then there is the burnout experience from all this constant back and forth. Responding to people's comments, likes, and dislikes is tiring. Then you have to think, did I say this right? How will they take this? I can imagine at some point this becomes real work to balance all these quote-unquote friends. Everyone is always looking over your shoulder and all in your business. If anything, wouldn't it get boring? Don't we have anything better to do? One other thought I would like to explore is how many of your friends are because of circumstances or real friends. We are friends with schoolmates, coworkers, families, and neighbors by circumstances. They're in your life and they're agreeable enough to spend time with. For the most part, you never really get to know them, or you really don't want to get to know them. If you're not living with these people, how many would you still pursue in real life? One interesting thing that I found working on this project and consulting with people, I tend to have deeper conversations with the one-on-one calls that I do than most people have in their real lives. I have no time for superficiality and often ask tough questions and challenge people. It instantly breaks through the mask we all wear. It gets to the real issue and the real person asking it. I think once you get beyond the mask, you can become real friends and have deeper relationships. You should not be afraid to try this with your people in your life. You will either have less negative people in your life, or you will have deeper relationships with the ones that you love. I predict that there will come a time when people will quit all this vapid social networking and reestablish a real life. I believe that the crash of the dollar will coincide with this. We will no longer be able to get something for nothing and give up everything real for that nothing. Then we will have a new day where we can get back to something that really matters. A smaller, slower, more local life is in your future. That, of course, is after a massive social upheaval. Those that have the strongest real relationships will be the ones most likely to succeed. Do yourself a favor today, go into your Facebook account settings and deactivate Facebook. Don't worry, everything will be safe for a couple months. Blow past the creepy Mary and John will miss you pictures, and post a link to this video as the reason why you're doing it. See how many people even notice that you're missing. See if someone will try to actually find you in the real world and contact you. If they do, they're probably a real friend and someone you should really get to know better.
What do I do? Get up, catch the bus, go to work, come back home, eat chips and go to bed. Is that it?
It's what the rest of us do.
But I can't.
Why? Because you're better than us?
No, I didn't mean that. better life. And I don't mean all the travelling, and the doctor showed me a better way of living your life. You know he showed you too. That you don't just give up. You don't just let things happen. You make a stand. You say no. You have the guts to do what's right when everyone else just runs away.
Humanity is, for the first time in history, becoming consciously awake. Education, information, and dispelling myths allows people to logically look at their world, to shake off the chains that hold them back from finding true happiness. Humanity is tackling issues that have plagued their families for generation after generation. Humanity is learning that they no longer need to be cursed with toxic thoughts that destroy self-esteem and relationships. There is a massive movement towards self-realization, whether it is through spirituality, meditation, nutrition, exercise, self-help, life balance, or psychotherapy. Humanity finally has the tools and information to finally conquer these inner demons that hold us individually down. With this access to information, help, and healing, this generation is tackling their issues and saying, "It stops with me." They will not pass this toxic thoughts on to their children so that they can be their highest and best selves. This to me is true generational wealth. Once humanity starts becoming more free in their consciousness, the chain reaction starts ripping through every other aspect of their life. No longer will they put up with abusive, manipulative, and toxic personal relationships. Toxic wives, abusive boyfriends, manipulative bosses, and even rude strangers will no longer be tolerated. Humanity will learn that we do not need to fight these people. They merely need to be identified and exposed so that we may shun them in our lives forever. Once the social parasite is exposed, they will no longer have the control over that newly awakened person, and they will wither away in their current power. The newly freed person will feel an incredible weight lifted off their chest and truly be able to breathe for the very first time. Once they tackle those toxic relationships, it is now time to rid themselves of careers and efforts that do not resonate with their now stirring soul. We all resonate energy, and when we find people or music that vibrates with our energy, we literally get a shiver down our spine. That is our soul or our consciousness telling us that this is real and right, and that we need to be fully present in this moment. We should be searching for these moments in everything we do, but we are held back from it by people who seek to manipulate your energy into their collective efforts for their personal power. When we are surrounded by people or things that do not resonate with us, we feel a dissonance, a sickness in the stomach. We cannot give our best energy to things we do not believe or feel passionate about. Most careers in this debt and death paradigm do not resonate with us because we are feeding a collective beast that does not care about us or our happiness. We currently have millions of Americans on antidepressants or other forms of active denial as a way to cover up this sick feeling that they are not getting anywhere in their life. The secret to happiness is making real progress. Think about when you were most happy. It was probably when you were a child. Every day there was progress and opportunities seemed everywhere. You were told that you can be anything, and you probably had a healthy family structure to provide the encouragement to do more. Your potential was encouraged to take action, which led to results, which leads to certainty, which leads to the confidence to take on any challenge. It is important to note that happiness is not an exponential scale. Take a man who is cold and hungry, and maybe minus 100 happy, and if you give him a warm bed and hot soup, he may become plus 100 happy. But if you give that same man $1 billion, he does not become plus 1 billion happy. We have been fooled into thinking that the collection of dollars or status in some system is the measure for happiness. After we progress ourselves to a point where we can sustain ourselves without fear, the only other happiness you will find in life is being a blessing unto others to reach that same level. Humanity will realize that when this dollar paradigm collapses, that most of their time and energy has been wasted on things that have absolutely no importance to our lives. We have sold our soul every day to do things that did not materially make the world better or bring happiness into other lives. The majority of humanity will be asking what was their life all about when the prosperity built on debt is collapsed. To those that cannot live with toxic thoughts, toxic people, and toxic careers, they will no longer be able to waste another day digging at that empty hole in their soul. They will make the decision to leave that high-paying job and to follow that small voice inside of them. They will realize that the things that they thought they needed are no longer important, and because they no longer desire the latest and greatest, life immediately becomes less intensive and demanding. They are able to support themselves and others with less effort. A greater calm will come over them as they wonder why they did not do this sooner. This change in priority and needs leads to a physical change in where you live. They will move away from urban areas that seem to attract the most narcissistic and aggressive people to places of a slower way of life. In more than a few videos, I have warned people that areas that thrive the most off the debt and death paradigm will be the worst places to be when the dollar collapses. Large urban areas require a constant influx of food, energy, and debt to function. When the dollar collapses, not only will it be the most exposed and least prepared, it will be a hotbed for violence as the aggressive narcissists do whatever it takes to get theirs. If you cannot move from these areas, you need to focus on food, water, and weapons as you try to ride out the storm. The further you are from the impact zone, the fear of starvation will lessen, and more local markets and trust will spring up. The buffer of supplies you need can be smaller as the economy will provide more day-to-day needs. Once you have secured your buffer, it's time to take that last step. The final step is walking away from toxic investments. Your current wealth and ability to support this happiness is the fruit of your past labor. It is vital that you protect it from toxic paper investments and assets.
These are the steps to self-reliance as I see them. First, assume responsibility. What do you suppose that means?
Well, assume responsibility. That means to take the blame for things that are my fault.
Uh-huh. Looking after your own schoolwork, planning your own time, depending upon yourself to be on time.
Be informed. Well, it's easy to see why you should be informed in class. You have to get facts and information in order to keep up. You have to know where to get information, too. But why be informed about other things besides schoolwork? Well, better get after the schoolwork now. Mom, do you think I look all right this way, or should I wear a tie?
Why, that depends on where you're going. Will you be expected to wear a tie?
Be informed.
What, dear?
Oh, nothing. Thanks, Mom. I'll figure it out myself. Let's see. We'll go to the movies and then to Ann's house for snacks. I might meet Ann's parents. Better wear a tie. Be informed. That can answer a lot of problems. Yeah, that's better.
Are you leaving right away, Alan?
No, Jack's coming by for me.
Say, there's something that I've been wanting to ask you. Have you decided on what courses you're going to take next year?
Oh, no. I don't know what to take, Dad. Jack's going to take American literature, and Eddie signed up for speech class. But I don't know what I want to take.
Well, I hope you don't let your friends lead you around this way. What will you get out of these courses? What do you want to get out of them? If you know what you want in life...
Know where you're going. Make your own decisions.
What in the world are you talking about?
Oh, well, I sort of want to develop a little self-reliance. Mr. Carson gave me this.
Self-reliance, huh? Well, that's a good thing. Are these from Emerson?
Emerson?
Sure. Haven't you read Emerson's essay on self-reliance? I think we have a copy of it here somewhere.
Well, I think you'll find it on the third shelf.
Thanks, dear. The foundation of our way of life, someone once called it. Oh, yes, here it is. Self-Reliance by Ralph Waldo Emerson. I learned a lot from this essay when I was your age.
Thanks, Dad. I'll read it.
You may have to if you take American literature.
I think I'll read it no matter what course I take. What about those courses, Dad? Will you give me a little time to think? I have a lot of work to do before I make any decisions.
Sure.
Oh, there's Jack. Bye, Mom. Dad.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Now, you may think that's the end of Alan's story. Actually, it's only the beginning. Alan learned very quickly the meaning of the steps to self-reliance, but it takes quite a long while to make self-reliance a habit. I watched Alan for several months. I saw how he assumed responsibility. For example, he took a job on the student forum and worked at it seriously. I saw how he kept himself informed. He studied hard. He read more than just the assignments. He talked to people and listened to them. He wanted to be informed, and he never missed a chance to learn something. I saw how Alan found where he was going. He came to me sometimes for advice, but he never asked me to decide for him. He thought seriously about his goals, his purposes. I saw how he learned to make decisions for himself, always on the basis of the best information he could get. And then just the other day, at another student forum meeting, I saw Alan show how really self-reliant he has become. The students were quite upset about our parking situation around the school, but no one was able to offer much of a solution. That is, until Alan spoke up.
Just what is the problem? Those who drive to school can't keep on parking in the street. I understand it's too narrow. That's why we've been getting tickets there. We'll just have to find another place for our cars and motorbikes. I've been looking into this. You know, since we got the new tennis courts, maybe the old ones just north of the school building could easily be made into a parking space. We could do what little work there is, and we could ask the principal for his approval.
Yeah, but who?
Will you ask him? Well, sure, if you want me to. I'll take on that responsibility.
Okay, you can get in contact with him, then we'll have the meeting.
Okay.
Yes, sir. That was self-reliance, the kind we can all use. It's hard work to become self-reliant, but these are the steps. Assume responsibility, be informed, know where you are going, make your own decisions. Alan learned to do it, and he's certainly a happier and a better person for it. Will you develop the habit of self-reliance?
Going to be the adults that are going to have to pick up the pieces of the millions and millions of childlike people out there who are not taking personal responsibility, focusing on the things that they can control, the real skills, real wealth, and real friends that they have in their life that adults would recognize and develop, as opposed to being a child, looking for the latest high, whether it's sexually, food, video games, or whatever. That's what's prevalent, and it's the adults that are real men are going to step forward. And I've also talked about this before, kind of tying into another thing. I talked about how the people that are making the most amount of wealth now, or have this child mentality, they're making millions of dollars, the CEOs, the lawyers, the rock stars, the NBA players, the Kardashians, all that other stuff, and they don't provide any real tangible value. And yet it's the adult males. I have plenty of examples here in my own personal life in Ohio. It's the contractors, the electricians, the builders, the farmers. These are real men. I mean, these guys have responsibility. They think long term. They have proper relationships with their wives and kids, and they don't go out spending and doing all this stuff. They do save. These are men. I've said before that when the collapse of the dollar comes, all the things that we once valued will become worthless. Everything, the jobs, the consumerism, the assets, all that stuff will become worthless. And power, massive amount of power, is going to shift to the men in our local societies. Power is going to devolve down to the most local and responsive level, which is going to be run by men. And it's up to these men that are going to have to be adults and start getting ahead of this stuff and recognizing their own faults and realizing that they're not their highest and best selves, mainly because we don't have the role models or institutions or initiation process into becoming men. And we're going to have to kind of, go along the way of becoming a higher and best self. And I encourage people to become more empathetic, become more responsible, get into better shape. These are all things that I think are all tied into this subject. And I hope that what we should be consciously working on, instead of fearing the unconscious collapse, bring on the collapse. I'm looking forward to it because it'll be the end of all this psychopathic, narcissistic, short-term minded, and that real men will have an opportunity to really be heroes or warriors, kings in their life. And that, I think that there's going to be a great amount of energy and solutions that are going to really pop forward, very soon, because the men that have been shunned and demoralized. Look at the Bruce Jenner. I mean, if this isn't the peak of society gone wrong, and I look right at Bruce Jenner and where this is all gone. And that is no longer going to be on the cover of magazines. It's going to be the real men that are going to end up creating the solutions on a very local level, and taking charge and taking leadership and fostering a new consciousness in our new societies.
I appreciate the work that you do and continue doing. I know the saying only too well, if you are aware, you can prepare. But my problem is, and I'm sure many others are in the same boat, which is why I decided to write this, to be in the position to prepare, we need resources, and the resources cost money. What about people who are stuck jobless, making ends meet, week in and week out? For me, I'm totally aware. I would love to be in a position to prepare for a whole community. But I'm financially embarrassed and broke. What do we do? And at 5:30 in the morning, when my eyes were blearied, I wrote this response to her. I went through being depressed and jobless for almost a year when I left New Jersey. I don't think that I would listen to the advice that I'm about to give you, but here it goes. First, stop emotionally worrying about things outside of your control and start taking positive, productive action in the things that you can control. This will get your mind out of the scarcity mentality and start a beneficial cycle of the abundance mentality. When you start to make real physical, positive change in your environment, good things start happening. It can be as small as cleaning your house, working out, stacking an extra can of food, buying an ounce of silver, or planting a tree. Every day, make a real change in your world, and over time, you'll feel surprisingly better. Most of the battle is in our head. We are the masters of our universe. Next, we need to get rid of the toxic influences that bring us down. Thoughts, friends, habits, debts, where you live, etc. One can only maintain a positive spirit for so long inside of a toxic environment. No matter what the cost, cut anyone out or anything that does not make your life better, no matter how small. Then it comes to finances, which is where everybody wants to jump to first, even though that I feel it's a terrible mistake to do that first. Without the mental and social change first, financial change will never truly happen. This is why so many lottery winners end up back where they started, broke. The financial front is twofold. First, stack real assets. I don't care how broke you think you are. If you're an American, you can still afford to buy a silver dime a day by foregoing a coffee, soda, pizza, cable, beer, lottery tickets, or cigarettes. That silver dime is more than the entire day's wage of 2/3 of the world today. I have a member of the Silver Shield group who is a pizza delivery guy who is married, father of 3, and has a dog, and that every day after work he takes his tips and goes to the local coin store and buys silver dimes with whatever he can. This man has more real wealth than most people I know, and he is thinking generationally on what he wants to leave his kids something far better off than what he was given. If you are poor, you have to think longer term. By stacking a silver dime a day, you will give yourself a substantial buffer of real wealth that cannot be stolen from you with inflation. It is my belief that when the dollar collapses, that silver dime will represent a day's wage for food and shelter. So a silver dime a day is really not that bad because it costs less than a cup of coffee. The second step is to delay debts as long as you can. Chances are if you're poor, you have debts. Debt is slavery of the free. First, stop taking on consumer debt no matter what it takes. Second, work on delaying that debt, because a currency collapse will only benefit those who have real assets and debt, not those that sold their real assets to pay off their debt. Finally, I would suggest start doing something that you really love. If you have a crappy job, start doing something on the side that you love doing and that you're talented at. We all have a song in our heart, and most men go to the grave with the song still inside of them. If you bring out what is inside of you, you will be saved. The combination of all these things that I told you over time will lead to real change. I know, I have lived it. Perhaps one day the world will start to see the logic of stop trying to change the world to make yourself happy or free, and start changing yourself to make the world happy and free.
Man is free the moment that he wants to be. And it's the same way, I find people, people listening going, oh, I don't smoke, I don't care about this. Well, think about your other addictions. Is it, your addiction to the credit card? Is it your addiction to alcohol? Is it your addiction to your career? These are all passing things that, are not good for you. If you think that, you're going to be able to consume more than you produce, you should be able to, start focusing on doing that and getting out of that system. Most of the listeners here are probably all addicted to the American dream and the system still functioning. What are you doing on a constant basis to wean yourself or even quit, working in the banking system? What are you doing to make sure that you can get food, when the system breaks down, or get off the Facebook and start getting in front of your kid's face. These are all things that you can do, and it's not a difficult thing. It's just a matter of making the determination, saying, I am going to do this. And once you do that, the world becomes a lot easier place to deal with, because you have empowered yourself to do the difficult things when you want to, and when you know that the bad things that do happen to you, that you have within you the solutions, the fortitude, the will, the logic to overcome whatever's thrown in your path. And that, to me, is the big lesson here. As soon as you start seeing how your body reacts, how to make through certain things, you'll be able to apply it to everything. I mean, I think that's why the founding fathers, were able to learn politics and literature and horticulture and astronomy and multifaceted, because they learned how to learn. They knew the trivium, they knew how to logically look at things, and they could throw their minds into any single thing that sparked their interest and become very proficient in it right away. And I think that the more that the individuals are able to master themselves and take control of their urges, their emotional lower level needs, and override it with powerful, logical, higher thinking selves, the more that they're able to command their world and focus their attention on things that they can make the greatest impact on. Your health is probably the single easiest thing to and most important thing to focus on. So take time to kind of take Ryan's story of quitting, and what can you quit today? What can you beat out of your existence with your logic and will and courage, because these are the little lessons that I know will be extremely valuable to you when real challenges are in your face. Will you have the fortitude, the intensity, the will to be able to overcome challenges, that you did in the good times?
The two most common questions I get are how to turn back the increasingly corrupt system and how to financially prepare for a post-dollar world. This does not surprise me, since fear and greed are the two most powerful motivators known to man. What will surprise you is that for once, the answer for both questions is the same. Buying physical silver is the greatest act of wisdom and rebellion that any American could and should be doing right now. It is a silver shield to protect your family and wealth in a post-dollar world. Buying physical silver is a non-violent, non-compliant resistance. Most importantly, it works outside the system, and it cannot be stopped. As long as you play by the elite's rules, the elite will rule. Any effort to work within the elite's paradigm will fail. The Tea Party March on Washington failed. It failed like the Occupy Wall Street movement has. It failed because nothing happened and nothing changed. That is not to say that these were not great exercises in power. It just never will bring about any real change, because awareness campaigns and marches are not enough. Let them march all they want, so long as they pay their taxes. Alexander Haig. The elite that own and control our paradigm do not care what we say or do, so long as we do not threaten the root of their power. We have to hack at the root. This Silver Shield plan will fundamentally change the game and do it from outside the system. It will overthrow the elitist system that enslaves us with debt, and do so without a shot being fired. Most importantly, there is no way the elite can stop it. The plan is quite simple. Sell every single asset you own right now and buy physical silver. As with anything in life, knowing the answer is not as important as knowing the why. The why is what brings about fundamental change in your thinking. This change in thinking brings absolute certainty to the outcome. Absolute certainty brings about massive action. Banking was conceived in inequity and was born in sin. The bankers own the earth. Take it away from them, but leave them the power to create money, and with a flick of the pen, they will create enough deposits to buy it back again. However, take it away from them, and all the great fortunes like mine will disappear, as they ought to disappear, for this would be a happier and better world to live in. But if you wish to remain slaves of bankers and pay the cost of your own slavery, let them continue to create money. Sir Josiah Stamp, director of the Bank of England, appointed in 1928, and reputed to be the second wealthiest man in England at the time. Silver is the Achilles heel of the elite's paradigm. By transferring their fake, corrupt paper money into real, honest money like silver, it will ultimately destroy the control of their money debt system. The The more money debt they create, the more it will work against them as we put more of that money into silver. Every single evil in this world is made possible only through the elite's debt money system. Through the control of the privately and foreign-owned central banks, the elite control our money, our food, our industries, our government, our media, our natural resources, our capital markets, our military, and ultimately you. This iron fist control enables wars, propaganda, police states, corruptions, pollution, crime, drug trade, disintegration of families, etc. In fact, if you show me an evil that you fight against, I will show you how it all comes back to the very corrupt basis of our money. I intend to show how silver is an antiseptic for all these ills. Buying physical silver acts both as a silver bullet to all the evils in the world and a silver shield for all that you love in this world. Buying physical silver will bring about more political change than all the political campaigns will ever do. It will reverse the tide of wealth going to the elite and even Asia. It will stop tyranny and free billions from the bondage of debt slavery. It will bring about a new era of human progress unlike anything you can imagine right now. If we simply take away the elite's power, how fast and far could we progress as a race if we did not waste our efforts on debt, wars, and taxes? The silver shield can and will bring about this change. Now that I've raised the bar to the moon, let's get this show going. Buying physical silver can be the second American Revolution without firing a single shot. In order for a revolutionary idea to take hold, you must feel it in your soul. It is important to know that not everyone has the same motivations. I will attempt to lay out as many rationales as I can to help you commit to this plan and encourage others to do the same. I will use both positive and negative motivations on why you should be buying physical silver. I will appeal to your rational and irrational desires. I will give you the financial, historical, political, geological, mathematical, legal, intellectual, emotional, and even spiritual reasons why you should be buying physical silver. To buy or not to buy physical silver is the greatest decision you have to make before the worldwide collapse of the debt-based fiat currencies. If you fully commit to this idea, you will be taking charge of your future, and I believe you will be creating generational wealth. If you do not commit to this plan, I bet your grandchildren will curse you for not taking advantage of this opportunity of a lifetime. We are living the great fiction of the American dream. It is a place where generations can get something for nothing. It is a world that we can print unlimited money and debt from a privately, foreign-owned central bank. It is a dream of a consumer-led society and not of a manufacturing society. It is the hallucination of a trillion-dollar war machine securing the world's natural resources for the elite and their corporations. It is a land where people think that digits on their screen are real wealth and that fractional reserve banking is safe. It is an illusion that the more debt we create, the richer we are. It is said that men go mad in herds and only come to their senses slowly and one by one. Charles Mackay. We willingly suspend disbelief every day to live in this American dream. Some are starting to wake up from this dream, and that scares the masters that control this dream. They need to put us back to sleep, or at least scare us with some campfire stories. The world is waking up from this perceived reality, and now people are starting to see through this dream. The implications for the criminal elite are truly frightening, and they know it. The elite can control the flow of silver and essentially control the market. This is true as we've seen for the past year in the paper silver markets. The elite can knock 30% off the price of a silver in a heartbeat. The elite can continue to trade 1 billion ounces of paper silver a day. They can do this even though there is only 1 billion ounces of silver produced every year, and that there's only 30 million ounces of silver in the registered vaults of the COMEX. They can continue to manipulate the markets by effectively doubling the cost of margins in only 8 days. They can continue to have the 8 largest banks net short 150 days of global silver production, without ever settling or delivering the physical metal. They can continue to trade 45, 100, 1,000 times paper ounces for every 1 ounce of physical silver. They can continue to take unlimited paper losses so long as the Fed and the Treasury backs them up in this paper suppression game. They can continue to break down regulations and expand their thieving. They can continue to have insider knowledge of smackdowns. They can continue to pressure miners and refiners. They can continue to lease metal that they don't have. They can continue to create money and debt out of thin air. They can continue to use dark pools of liquidities and derivatives to add further layers to the game. They can continue to change the rules and raise the borrowing costs just like they did to the Hunt brothers. They can continue to have the regulators turn a blind eye to the manipulative schemes they pull. They can continue to demonetize silver like they did in 1873 and 1964. They can continue to squeeze billionaires to dump their 129 million ounces of silver over their ties with AIG. They can continue to sell unallocated silver and ETFs as an alternative to real physical silver. They can continue to push gold as the real metal to own because the criminal elite have a lot of that in their central banks.
On the other hand, if you're very safety conscious, you hang on to your gold bars.
They can continue to demonize real assets and continue to glorify the latest and greatest paper instrument. They can continue to trade and control their casino. They can do all of this until the music stops. Things that cannot go on forever won't. The world is waking up to see what these few hundred insiders have done to humanity with debt and war. Western citizens are waking up to the financial terrorism of the criminal elite, having been burned in the stock and housing bubbles and paying for perpetual wars. These citizens no longer trust the safety nets that only seem to benefit the too-big-to-fails and the well-connected. They no longer trust the computer-rigged markets or the brokers betting against their own clients. They no longer trust the media that spins the criminal elite's lie every day. They no longer trust the governments that lied us into war after war. They no longer trust the regulators asleep at the wheel. They no longer trust the politicians that promise hope and change and give us more of the same. They no longer trust that their retirement, jobs, or future is safe. They no longer trust that you can consume your way to prosperity. They no longer trust the corporations that seek short-term gains at the long-term deterioration of our society. They no longer trust the dollar, as it will reach its mathematically inevitable collapse. They no longer trust that the music will play forever, and they want out. Because of all of this and more, people are seeking the safety of silver. It has no counterparty risk, unlike all paper assets. It has a alloidial title to it, unlike all paper assets. It has a 5,000-year history of real wealth, unlike all paper currencies. It will never go to zero, unlike most paper assets. And it is historically and inflationary cheap today. Everything will change. It will not just be that the dollar dies. It will most likely be the institutions, the ideas, the systems that perpetuated the lie will die too. No longer will people listen to those that at best did not see this coming, or at worst made this happen. This crisis will not lead to a consolidation of power into a world currency, but a shattering of globalization into a decentralized, slower, local way of life. Communities will go about rebuilding a more sustainable society. Some may create their local currencies and barter systems. Many, I believe, will use gold and silver to supplement their new banking system. Even if silver truly never gets monetized again, it should rise in real purchasing power. After all, silver is not monetized now. Wait until the whole world tries to save their quadrillions in paper assets and try to buy anything with real tangible value. All real tangible assets will rise, not just gold and silver. Heck, even your kids' Beanie Babies might be worth some serious money again. Silver Shield seeks to protect our assets and strike at the weak underbelly of the quadrillion-dollar empire of lies. And it's not just for Western citizens to grasp onto. What about the billions of people outside the Anglo-American Empire who want a shot at the title? China, Russia, Iran, India, Germany, France, South Africa, Brazil, and many other countries who are sick and tired of the Anglo-American elite's banking power and the wars that they fund. They can win the biggest battle of all by not even firing a single shot. Right now they're buying gold and other real assets, but they have trillions of our dollars, and this will eventually find its way into all commodities, including silver. The BRICS nations are moving heavily to dump the dollar in every aspect of their lives. The number 2 and number 3 largest economies, Japan and China, have recently dumped the dollar in bilateral trade. The criminal elite cannot stop an idea whose time has come. The simple idea is things that cannot go on forever won't. The world sees how the criminal elite really work, and the world wants out of the dollar, and only real tangible assets provide a way out. The criminal elite can try to corner the flow of silver, but the rest of the world is cornering the criminal elite. The dollar is doomed, and there's no stopping that. The best that the criminal elite can hope for is that they can fool enough people into a World Bank or an IMF-sponsored currency, which of course will be controlled by the same Anglo-American bankers. But with the recent meeting of the BRICS nations, that seems like a far-off dream that will not happen. When the dollar collapse happens, there will be power vacuums all over the world, and local power will fill the void where the dollar once reigned supreme. The Anglo-American elite will fail horribly in their quest for a one-world currency, and it will shatter into 1,000 pieces. Decades of schemes and deceptions will be turned upside down in a few weeks. Try as they might, the Anglo-American elite cannot stop reality. The reality is that debt cannot be created forever. The reality is that you cannot pay for $140 trillion of unfunded liabilities without destroying the dollar. The reality is we cannot spend our way into prosperity. The reality is that they cannot deliver all the paper silver that they say they have. The reality is that wealth is going east. The reality is the Anglo-American Empire has not been good stewards of their power and deserve to lose it. The reality is the economy will never come back until all the debt is purged from the system. The reality is that China and the rest of the world is growing as Western nations fail. The reality is millions of Americans will never put a dime back into the hands of Wall Street. The reality is the elite are powerful, but they're not all powerful. The reality is that the minions that serve the criminal elite now on every level will abandon ship as soon as their first check bounces, and they will start pointing the fingers up at the guilty. The reality is that you can fool some of the people some of the time, but not all of the people all of the time. The reality is we're going to have a reversion to the mean, divine retribution, karma, or whatever you want to call it, and it's going to shake the elite's power to the ground. I believe that simply looking at the gold to silver ratio, that silver is going to outperform gold despite whatever paper manipulations happen. The ratio that gold and silver come out of the ground is about 1 ounce of gold for every 9 ounces of silver. We know implicitly that gold has been treasured as a precious metal throughout all of human history, and silver has more or less been trashed as an industrial metal for the past 138 years. So then why are we at a 1 to 75 gold to silver ratio? The reason is because silver is the Achilles heel of the Anglo-American banking empire. They know this, they must suppress it, and they must dissuade you from ever even looking at its direction. It is a direct threat to their quadrillion-dollar empire of lies. This cannot go on forever. Over the past year, the paper manipulation has been so obvious that it has served notice to all silver investors to avoid the rigged paper game in the banker's casino. I have only ever recommended buying real physical silver in your possession. I saw what the criminal elite were capable of in 2008 when they knocked the price of silver down from $21 to $8, and I vowed never to get caught in that trap again. Eventually, we will take enough physical silver off the market to control the real market of silver, not the paper market. I believe that this will coincide with the collapse of the world's currencies and other paper assets, leading to the most devastating 1-2 punch in investment history. Those that were lured into the paper markets, like the MF Global customers, got burned. But they have learned a very valuable lesson and will only buy physical from here on out. No more miners, no SLV, no more options, just cold, hard physical silver in your hand. The irresistible force paradox asks, what happens when an irresistible force meets an immovable object? Our debt-based monetary system must create more debt each and every year in excess of the debt and interest accrued the year before. The more debt money the bankers create, the more profit they have. The more money, debt, the politicians spend, the more power they have. This sick symbiotic relationship of lender of last resort meets the spender of last resort ensures exponential growth of money. The elite will keep using the power of the printing press to maintain their power, but ultimately this will only accelerate their demise. There is a mathematical inevitable end to this system, as infinite money debt meets the world's finite resources and ultimately the limits of human faith. The more money and debt chasing after fewer goods and services will cause inflation. Ultimately, people's faith in currency will fail worldwide. It will become evident that the elite intend to print the currency into oblivion, ruining the main function of money as a store of value. When this happens, people will throw their depreciating currency at any tangible asset they can get their hands on. Precious metals will be the main beneficiary of this. The frightening thing is that it's not just American citizens that will be affected by this global destruction of paper currency, because this will be the first time in human history in which the entire world has become interconnected and dependent upon this fiat monetary illusion. Stop thinking about another American Great Depression and start thinking about the Dark Ages. My suggestion would be to beat the rush and panic now. When this current monetary order dies, so will millions if not billions of people as an era of unlimited money comes to an end. Think of the millions that are on food stamps that have no support system to carry them. Think about the billions of dollars in food subsidies ending, food riots, skyrocketing food and fuel prices globally. In this hyperinflationary collapse of the world's money, I predict that up to 90% of your money will go towards food and fuel. Not your mortgage, not your car payments, taxes, tuitions, medical bills, or anything else. Just the basic necessities like food and fuel. Most will not be able to make this transition and unfortunately will die. And that is before the wars, riots, and violence take even more people down. This dramatic shift in life will also prevent people from having children in this turbulence. There will be a scar in the human experience that will be felt for generations. Those that understand that there is a major shift out of paper assets into real assets inevitably start with the gut reaction of buying gold. The more I learned about silver, the more I saw that it was the only investment for me and my family. When you truly understand the fundamentals behind silver, you will see that it's simply the best investment out there. And I challenge anyone to find me a better investment. First and foremost, the reason why I invested in physical silver is because it is a physical, tangible asset. When I say invest in silver, I do not mean anything else but the real stuff in your hand. If you don't hold it, you don't own it. Stay away from SLV, unallocated bullion accounts, mining shares, and stick to the physical. I would hate for you to be right on silver and wrong on the form of silver. We are entering a generational shift out of paper assets into real tangible assets. As I've stated many times in the past, the dollar is mathematically going to collapse, and it is the very basis for our entire world economy. The dollar collapse will be the single largest event in human history, and will dramatically touch every human being on Earth and will leave a scar on generations to come. Yes, it's going to be that big. When the mathematically inevitable collapse happens, all paper assets will be destroyed. This goes for dollars, yen, euro, CDs, munis, T-bills, money markets, insurance policies, pensions, privately owned businesses, structured settlements, social security, dividends, 401ks, IRAs, stocks, options, bonds, and even real estate. Without a functioning currency and the uncertainty it brings, credit grinds to a halt, payments grind to a halt, markets grind to a halt, the world economy grinds to a halt. People panic, and this always leads to war. This naturally leads to investors finding value in real tangible assets like commodities. Commodities are real things that we use every day in our life, like pork, cotton, corn, oil, and steel. The problems with most commodities is storage. I know for a fact that two of the best asset classes to be in terms of real inflation-adjusted returns, will be food and fuel. They are most essential to humanity, and they are hardest to live without. I strongly recommend people stocking up on preparations before they buy silver. You will need at least a 3-month supply of food per person as a buffer for the massive global social upheaval we are going to go through with the collapse of the dollar. The problem with investing in most food and fuel is storage issues. Most food and fuel deteriorates and becomes worthless. Also, storage can be prohibitive because we're talking about some big dollars. I don't know about you, but I certainly don't have a grain silo or storage tanks. Unless you're a farmer or an oil baron, this usually rules out many commodities for the average investor. This brings us to metals because they don't deteriorate. For most metals, storage is a big issue. $8,000 will buy you a ton of copper, but just over 4 ounces of gold. This is why precious metals are sought after, because of their rarity and their ability to store so much wealth in a small space. The first demand is industrial demand. First and foremost, silver is being used as an industrial metal. Silver is the indispensable metal. Next to oil, silver is the most widely used commodity ever, as it has over 10,000 uses. As technology progresses and expands, silver's usefulness will explode even further. Its unique characteristics are unlike any other commodity in the world. It is the most reflective of all metals, the greatest conductor of both heat and electricity, strongly resists corrosion and oxidation, second most malleable and ductile metal next to gold, and it has recently been discovered to be a very effective antimicrobial and bacterial metal, and is now even being used in the war against cancer. Silver is generally used in small quantities, and its unique characteristics make it irreplaceable. This demand is growing and inelastic to price, which provides a very strong base for the next demand to put some more fuel on the fire. The next demand is the growing investment demand. This demand has almost been dead for the past generation of investors. This demand has a Jekyll and Hyde component to it. It has a paper trader component to it that simply wants a horse to bet on. These investors are primarily Anglo-American institutional investors and tend to want the silver price lower. But what they really want is to get big swings in the market. They trade anywhere from 40 to 1,000 paper ounces of silver for every real physical ounce in the market, and they only usually take about 3% of the real physical off the market when it is traded. This institutional demand is still in its early stages and seems content in the paper chase of the trader market. This institutional demand is set to grow not only in acceptance, but in worldwide audience and finally in physical metal. Institutions seem to follow the leader, and when it becomes apparent that silver is up, it won't take long for these sharks to smell blood in the water, and they'll want more exposure to silver and other commodities. At first they'll play the paper market, but soon they will want the real thing. Foreign institutional investment demand is quite different than our institutional investment demand. They don't seem interested in playing the paper chase, and they want real physical silver. They seem intent on dumping dollars for real assets. The opening of the Hong Kong Mercantile Exchange is a good example of this. During the last bull run of silver in the 80s, only Western nations participated in that market. Since then, there is 10 to 20 times more capital in the world. There are 50% more people living in the world today, and now all of the world can participate in this silver bull run. China, India, and Russia are leading the charge to buy more and more precious metals. There are a lot of potentially useless dollars floating around the world, and they want real tangible assets in return. This type of foreign institutional investment demand wants higher prices and has the potential for backing the final demand, which will catapult silver into the stratosphere. The final investment demand is private investors. These investors typically want physical and only dabble in the paper trader market. These investors buy and hold, and they differentiate themselves from the other demands that specifically want a higher price for their investment. They plan on dumping their toxic paper assets and getting real physical assets outside of the paper chase. These investors are like ants, constantly taking food off the table and storing it for a rainy day. This demand is joining the industrial demand and taking real physical metal off of the market. But unlike the industrial users, the investment demand of private investors strictly want higher prices. The final and completely absent demand in this world is monetary demand. Silver has absolutely no monetary demand in the world. It is used in things and invested for protection against inflation, but nowhere in the world can you just buy things with it. I believe that with the mathematically inevitable collapse of the worldwide currencies, this new monetary demand will push silver through the sky. Some countries or local communities will monetize silver, and as history has shown, money goes to where it's most appreciated. All of humanity will be crying out for real money as they try to recover from the fiat something-for-nothing dream. How will quadrillions of fiat paper money flow into less than 1 billion ounces of silver? It's impossible. Paper is poverty. It is the ghost of money and not money itself. Thomas Jefferson. I have seen bright and intelligent men fail to understand that the electronic digits in their computer screens are not real money. They always do get it when you hold an ounce of gold or a 100-ounce bar of silver. It's a frightening aspect of our society that we've become so detached from real money that most of us cannot even comprehend real money. Do yourself a favor this week and go to your local coin shop and just touch an ounce of gold or a big fat shiny bar of silver. Then look at that wad of paper in your wallet, or worse, the digits in your bank account, and tell me honestly, where would you rather invest your future? This third and final demand, of monetary demand, is insatiable, as no one can ever have too much money. All commodities have a self-correcting price mechanism except for silver. If a commodity's price rises too high, demand drops off, as people seek substitutes or supply rises to meet the demand, thus lowering the price. This mechanism does not exist for silver. Silver is typically used in very small quantities and high-tech components, and there is no substitute for it. So a manufacturer or customer will have to absorb any price increase. Silver is now starting to be used in clothing to reduce odors caused by bacteria. What is remarkable about it is that by weight, silver represents only 1/40,000th of the total of inputs on that shirt. When used in such tiny quantities, silver's price is almost irrelevant. Over 20 million tons of polyester sportswear produced every year. The textile industry consumes 1,200 tons of silver annually. That's 38 million ounces. Let's say, for example, the average computer contains 1/10 of an ounce of silver. That would mean that there is about $3 of silver in the computer. Now let's assume the computer in question costs $1,500. If silver were to go to $1,000 an ounce, the same silver in that computer would be $100. Do you think Apple Computer is going to throw its arms up in the air and cry that they can no longer sell computers because silver is too expensive? No, they will raise the price of the computer and probably advertise that it has the most silver in it. Do you think the average consumer is going to say, I would buy a computer at $1,500, but at $1,600, no way? No, they'll find a way to get the extra $100 so they can read the latest online news about Miley Cyrus. It's not just consumer products that are at risk. It's the companies, the industries, the nations that are at risk. Apple has a market cap of $400 billion. If a strategic commodity like silver starts having shortages, their billion-dollar empire is endangered. Companies will go into panic buying, securing any amount of physical silver they can because their entire value-added business is dependent upon it. They will not be buying SLV or certificates of deposits. Only the real physical silver will suffice. They will whip out their huge checkbook and stock up. Now you can see why rising prices actually increase demand. And it's not just the computer industry that's relying upon silver. It's the multi-billion-dollar industries like energy, medical, and the military. And soon the banking industry, as their debt money system collapse. This directly affects national destinies.
Why is gold worth some 20 bucks an ounce?
I don't know, because it's scarce.
1,000 men say go searching for gold. After 6 months, one of them's lucky. 1 out of the 1,000. His find represents not only his own labor, but that of 999 others to boot. That's 6,000 months or 500 years, scrabbling over mountains, going hungry and thirsty. An ounce of gold, mister, is worth what it is because of the human labor that went into the finding and the getting of it.
Now think about how much energy, labor, ingenuity, and time that goes into finding that silver and refining it.
The mining company produces silver bars, the composition of which is 93 to 97% pure silver. It sells the bars to a refinery, which further purifies them for sale to industries. The action begins down in the mine, where geologists point a Niton gun at various spots in the rock face. The device detects the levels of 40 different elements, including silver. Silver in its natural state isn't silver colored at all. It's charcoal gray. Those silver-looking deposits are actually zinc and lead. Miners drill holes in the silver-rich areas the geologists pinpointed, then insert sticks of dynamite. After the blast, carts haul the chunks of rock, called ore, to the surface. Geologists then test ore piles and blend them as required to achieve a consistent amount of silver content per kilogram of ore. The ore first goes into the primary crusher. The machine's huge steel teeth break up the big chunks into smaller pieces. Those pieces then drop through grates below into the secondary crusher, which breaks them down into even smaller pieces. Those go into vibrating cone crushers, which pulverize them into tiny pieces. A conveyor transports the crushed ore to the ball mill. At this point, the ore pieces are roughly 6 millimeters big. As the mill's large cylinder rotates, steel balls bounce around inside, grinding the ore into powder. A water circulation system flushes the silver-rich powder out of the cylinder and into large tanks which keep the water moving. To separate and dissolve the metals the powder contains, workers pour in acid. 72 hours later, the rock waste now settled at the bottom, the solution containing dissolved silver is pumped through filter presses. The filter plates are treated with a zinc-based chemical which attracts silver molecules. As the solution passes through, the plates trap particles containing silver, forming a layer of black powder called silver precipitate. This precipitate is composed of approximately 50% silver and 50% waste, the waste being a jumble of various metals, dirt, and other impurities. To separate the silver from the waste, they first dry the precipitate in a gas furnace for a couple of hours. In the mining company's lab, technicians continuously test ore samples to determine the grade, the term for the quantity of silver per kilogram of ore. They heat the samples to 1093 degrees Celsius for about an hour to burn off the impurities. What's left after the burn-off are the silver and other metals, such as lead, zinc, copper, selenium, and cadmium. Lab technicians then treat the samples with a chemical that prevents silver from burning off. and put them back in the oven. When the samples come out about an hour later, all the other metals have burnt off and only silver is left. They weigh the silver and compare it to the weight of the original sample in order to calculate the grade. The key to running a profitable mine is to ensure that the grade is consistently within certain parameters. Back at the mill, workers put the now dried silver precipitate into an oven, along with chemicals which prevent silver from burning off. Approximately 4 hours later, the silver and waste have separated and melted. Workers pour them into bar-shaped molds. The silver, being heavier, settles at the bottom. Workers skim off the waste floating on top. In less than 5 minutes, the molten silver cools and hardens, enabling workers to extract what is now a silver bar. The mining company sells the bars to a refinery for processing into industrial-grade silver.
It's crazy to think that all those tons of earth were moved just to find 1 ounce of silver, and right now we can buy it all for less than a dinner for 4 at our local sports bar. Silver has another awesome quality. It has a alloidial title to it. If you hold it, you own it. Almost every asset you own is controlled by somebody else. If you own your house outright, you still have to pay property tax, which means you really don't own it. Your cars, computers, TVs, and clothes are rendered less valuable with each registration, taxation, new fashion, or planned obsolescence. Even your stocks are not really yours because the actual certificates are being held by the nefarious DTCC. Who knows if they're selling stock that maybe they don't have? Have you ever heard of naked short selling? Silver is without counterparty risk. You do not have to rely upon somebody else fulfilling a promise for your asset to have value. All paper assets have counterparty risk. They use interest rates to value the risk that you might not get your money back. This will become very important as our society collapses and promises are broken by all. When the collapse accelerates, people will do the unspeakable thing as they become more and more desperate. People whom you have relied upon for years will suddenly break faith. This will not only happen on an individual level, but also on a corporate and governmental level. Pensions will be cut, benefits terminated, interest payments not paid. And this is where things get really scary. At this point, we will either see a deflationary crash or hyperinflationary depression. It will be a deflationary crash if there's not enough money to pay the increasing debt and interest. But I believe the elite will pay all of the obligations to keep their game going.
Do you still believe that we should maintain the fundamental principles of Social Security as you did in 83?
I think we should maintain the principles of Social Security, but I think the existing structure is not working, and that until we can construct a system which creates the savings that are required to build the real assets so that the retirees have real goods and services, we don't have a system that's working. We have one that basically moves cash around, and we can guarantee cash benefits as far out and at whatever size you like, but we cannot guarantee their purchasing power. And this is why the issue ultimately has got to be resolved in terms of, do we have the material goods and services that people will need to consume, not whether or not we pass some hurdle with respect to how legal financing occurs, because the financing is a secondary issue, and it's the means to create the real wealth, not an end in itself.
This will get every promise paid with toilet paper currency. The government is lying to you about the real rate of inflation. A recent CNBC article shows that the government is lying to you even today about the real rate of inflation. They do this so they can steal from you, plain and simple. Every dollar that they print is a direct tax against your wages and savings. They need to keep your expectations low so that you will not panic while they are gutting you. The government hides this inflation of the currency through 4 major tricks. Number 1 is hedonic adjustments. If a car goes up in price, say from $20,000 to $21,000, it would, on the face of it, show a 5% increase in the price. The government does not want that, so it creates an adjustment which takes into account the value of the options added. They arbitrarily create a dollar figure of value of, say, a better standard radio, better tires, lumbar support, upgraded cloth seats, and a dual exhaust. The government can say that that added $1,500 worth of value to that car. So in calculating for inflation, the price of the car went down 2.5% to $19,500. It does not matter if you don't want, need, or even value those options. The price goes up for you and down for the government. A trick corporations use is to say a 12-ounce can of soda is $1, and through smaller cans they are now 10 ounces and still charge you $1. You lose 17% of your soda, which costs more per ounce. The government says it's still a can of soda and it's the same price, so no inflation. Presto. The second trick they use is substitution. If inflation cannot be tamed through hedonics, they simply substitute a product in the basket with a less expensive product. Say the original basket of goods had filet mignon in it, and it went up from $9 to $10 a pound. They can simply substitute it with porterhouse steak at, say, $6 a pound, and actually say that inflation went down to eat meat. They can then substitute that with ground beef, chicken, pork, or even dog food. The very fact that people would substitute a higher product for a lesser one because of cost is clear evidence of inflation, and yet they use it to understate it. If housing remains too expensive, they use rental rates. Remember, it's all about containing your expectations. The third trick they use is weighting. When that does not work, the government changes the weighting of a hotter category with a lesser one. For example, healthcare and education are notorious for rising costs. They make up 20% of the economy, and for the CPI, the government might only weigh it as 15%, lessening the effect of the overall number. Or they might weigh certain regions of the country more than others. Or they might weigh discretionary consumables that are known to be falling in price, that we buy infrequently, and that are not vital to the necessities that we need and buy every day. The fourth trick is, when all else fails, they just don't count it at all. Left out of all these real inflation equations for the government are the most essential parts of our lives: food, energy, and taxes. I don't know about you, but these three things are the things that I care about most in my budget. In addition to these internal tools, the government can export inflation by sending money overseas so it never hits our economy. Also, if money can be pushed into stocks, it does not enter the real economy, and that also benefits the elite, especially when there is an orchestrated fleecing of the public through crashes. So there were the four tricks that the government uses to lower our expectations on inflation. They use hedonic adjustments, substitution, weighting, and subtraction. This allows the government to post benign inflation of 2.4%, when the real rate is easily over 10%. So if the real rate of inflation is 4 times higher than the official CPI number of silver and gold, that would put the real high of silver at $528 and gold at $9,220. This is a much more realistic number because the money supply in the United States has been vastly increased since 1980. Using the broad component of M2, there is approximately 10 times the amount of money in the economy. So if silver was at close to $50 in 1980 times, 10 times more dollars in circulation would mean that silver is close to $500, and gold should be close to $8,500. With those numbers in mind, we are still miles away of hitting any real record in gold and silver. And this is just one factor in the price of silver. When you realize that there is a lot less silver in the world since 1980, $500 is too low. When you realize that there are 50% more people in the world since 1980, $500 silver is too low. When you realize that only about 15% of the world's population even had the opportunity to participate in the bull run of the 70s and 80s, $500 silver is too low. When you realize that there are a lot more dollars, euros, yen, yuan, and other currencies of the world since 1980, $500 silver is too low. When you realize that we are going to have a mathematically inevitable collapse of all fiat currencies, all paper assets like stocks, bonds, and real estate, silver is actually priceless. Throughout history, silver has been used as money in more times and more places than gold. To function as money, a monetary item should possess a number of features. It needs to be a medium of exchange. It should have the liquidity and be easily tradable. It should be easily transportable. Precious metals have a high value to weight ratio, and it should be durable. To be a unit of account, it should be divisible into small units without destroying its value. Precious metals can be coined from bars or melted down into bars again with a low percentage cost. It should be fungible, that is, one unit or one piece is equivalent to another unit, which is why diamonds and works of art and real estate are not suitable as money. It must have a specific weight or measure or size to be certifiably accountable. The third feature is that it needs to be a store of value. It should be long-lasting, durable, and it must not be perishable or subject to decay. It should have a stable value. It should be difficult to counterfeit, and the genuine must be easily recognizable. Today, silver is not used as money since it does not circulate, but it still provides a crucial role as a store of value. Why should I choose silver and not gold? 95% of the gold that's ever been mined is still in existence in some form or another because it has been treasured. And yet 95%, if not more, of the silver that has ever been mined has been destroyed or used in such small quantities, for all practical purposes, it's gone forever. The elite and their central banks own tons of gold and no silver. Silver is cheaper than gold. The average American can buy 1 ounce of silver without much thought. But if he wants to even buy 1 ounce of gold, he would probably have to talk to his spouse about it. This means that when the chickens come home to roost, people will be able to afford silver on the way up than they will be able to afford gold. Gold has very few uses compared to silver. Gold mines are common, but silver is mined mainly as a byproduct of other minerals and metals like zinc. The Gold Antitrust Action Committee has led the charge for years in exposing bankers' manipulation of gold. Their investigations and awareness campaigns have led to a heightened awareness of gold in the investment community. GATA is headed by Chris Powell and Bill Murphy. This group spent $265,000 to get a full-page article in the Wall Street Journal asking, "Where is our gold?" This brave action asked the investment community why our gold reserves have not been audited in 50 years and how much gold we really have. I judge men not by the answers they give, but by the questions they ask. This question was a direct assault in the heart of the beast. GATA found out that awareness campaigns are nice, but they do not change the game. And I remember a year or so after that, GATA actually came out and supported the idea to actually sell gold and buy silver, because the battle against the bankers is easier to win in the silver market. No central banks have silver to sell like they do gold. The market for silver is so small compared to gold that very little money would be needed to have the bankers capitulate in their duplicitous acts. When the Gold Antitrust Action Committee says to sell gold and buy silver, you have to pay attention. The COMEX registered silver inventory, a little over $1 billion, would completely empty the largest stockpile of silver. To put that number into perspective, the United States government increased our federal debt by $120 billion. That $1 billion of registered COMEX silver would represent 12 minutes of increased federal deficit spending. If you see that quadrillions in paper assets are going to fail, and that most commodities are not suitable for investment, and how small the silver market is, it does not take a very large stretch of the imagination to think what will happen when people try to get into this market. Silver has been used as an industrial metal for the past 100 years and has not been cherished for what it really is, a precious metal. Industrial metals like aluminum, copper, and iron are plentiful and can be used in huge quantities and disposed of or recycled. Unlike most industrial metals, silver is used in such small quantities in proportion to the finished product that it's not recycled except in photography.
My socks have nano silver on them too, and they kill the bacteria that ew.
Silver literally has been thrown away into toxic trash piles all over the world and thus has disappeared. In fact, here's a chart showing for the past 64 years the world has consumed more silver than it's produced. Since the dawn of man, gold has been treasured. In more recent times, silver has been trashed as an industrial commodity and not valued as a precious metal. With the rise of technology, silver has literally been thrown away in such small quantities that it may never be recovered. The thing that put silver in the most perspective for me was an article written by Adrian Douglas from GATA that claimed the United States Geological Survey said that silver would be extinct by 2020. When I first read this, I said to myself, with all the stuff that I know about silver, this would be the most incredible exclamation point on why you should sell every single asset you have and buy silver now. Adrian did not cite his source in the article, but I knew Adrian would not put his reputation on the line for a crazy claim like that, so I decided to send an email to the United States Geological Survey myself. Here's what I wrote. Adrian Douglas wrote a report claiming that the United States Geological Survey said that silver was going to be the first element to become extinct as soon as 2020. Was this written by the USGS, and where is it? I got an email back from the USGS that said this. I don't believe that the USGS would ever use the term quote-unquote extinct in regards to the depletion of a resource. The USGS estimates the current worldwide silver reserves to be estimated at 510,000 tons. The global demand for silver in 2009 was about 24,000 tons. If nothing else were to change, the implication would be that we would run out of silver in 20 years. However, new deposits are still being discovered, and scarcity would lead to a higher valuation, which would eventually lead to more exploration interest. Here's a diagram showing silver's relative abundance. He finishes up with this line that said, While silver ore may become scarce, given the right price, it shouldn't become extinct. Regards, Gary Dorsher of the United States Geological Survey, Office of Communication and Publication, Science Information Services, Alaska. That last line is what it's all about. The bankers manipulated the price of silver down, and it gave rise to a quadrillion-dollar Ponzi scheme to give them unlimited power and profits. This manipulation has caused an incredible malinvestment so that all of humanity has trashed a precious metal to consume it to the point of oblivion. At some point, very soon, the physical market is going to take over, and all the games that the bankers are playing will end. It will be game over, and you will never see a more dramatic rise in price in anything, ever. Quadrillions of dollars, euros, pounds, rubles, yuan, etc. are all outstanding debt money to less than 1 billion above-ground ounces of honest money, silver. When silver's value is reestablished, silver will once again be treated as a precious metal. Humanity will stop wasting it, and much higher prices will force wiser use and recycling of it. Silver will not become extinct, but its price will just go to the moon. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There is no other example that even comes close to the stage that is set for the silver rocket launch. Governments held approximately 10 billion ounces of silver in 1950 and have been supplying that physical stock steadily into the open market for years. Today, there is no more surplus left to sell. The nations that manage their resources the best will win the future. Gold is 10 times more rare than silver when mined out of the earth. The fact that gold has been treasured and silver has been trashed makes the silver that is left much more rare than the 1:9 gold to silver ratio it naturally occurs in. The current dollar gold to silver ratio is about 1:75. It takes approximately 75 ounces of silver to buy 1 ounce of gold. If throughout all of history, for every 1 ounce of gold that has been mined, 9 ounces of silver have come out of the ground, how much longer can we expect to have a 1:75 ratio? If silver has been trashed for decades and gold has been treasured, how much longer can we have a 1:75 gold to silver ratio? If the amount of dollars invested in gold and silver at Sprott Asset Management, Gold Money, and the U.S. Mint is 1:1, how much longer can we have a 1:75 gold to silver ratio? At some point, the market's going to recognize the incredible opportunity. And when it does, it will most likely overshoot and make silver actually more valuable than gold. So, if you really want to buy gold, buy silver. You can buy 75 ounces of silver right now. And if the ratio falls to a 1:1 ratio, you can trade those 75 ounces of silver for 75 ounces of gold. In order to truly appreciate silver, one must put silver in perspective. There are 3.4 billion acres of arable farmland in the world, and only 1 billion ounces of silver. That is less than 1/4 of an ounce of silver for every arable acre of land. When a government is dependent upon the bankers for money, they, and not the leaders of the government, control the situation, since the hand that gives is above the hand that takes. Money has no motherland. Financiers are without patriotism and without decency. Their sole object is gain. Napoleon Bonaparte, 1815. Most people did not realize that Napoleon's fight was not a fight of conquering other nations, but that of a national leader trying to reclaim sovereignty from bankers. Since Napoleon refused to go into debt to bankers to fund his war, he sold assets to raise funds for the war. In 1803, Napoleon struck a deal with Thomas Jefferson to effectively double the size of America with the Louisiana Purchase. The Louisiana Purchase encompassed 529 million acres of land that would eventually become 15 states of the United States. Louisiana was sold for 60 million francs and 18 million in debt forgiveness. Since this deal was done in gold, each 20-franc gold coin has 0.187 ounces of gold in it. 78 million in francs was the equivalent of 729,300 ounces of gold, or 22 tons of gold. But I wanted to find out what that was in terms of silver. So 729,300 ounces of gold at the classic 1:16 gold to silver ratio worked out to 11,668,800 ounces of silver. So if we took the 529,920,000 acres of the Louisiana Purchase and divided it by the 11,668,800 ounces of silver, that would actually work out to 45 acres per ounce of silver. But I wanted to double check that because that seemed like an incredible number. So I looked on Wikipedia, and in Wikipedia said that the Louisiana Purchase was done for $15 million. Well, if we know that the constitutional silver dollar back then was 0.7735 ounces of silver per dollar, That worked out to 11,602,500 ounces of silver. So again, taking the same number of 529,920,000 acres of the Louisiana Purchase and divided by 11,602,500 ounces of silver, that again worked out to 45 acres per ounce of silver. But I looked a little further than that. I've actually seen that there's about 22 billion ecologically productive acres of land on Earth. That 22 billion acres is comprised of about 3.3 billion acres of arable cropland, 8.4 billion acres of pasture land, 10 billion acres of forest land. And the best estimates I've seen of silver is that there are about 1 billion ounces of silver above ground. That would put that same ratio of 22 acres per ounce of silver. So maybe we don't get to 22 or 45 acres per ounce of silver, but can we buy 1 acre of land for 1 ounce of silver? I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility, especially when you know that the gold to silver ratio has a very good chance of actually hitting a 1-to-1 gold to silver ratio, since 95% of all the gold that's ever been mined is still being treasured somewhere, and 95% of all the silver that's ever been mined has been destroyed through industrial use. So let's say the average acre of land costs about $10,000 today. Some places it's much, much higher, but just on average, let's say $10,000 for an acre of land. Without a Federal Reserve supporting mortgage rates, and a banking system and a governmental system totally dependent upon higher and higher property prices, when that paradigm collapses, the price of land will drop significantly. During that same paradigm shift, the value of real tangible assets, such as silver, will rise significantly, as more and more fiat money chases after fewer and fewer goods. Now, people have said that real estate is real property, but the value of property, as I've shown in 30 Reasons to Get Out of Real Estate into Real Assets, the value of real estate is totally dependent upon the credit markets and has very little to do with the actual use of the property, especially since most real estate is not productive land. So I think there could be a very strong case that we could hit a 1-to-1 silver to acre ratio in a post-dollar paradigm world. Now I can hear people crying, Chris, this is ridiculous, totally different time, totally different place. But I ask people, what would your house be worth if we didn't have 30-year mortgages at 3.9% financing? Or we didn't have a functioning economy? Or we didn't have a functioning currency? Or the jobs were even worse than they are today? Or nations or states were desperate for capital? What would your house be worth in terms of silver? We are nowhere near the bottom of the housing market, and we're nowhere near the top of silver, and that there's a huge gap to fill. So whether we actually get to 45 acres per ounce of silver, I doubt it. But it shows that we are very far away from where we are today on the true value of where silver can actually go. There's roughly about 6.8 billion people in the world, and about 1 billion ounces of above ground silver. That works out to about 1/10 of an ounce of silver per person if every ounce was evenly distributed per capita. But we know that silver is not evenly distributed. One single gold miner, Goldcorp, has a market cap of about $30 billion. Bill Gates is worth about $53 billion. The total market cap of all gold miners is $250 billion. The market cap of silver would only be 1/20th of the market cap of Apple Computer, which stands at about $600 billion. The total amount of actual dollars in circulation in the world is $800 billion. The total amount of all other currencies in circulation is about $2 trillion. The estimated market cap of all the gold in the world is about $6 trillion. The total market cap of all private businesses is about $10 trillion. The total GDP of America is $15 trillion. The total market cap of all American stocks is about $15 trillion. The total amount of U.S. treasuries in the world is about $15 trillion. The total amount of sovereign world debt is about $15 trillion. The total amount of corporate and muni debt is about $25 trillion. The total value of all commercial property is about $30 trillion. The total estimated market cap of the rest of the world's stock markets is about $50 trillion. The world GDP is $55 trillion. The estimated value of residential real estate is about $80 trillion. The estimated unfunded government liabilities is about $250 trillion. The estimated value of reported derivatives is $700 trillion. And finally, there's an estimated $800 trillion in shadow derivatives. The examples that I mentioned take into account all of the silver bullion on the Earth's surface right now. If we narrowed it down to just the silver that's in the COMEX warehouses of about 100 million ounces, all of those ratios would explode by a factor of 10. The United States alone spends more money on interest on the national debt every day than the entire warehouse of available silver. Let's take this further and really drive it home. Inside the COMEX warehouses, there are two classifications of silver, registered and eligible. The registered classification means that the silver is available on demand for delivery to investors. Eligible silver can become registered and deliverable if the owner of silver wants to sell it. This has a hook. It cannot be encumbered by obligations like loans taken out against the bullion, or if it has been leased out. Whether you know it or not, if you are storing your silver at the COMEX, chances are that they can loan out your silver with the promise to pay it back. This is why it's so important to hold your silver physically. If you don't hold it, you don't own it. Currently, there are only 30 million ounces of silver in the COMEX registered and deliverable category. That is less than $1 billion worth of silver. The world could sneeze and come up with that kind of money. And as we've seen, the elite protect this little hoard with a myriad of tricks. The COMEX has a known policy that you can sell unlimited amounts of silver, including paper silver that doesn't exist, but you can only take a limited amount of silver off the table and only on certain times. They play games with margin requirements to shake out the leveraged hands, and if things get out of control, they can force you to settle for the dollar value of your contract. There have even been rumors that in the past that they have paid premiums on a contract to dissuade physical delivery. Silver has massive economic forces pushing it, including the declining dollar and increasing industrial demand. The entire 5,000-year production of the human race has all been but used up. And the entire world is, for the very first time, blinded by fiat digital money. If only one of these factors comes into full play, it would be enough to create generational wealth with silver. All these factors together tell me that the average American can, with very little effort, raise a king's ransom of silver. Think about the historical significance of an average American being able to own 1,000 ounces of silver. During the height of the Roman Empire, the average day's pay for the average soldier or worker was the silver denarius. The denarius was 1/10 of an ounce of silver and very similar to our silver dimes of yesteryear. What I find amazing is the implied value of this coin into our modern lives. This dime of the Roman Empire was the average day's pay for the average worker. It paid for all the living expenses of a man and his family, food, shelter, clothes, taxes, and maybe a little fun from time to time. How would we begin to relate the value of that silver dime to where we are today? First, think about the kind of work a Roman soldier or a field worker would have to go through to get that denarius. Most likely, that Roman soldier would be enduring terrible conditions or fighting hand-to-hand combat. The average worker would be working 12 hours a day using rudimentary tools, doing arduous tasks to eke out an existence. The average American soldier or laborer probably makes the minimum wage of about $8 an hour. If we multiplied $8 times 12 hours the Roman laborers and soldiers would have had to work, that would make the implied value of that silver denarius about $96. If a denarius is 1/10 of an ounce of silver, then the implied value of an ounce of silver is $960. Let's think about this in another way. Judas sold out Jesus Christ for 30 shekels. Each shekel has a half ounce of silver in it. So those 30 shekels was about 15 ounces of silver. Would you condemn anyone, a stranger, a friend, much less the Messiah, to death for $495? Well, if we value silver by what we value it today, that's what it would work out to. But if we valued silver with this implied price of $960 an ounce, that same 15 ounces would be worth $14,400. It's a very big difference, and one that seems to be very similar to those murder-for-hire plots that you hear about on TV. In all my studies of silver throughout history and also this world, I keep coming across different ways of valuing silver that I truly reflect how undervalued silver is in real, tangible terms. We're a world flooded with fiat, debt-based, illusionary, counterparty risk, generational Ponzi scheme assets. Everything is an illusion. There is no anchoring to anything real, whether it's your own currencies, your stocks, your bonds, the valuations of corporations, properties. Everything is all based in this debt-based illusion that is unsustainable, and it's coming to a generational end. But when I look at the real things that do have value, such as silver, I keep running across historical comparisons, not valuing it in dollars, but in real terms. And a couple of the examples that I've come across that have been truly mind-blowing is in The Art of War with Sun Tzu. He said you could have 100,000-man army for 1,000 ounces of silver a day. And a truly astounding number, considering that the average stacker is shooting for or can't have 1,000 ounces, and that would have bought you a Chinese army of 100,000 men, including all the armor and weapons and all this other stuff. That's what it would cost for one day's worth of an army. I talked about how Jesus was crucified. I mean, this is I wouldn't even consider selling out an enemy for 15 ounces of silver. I mean, what is that? Less than $300. That's severely undervalued. I saw in one of these American Revolution TV shows on the History Channel, they had the King of England had a ransom on Samuel Adams' head for about 10 ounces of silver. I read in The Rise and Fall of the Roman Empire that there were barbarians at the gate that were looking for a ton of silver as ransom not to sack Rome, and they couldn't come up with it. During the turn of the century, an average worker made about 1/10 of an ounce of silver a day. In the Bible, they talk about field workers making 1 denarius a day, which is about 1/10 of an ounce of silver. And even 2/3 of the world today that lives off of $2 a day would earn about 1/10 of an ounce of silver for their day's worth of labor. If you look at the Louisiana Purchase, when Thomas Jefferson bought, almost 1/3 of the United States, he bought it for about 1 ounce of silver for 45 acres of barren lands. And then I went on to discover that there's only about 8 billion arable acres of land in the world, and yet the estimated above ground stock is only about 1 billion ounces of silver, which would mean if all things were equal, you would get 8 acres of land for 1 ounce of silver. So while I love all these historical comparisons, and I don't want to think that we're going to get back to those times, I do think that the world is definitely way skewed in the wrong direction towards intangible wealth. And I think that when the time does come, when all these debt-based fiat generational Ponzi scheme assets die, silver will have tremendous real purchasing power in real terms versus other real assets. Well, today I found another historical comparison of silver versus an incredible historical fact. To me, it's just astounding given the historical significance of this event. So you guys might have heard of a movie called The Last Emperor, and it was which was the removal of the last emperor of China. And this ended a 2,000 year of imperial rule in China. And it happened in about 1912, and I'll just read this article. I got it from the Telegraph in the UK. But it talks about how the last emperor ended his reign, and apparently he was this young boy who was probably about just under 3 years old, named Pu Yi, and his own adoptive mother, Empress Dowager Longyu, signed abduction papers forcing him from the Dragon Throne. I guess that was the big throne in China where all the emperors ruled. And ever since then, students at the end of the imperial dynasty have puzzled over why she appeared so willingly to do so. So now an historian has actually discovered the answer. And the answer was that she was bribed 1,700 pounds of silver with the warning that she might end up being beheaded if she refused. So she willingly sold out her own adoptive son, the Emperor of China, for 1,700 pounds of silver. So that works out to about 27,200 ounces of silver at today's price of $16. Works out to $435,000. So just putting this into historical terms, the average price of a New Jersey home, a ranch, a 3-bedroom ranch in, wherever in New Jersey, probably cost you about $435,000. Okay? Maybe even more. But an average ranch in New Jersey is the same silver equivalent than selling out a 2,000-year dynasty where these guys were considered gods and ended imperial rule in China forever. Like, the historical significance of that amount of silver, less than a ton of silver, less than $500,000 worth of silver, the equivalent of China at the time. Like, that was the ruling party of China. So it makes no sense at these levels of prices of silver that silver's so undervalued that until you get into multiple figures, 3-4 figures an ounce per silver, do these stories even make sense? At $1,000 an ounce of silver, would Jesus' betrayal by Judas make sense if somebody bribed somebody $15,000 equivalent? At $1,000 an ounce silver, would a tenth of an ounce of silver for a hard day's worth of labor make more sense? It would be right above about a minimum wage. At $1,000 an ounce silver, would a $27 million bribe make more sense to sell out the last emperor of China? These are some things I keep pondering and thinking about because I know that the way of life that we have is unsustainable. I know that there's very few things that have real tangible value. Gold and silver are implicitly money. They have all the characteristics of money. They're the most natural form of money. And when everything fails, people will rely upon things that do have real tangible value. So I want everybody to ponder today how cheap $16 silver is in nominal terms, in real terms, and in historical terms. I recently sat down and watched a movie that I had not watched in a long time called Far and Away with Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman. If you have not seen this movie, I highly recommend that you watch it. The movie starts off with tenant farmers that are slaving away on their landlord's property. They are protesting the raise in rents on their lands. Tom Cruise's dad is killed, and Tom swears revenge upon the landlord. His father's dying wish is that for his son to work his own land one day and be free. Without getting into the whole story about the huge wealth disparity, or lack of freedom, justice, or middle class, Tom and Nicole end up rushing off to America to get free land that America is giving away. The first thing I found interesting was that Nicole's privileged character transferred her wealth from Ireland to the United States in silver spoons. It provided for a lot of value in a very small space. When they arrived in America, they were met with all sorts of problems, including the theft of the silver and a murder. They were plunged into the bowels of society and ended up living in a whorehouse. They finally landed jobs in a chicken factory. There they worked 12 hours a day using steam hoses to take off the feathers of all the chickens. One night, Tom Cruise's character got all fired up and went to the local bar to do prize fighting. He came home drunk, beat up, with $4 in his boot. Then came the one comment that hit me like a rock. Nicole's character said that $4 was more money than she would make in a month at the chicken factory. Factory workers at the turn of the century earned about 10 cents a day, back when the dime was a tenth of an ounce of silver. This dime for 12 hours of hard human labor is the same dime that Roman soldiers used back when the denarius was 1/10 of an ounce of silver. The $4 that Tom Cruise's character won prize fighting was more money than she would earn in 40 days of continuous hard human labor in that chicken factory. It doesn't stop there. We've all heard that 2/3 of the world today lives off of less than $2 a day. That would be the equivalent of less than a tenth of an ounce of silver. With the mathematically inevitable collapse of the dollar, the fiat Ponzi scheme, all paper assets, humans will be forced to revalue everything that they do and desire. The idea that 1/10 of an ounce of silver represented 12 hours of hard human labor during the Roman times, factory workers at the turn of the century, and even 2/3 of the world today is very consistent. The average baby boomer has about $88,000 in retirement. While we all know that $88,000 is not enough to retire in this paper Ponzi scheme, and that you need over $1 million to be able to live comfortably, or at least replace the income that you would be giving up. But with interest rates so low, even that is not enough. For $15,000, one could easily purchase 1,000 ounces of physical silver. If you value that silver not in terms of dollars, how many days of hard human labor that represents, you can start seeing a different way of life. Each ounce of silver represents 10 days of hard human labor throughout all of history and even 2/3 of the world today. 1,000 ounces would represent 10,000 days of consecutive hard human labor, or over 30 years of work. Think about the historical significance of the average person being able to afford 1,000 ounces of silver. I had studied kings of England who did not have 1,000 ounces of silver in their coffers. In fact, for over 800 years, England had to use a tally stick system to act as currency in their country. During the fall of the Roman Empire, barbarians were at the gates of Rome and said that if Rome could pay 1 ton of silver, that the barbarians would go away. The Roman Empire could not or would not come up with a ton of silver to pay off the barbarians, and they were sacked. Today, that same ton of silver would cost just under $500,000. In the United States alone, there are over 11 million millionaires in the United States. Quite feasibly, one of these millionaires could liquidate their paper assets, retirement funds, stocks, bonds, and real estate, and easily afford 1 ton of silver. that which the Roman Empire could not or would not provide during its time of need. For about the cost of a new car, the average person can go out and buy 1,000 ounces of silver. The historical significance of that purchase is truly amazing. Even if you can't afford to buy 1,000 ounces of silver, think of all the silver that you buy in terms of days' labor. Can you buy 100 ounces of silver? That would represent 1,000 days of hard human labor throughout all of history and 2/3 of the world today. Even if you can only afford to buy 10 ounces of silver, that's 100 days of hard human labor when this paper paradigm collapses. Think about the buffer that could provide you and your family. The best estimates of the amount of silver that I see available are that there are 1 billion ounces of physical silver available. There are 7 billion people in the world. If all that silver was evenly divided amongst all humanity, that would represent about 1/10 of an ounce of silver. But we all know that silver is not dispersed evenly. Silver is being accumulated into stronger and stronger hands, who will not sell this physical silver so long as this paper paradigm exists. For about $2.50, you can go out and buy a mercury dime. Each dime you buy represents 1 day's buffer of food, shelter, and clothing for you and your family. The choice to me is simple. Forego 1 coffee or beer while times are good and buy a mercury dime, or work for 12 hours of hard human labor during desperate times. The number one excuse I hear from people on why not to buy silver is that they're afraid that the government is going to confiscate it. I've heard this excuse hundreds of times, and I thought that I would tear it up once and for all. The first thing everybody cites is Franklin Roosevelt's executive order of April 5th, 1933, that required all citizens to turn their gold into the local Federal Reserve Branch in the name of the Treasury. What people first miss is the fact that all of the gold that was confiscated was paid for at 100% face value with paper dollars. So technically nobody was out any money, and it wasn't just an outright confiscation of wealth. The fine for not complying with this executive order was $10,000, back when the average salary was about $1,300 a year, and up to 10 years in jail. Can anybody name me one person that was arrested and convicted under this executive order? And do you think that there was 100% compliance to it? I know of at least 10 stories that people have told me about their grandparents not falling for this monetary sleight of hand. They kept their coins and passed that wealth on to later generations, protecting them from not only the confiscation, but the raging inflation that has destroyed the dollar ever since then. Just to give you an example of what kind of destruction of wealth this confiscation had. Say for example, somebody had 5 1-ounce gold double eagles, and they decided not to trade it in for the $100 face value Federal Reserve notes that the executive order demanded. Those 5 1-ounce coins are now worth about $8,500. The real shocker is the purchasing power of the $100 today is about what $6 was back in 1933. A shocking disparity that points out the true generational theft that occurred back then. Once all 20,000 tons of gold was in the Fed's coffers, they then revalued that gold from $20.67 an ounce to $35. That is where the real crime happened. It wasn't in the confiscation, it was in the revaluation. Overnight, the $20 that the people got paid for their gold lost 40% of their purchasing power. Meanwhile, giving all those that held on to their gold, including those that didn't comply, the government, the Fed, foreign gold holders, and insiders like Joseph Kennedy, got paid an overnight profit of 75%. This during the time of a Great Depression. The other key aspect of this is that they only confiscated gold, as they left silver alone. Silver remains to have so many industrial uses and was not seen as a threat to the monetary system back then. In fact, silver remained in our coins for almost 30 years after that, until they finally cut that anchor to monetary reality in 1964. And please don't buy the BS sales pitch for buying numismatic coins, as they were exempt from the confiscation. It is simply a sales trick to get you to pay for high-priced ounces of metal so that some sales guy can take your money now instead of fearing a government later. So I want to ask you, now that you know a little bit more about the 1933 confiscation, what do you think the best course of action would have been? Hold on to their gold or take their paper? Let's say that there's a national emergency and they issue the exact same kind of order. What would be the easiest source for the United States government and the bankers to secure tons of metal? If you look into the National Defense Resources Preparedness Executive Order that was just recently signed on St. Patrick's Day, the answer jumps out at you. I would say that the very first place that they would start confiscating metal would be any domestic mine production. Currently, the United States is the number 4 worldwide gold producer at about 260 tons a year. The United States is also the number 8 silver producer, producing about 1,200 tons a year. Notice the gold to silver ratio of domestic mine production is about 5 ounces of silver for every 1 ounce of gold. And remember that right now, gold and silver are currently trading for 75 ounces of silver for every 1 ounce of gold. The next easiest place to confiscate silver and gold would be the very large ETFs. GLD claims to have 1,300 tons of gold. The SLV silver ETF claims to have 9,600 tons of silver. Very quickly, the United States government could go in and confiscate the mining production of all domestic resources and the major stockpiles that are held in the ETFs and the COMEX. But I don't think they would stop there, mainly because I don't believe the ETFs really have all that gold and silver. So what would be the next easiest place for the large federal bureaucracy to seize? I would say that they would go after large bullion wholesalers and retailers. Between those 3 sources, they should be able to confiscate a grand majority of the wealth out there if they're going to do that. So what about you? Back in 1934, when Roosevelt issued that executive order, most American citizens really thought they were helping out the country and believed in the president and the banking institutions. Today, it's a totally different story after decades of political and financial abuse. Average Americans don't trust the government or the banks with their money. In fact, most of the people that are buying gold and silver have already woken up to that fact. So now you have a bunch of citizens who are wide awake. Do you think that they would comply to that executive order? Judging by every single person that I know that is buying gold and silver, they would not likely give up their metal any more than they would give up their guns, food, or kids. At some point, there's just a line that cannot be crossed between slavery and freedom. What do you think the government would do at that point? Do you think they would send in SWAT teams into a guy's house because he has a couple Mercury dimes that may or may not be there? There's a $1 trillion drug business that's currently going on in the United States. Last year, during that $1 trillion drug war, they only conducted about 3,300 SWAT team raids that year, and many of them for large $1 million stashes of drugs and cash. I guarantee if they tried pulling off 1 or 2, the backlash of citizens would be amazing. They would literally be up in arms about a government gone wild. It's not worth the political risk. And this would assume that local sheriffs and police would risk their lives or even go along with this program. There are a lot of police and military people that I know that are stackers too. And why would they risk their lives over a stash that most likely is not even inside their house? Then what would the government do? And they're certainly not going to be able to do this after a dollar collapse. Because who would pull off the raids? I can tell you what, if police officers' checks bounce, they're not showing up for work, especially after their entire life savings is wiped away. They'll probably be in the mob with pitchforks and torches on Wall Street. And the whole confiscation issue rests upon the policymakers even knowing that gold and silver are real money.
The dollar during these last 3 years was devalued almost 50%. When you wake up in the morning, do you care about the price of gold?
Well, I pay attention to the price of gold, but I think it reflects a lot of things. It reflects global uncertainties. I think the reason people hold gold is as a protection against what we call tail risk, really, really bad outcomes. And to the extent that the last few years have made people more worried about the potential of a major crisis than they have gold as a protection.
Do you think gold is money?
No.
Listening to Ben Bernanke and the rest of these technocrats, I really believe after 80 years of this financial paradigm, these guys really think that if they just pull enough financial levers, they can lead us to financial nirvana. That means they would have to do something before the dollar collapses, because after the dollar dies, all bets are off, locally, nationally, and globally. The global market would be on fire at that point. No technocrat in the world can possibly step in front of a market trying to reach a new paradigm. And what do you think the global financial response would be to a United States confiscating gold and silver? Do you think other assets would be at risk in the United States? Think about the quadrillions in the stock markets, the bond markets, the derivatives, the cash accounts, the forex markets, the real estate that would respond. And for what? Gold and silver make up less than 1% of total financial wealth out there. In fact, I'm willing to bet that since the silver market's so small, they could confiscate every single ounce in the United States and not be able to pay for 1 day's worth of interest on the United States debt. So knowing the political and financial realities of a confiscation, it is insane to me that people would not buy silver based off of the threat of a confiscation that I don't believe is possible. Which brings me to the real threat of confiscation, your paper wealth in their paradigm. The easiest way to steal wealth is simply print more money, and that's what the bankers and the governments have been doing for years.
The United States can pay any debt it has because we can always print money to do that.
Listen to this congressional testimony of Alan Greenspan guaranteeing any amount of money the government wants to spend.
Do you still believe that we should maintain the fundamental principles of Social Security as he did in 83?
I think we should maintain the principles of Social Security, but I think the existing structure is not working, and that until we can construct a system which creates the savings that are required to build the real assets so that the retirees have real goods and services, we don't have a system that's working. We have one that basically moves cash around, and we can guarantee cash benefits as far out and at whatever size you like, but we cannot guarantee their purchasing power.
Unlike us, when we reach the end of our credit line, the government will not stop its profligate ways. It will simply blow through every dollar it can get its hand on, trying to put off the day of reckoning. I believe that before all this is over and the dollar dies, your retirement funds will be wiped clean. If you have a 401k, an IRA, a Roth IRA, Social Security, annuity, any long-term savings plan, or pension, be prepared to have it destroyed. Kiss it goodbye. There is $8 trillion of sovereign debt that needs to be rolled over this year, and the choices aren't good. The United States needs to roll over $2 trillion, Japan needs to roll over $3 trillion, the Eurozone about $1.5 trillion, and the rest of the world another $0.5 trillion. There isn't enough money in the world to buy all this debt. And who's buying it? How do you fund this $8 trillion worth of debt? The government can massively raise taxes and cut spending, which would destroy an already weak economy and put every single politician on the firing line. The Fed can buy more debt and continue printing money, which would cause more nations to dump the dollar and adding to the inflationary fire here in the United States, as we've already seen with the BRIC nations dumping the dollar in bilateral trade and oil purchases. This insidious process also destroys your savings. The government can confiscate all of your retirement savings, and that would kick the can down the road for a while. Or America could just default on its debt, and we will see massive upheaval in every aspect of our lives. As you can see, there are no good choices, and if you fear paying a 10% penalty on getting your wealth out of retirement funds, think about the 100% confiscation and inflation tax that you could be subject to. You need to get ahead of the curve if you're going to survive this paradigm shift into a post-dollar world. Your income taxes may never be lower than they are today. The price of silver may never be lower than it is today. I want to give you an example of what happens when governments cannot raise capital in the bond markets because of surging interest rates, or when governments cannot raise taxes in a faltering economy. They go after the fat free money sitting in retirement accounts and checking accounts. And if that was just the end of the thieving, that would be one thing, but it never stops there. When Argentina went through their hyperinflation, they froze all accounts and then devalued and inflated away the currency. People could only take small amounts of money out of their bank while the majority of their assets turned into nothing. And if you don't think this is going to happen here, the Department of Labor floated a trial balloon about, quote, annuitizing 401ks. The plan would get rid of those pesky and risky management accounts and to put your savings in safe and secure treasury bonds. We are already at the point where China, Japan, and the rest of the world refuses to buy any more of our debt. The Federal Reserve is buying anywhere between 60 and 80% of the new debt. And people wonder who in the world is going to buy the biggest bond bubble ever. Well, the answer might just be your retirement account. So if you think the government is going to come steal some coins from you in a midnight raid with the SWAT team, surely you must expect them to declare a bank holiday and steal your wealth that you have in your bank, because that would be far easier. Or nationalize trillions of dollars sitting in IRAs and 401ks and invest them into treasury bonds that nobody in the world wants, because that would be easier. Or they don't even have to take your assets. They can simply steal all of your wealth by printing more money, which is what they've been doing. And to me, that's the worst option, because not only does it destroy your savings, but it also destroys your earnings. You see, the real threat of confiscation is having your money in their casino. They can cut you off from your money without any moment's notice or any recourse. Your only logical choice is to get your money out of their casino and keep it in your possession. Don't keep it in your house. Don't keep it in a bank. Take possession and take control. I feel the heart of this confiscation issue has nothing to do with the government stealing your wealth. It is the fear of taking responsibility for your wealth. It is so much easier having $1 million sitting in a bank somewhere than a monster box in your possession. Having someone else responsible for your money is far easier than you taking responsibility for your wealth. Well, in the age of a counterparty risk, you have to take responsibility for yourself and your wealth. So I got a private message on YouTube probably about an hour or so ago that was titled, "Buying silver might be the stupidest move I ever made." So Dave wrote in and said, "I finally come to the conclusion that purchasing silver when I did was one of the stupidest moves I've ever made. I just took a look at the average price of silver from 1950 to 2010. The average price is $15.43 today. Silver right now is overpriced by more than $5. Over the last 3 years, I've purchased $100,000 in silver because I was so convinced that it was the right thing. My average, buying religiously, is $37.75. I just saw that silver dropped $1 already today. Being in my mid-60s, I don't have 20 years to wait. How many more years do you think it'll take to get back to $38? David Morgan just said he doesn't see the price of silver changing over the next 2 years. How do I get my enthusiasm back? I am the laughing stock of my work and family. Thanks for listening." So instead of just writing Dave back, I'm sure he's not the only one out there that's feeling the same thing. I know more than anyone else out there how you feel. I went through the same thing in 2008, and I did not have anywhere near the clarity or support that silver stackers have today. In 2008, I pulled my Jerry Maguire moment when silver was at $21, and I left my six-figure job, $1 million inheritance, my career, and everything behind because I was so sure that collapse was going to happen in my consumeristic paradise. I quit in May of 2008, moved to Ohio in September of 2008, 1 month before the consumer paradise collapsed. During that same time period, silver went down from $21 to $8, a 60% collapse in the price of what I stored my wealth in, and there was no reason why for it. Now I was jobless, no insurance, a new child, new bills, my dollar savings cut in half, and totally depressed. It was during that time period that I rechecked all the reasons why I got into silver, and I actually became more confident that I was right and that the market was wrong. For most investors, usually means that they can't stay liquid as long as the market can stay wrong. But being a silver stacker, I didn't have to worry about that at all. I started to put together the Silver Shield, and you should probably go back through the entire series because when I go back through it, I'm astounded at how much worse the fiat world is that I was describing back then. We're not talking about $12 trillion deficits anymore. Now we're talking about $17 trillion deficits, and government shutdowns, and never-ending wars, and Obamacare, and China and Russia dumping the dollar in bilateral trade with all over the world, and taking gold and oil along with it. The more I look at the fundamentals of silver, the more I see what a real tangible value it is. So at the depths of my depression, I held tight with silver. Just like I'm recommending that you do now, because a few months later, I was proven right when silver went up 500% from the ridiculous $8 level to close to $50 by the spring of 2010. Okay, so I feel your pain, but that doesn't really help, so perhaps a little bit more perspective will. So you're the laughingstock of your family and work. First, do you really expect the sheeple to really be cheering your escape from the Matrix? Would you really want to be in their shoes, totally dependent upon a system that at any moment can blow up and leave their life savings decimated? Is that what you really want? Are they doing anything that makes any more logical sense than what you're doing now? Are you now going to sell all your silver and go run out and buy Apple stock? Despite the recent consolidation, silver is still one of the best performing assets since the collapse of Lehman Brothers. So a little bit more perspective will help. 2008 was an institutional crisis that if it had not been for the extraordinary measures of Congress being held up for $800 billion and the Federal Reserve opening up a $16 trillion slush fund as reported by Bloomberg, the world would have, by their account, ended as we know it.
If they had not done that, their estimation was that by 2 o'clock that afternoon, $5.5 trillion would have been drawn out of the money market system of the United States, would have collapsed the entire economy of the United States, and within 24 hours the world economy would have collapsed.
Has the problem or debts from 2008 been fixed? Hell no. We have systemic unemployment, the debts have become vastly larger, and the risk now is no longer at the puny billion-dollar institutional level. It is now the trillion-dollar currency, sovereign nation, and central banks of the world. where would you have wanted your wealth in 2008? Would you have rather have had it into physical assets that we didn't have to worry about the stock markets going dark like the NASDAQ recently did? Or having your bank account seized like Cyprus? Or have a currency collapse like Argentina? The answer is, and always will be, so long as we're in this current paradigm, real, tangible assets. When the faith in the system collapses, because the same clowns that created this mess did not fix it, they're only going to try the same playbook over and over again, and the world's not going to play along. We are no longer operating in a naive vacuum. As much as you and I are waking up, so are nations of the world. They're dumping the dollar because they no longer want to support this debt and death paradigm that the U.S. has used to spread its power all over the world. Nations like China, Russia, and India are taking massive amounts of gold off the table, and when there is no more gold to pilfer, they will pull back the curtain and show the reality of what a paper tiger we are.
Roll with the punches. Tomorrow's another day.
A little more perspective. Your email tells me that we're also at a capitulation stage where even the most ardent investor throws in the towel. This kind of psychology is usually the best time for the logical people to stack more. You may have finally thrown in the towel because the CFTC did not run in to save the day. But I've warned you all along that there is no hope inside their rigged system, and to think so is simply a waste of time. I have been stacking silver for 8 years for one day, the day that the dollar dies. Everything else before that, to me, is white noise. I know that the dollar is completely unsustainable and that this current paradigm is a joke with all of its empty exceptionalism. I have read the end of this book. It does not end well for anybody who's involved inside the dollar paradigm. I know that the collapse of the dollar will not only be the single largest transfer of wealth, it'll also be the single largest event in human history. And those people that have their wealth outside of the paradigm are the ones that are going to benefit from the single largest event in human history. It will most likely generate a massive shift in consciousness in what we actively or passively do in this world. No longer will we passively accept debt and death. We will be forced to actively approach a different consciousness. And I believe that we will mark time differently, much the same way that we did from BC to AD, but this time it will be AC for after collapse. Instead of lamenting dollar losses, go look at your stack, hold it, and tell me what would you rather have your wealth in? And tell me, would you rather have your wealth in some E-Trade account? Sure, it would have been nice to buy at a cheaper price, but none of us have a crystal ball for when the music stops. Because if the music did stop in 2008, and you've only been stacking the last 3 years, you would have had nothing. What would you have done in 2008 had the system collapsed, with all your savings inside the system, and dealing with the fact that you'll most likely be out of a job, and probably have no access to food or water? Having real wealth outside the system means that you will be able to survive the anger phase. You are physically and mentally better off than all your neighbors and family who idiotically are mocking you today. So what to do now? Personally, I would tell all your friends and family that they were right. You finally sold off all your silver and you're saving up for the Twitter IPO because Facebook did so well. Then, stop giving answers and sharing information with people who aren't asking questions, or worse, mocking you for asking questions. Start thinking longer term and in more definitive measures of wealth and success. You said in your email that you measured the average price of silver from 1950 up until today. Well, this is at the height of King Dollar, where the dollar ruled the world. And that would be like the equivalent of measuring gasoline in the age of horse and buggy whips. I'm investing in silver for the day that the dollar collapses. The world is going through major change in valuations, that anything that is valued in this counterparty risk, debt-based generational Ponzi scheme will be decimated. In fact, just yesterday, the chief central bank of Italy, Salvatore Rossi, said that, quote, gold is unique among assets, and that it is not issued by any government or central bank, which means that its value is not influenced by the political decisions or solvency of one institution or another. Are these bankers just now starting to realize the importance of gold? Are they starting to see that it's not a barbarous relic? Are they starting to see that it's more than just tradition and that holding wealth without counterparty risk? The rest of the world is waking up to this. And one day, everything is going to change. So stop lamenting $20 silver. Instead of measuring your silver in dollar terms, how about measuring in other assets like gold? Gold and silver come out of the ground at a 1-to-9 ratio. For every 1 ounce of gold that's found, 9 ounces of silver have been found. Right now, it's trading 1 ounce of gold for about 50 ounces of silver. That's a screaming buy for silver. How about the gold to Dow ratio? During the Great Depression and in 1980, the gold to Dow ratio reached 1. Meaning 1 ounce of gold was able to buy the entire Dow Jones. Right now the ratio is 15 ounces of gold to the Dow, which means it's a screaming buy to gold. So if silver's a screaming buy to gold, and gold's a screaming buy to the Dow, I'll put all my money on silver every day. But that's not all. In 1980, it only took 500 ounces of silver to buy the average home. Or how about silver to human labor? Throughout all of human history and 2/3 of the world today, 1/10 of an ounce of silver equals a day's worth of human labor outside this ridiculous debt and death paradigm. Meaning that when there isn't this unlimited amount of debt that can be created to warp our economy, in the real world, your hard sweat and labor is probably only worth 1/10 of an ounce of silver. I don't know about you, but I don't plan on doing backbreaking work when I'm older. I also believe that this current drain of physical gold from west to east will be led by individuals draining the stockpiles of silver. We are going to wake up one day, and no matter what price you bought gold or silver at, you will only care about the fact that you did buy. All these people who are talking about trading metals don't get it. They are looking to trade markets. I'm waiting for the markets to end and the single largest transfer of wealth. Let them make 5 to 10% more than me, but at the end of the day, when the system collapses and they're wiped out, I will have real wealth. Stackers are preparing for an economic winter while everybody else is fiddling around in the sun. And I'm beyond tired of hearing the ignorant commenters saying that silver will do no good during a collapse. First and foremost, when I wrote the Silver Bullet and Silver Shield over 2.5 years ago, I said you need to have food, water, guns, ammo, and supplies before you even considering investing in silver full force. But I went on to say the most important preparation you can make is mental preparation, and nothing does that better than the Sons of Liberty Academy. I would much rather be with somebody who has no assets whatsoever but a clear head in a collapse scenario. So just because we're investing in silver does not mean that we're only investing in silver. Yes, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. And even during the collapse, not everybody's going to trade spam and bullets. The reason why money exists is because it's an efficient way of transporting value. And even during times of chaos, yes, gold and silver will serve that function and most likely have a higher purchasing power because there will probably be no other forms of money around. The best part about stacking silver is that you're not just preparing to survive, you are really preparing to thrive. I believe that after the anger phase burns out, those that have silver will have the real capital of establishing a better way of life. You certainly won't be able to do that with tires, wheelbarrows, and chicken wire in France. And those who ignorantly did not stack silver will most likely be dooming their future generations to generational poverty. As with everything else in life, it all comes down to a matter of perspective. You can lament $20 silver or rejoice the fact that you can stack more for less. You can say silver is down for 2.5 years, or you can know that this consolidation is about to end. You can let your friends and family get to you, or that you can know that even if you had to do it all over again, you probably would not have done anything different since we never know when the music stops. I hope this perspective helps. One thing I do not know is when you'll stop measuring your wealth in dollars instead of wisdom, ounces, calories, and rounds. That is up to you. I think the most powerful idea that I bring to the table is, what are we actively or passively doing in our lives? And I talk about the consciousness of what we're doing. And I think that this is a very important issue that I think is really left behind in the silver community. I view silver as a means to an end and not, something to, it's not the whole purpose of what we're here for. I looked at the grand scheme of things and I saw that when I was brought up in my life, I basically was inundated with, this debt and death paradigm, I call it. I went to Boston College, I went into the Marine Corps, I was in the family business, and I checked off all these check boxes that society said was what it took to become a successful person in this world. And really what I found was that all I was being an active servant to this world. And it wasn't until after I left the Marine Corps that I started to see what I had exposed myself and what I've turned myself into. Here I was a hard-charging infantry Marine, stayed in after 9/11, started my family business. I was in the car business of all things. And I realized, as I started to awaken myself, what was I doing? Well, I actively supported death with the Marine Corps, and I actively supported debt with the car business. And I'm like, well, becoming a father, you start to see, well, what am I going to pass on to my kids? And that's when I started to become consciously aware. George Orwell said, until they become conscious, they cannot rebel. And until they rebel, they cannot become conscious. That's the hook that keeps us all in this mess. And this has been going on for 6,000 years. This isn't the first time around that there's been bankers and rulers and all that other stuff that have been on top of us. And I looked at the core of the problem. And the core of the problem is not throwing off, Ben Bernanke and Obama, because there'll just be more guys that fill in the thing. The problem's us. Okay? We empower these guys. They don't control us.
We actively and passively support every single bad thing in this world. With every dollar that we spend, with every vote that we do, with every view on TV, we support them. They don't control us. This is the big defining moment. And I started to look at, how do I get people to come to realize this, that the answer is within us. We don't have to go slay dragons. We don't have to go fight things. We need to take care of ourselves. The resonating effect of an individual consciously walking away resonates in people's lives. We all wake up, we all go, oh, the Federal Reserve, and bang people's ruin Christmas parties and birthday parties talking about this stuff. That works against us. And that's why I took a great deal amount of time to start saying, how can we actually start winning this war? Well, you win the war by individually walking away and becoming successfully happy and getting to a level of acceptance, getting out of the anger phase where you want to go march on Washington, the bargaining phase where you ruin the Christmas parties, and the depression phase of going, we're all fucked and no one cares, and I don't know what to do about it anyways. The acceptance phase is when you start realizing that you don't have to, we're never going to find freedom by changing the world. We have to change ourselves to change the world. And you'll see it once you get to this acceptance phase and you start, railing around and, talking all, crazy talk to all these people, you start to realize that you're getting answers to questions that these people don't even know about. So what are you doing? You're actively working against yourself. So when you start being the change that you want to be in the world, people start going, oh shit, I remember this guy used to be pretty crazy and talk about the dollar, and gas is now $5 a gallon, and there's bailouts and all that stuff. Maybe he was right. Why isn't he freaking out anymore? That's when you start giving them answers, when they ask the question. So my big thing has been about consciousness. And I've given a lot of my own work. I did the Sons of Liberty Academy. I recorded 48 hours of video lessons on everything that I possibly learned over 4 years, okay? So people go, oh, geez, the Academy took me a month to get through. Well, it took me 5 years to, put all that information together. But that helps speed up the consciousness of this, because the awakening process right now is very disjointed. All of you guys end up finding one book and then end up finding a million different things and a lot of disinformation, and it's not a very streamlined process. So I thought the Academy would be a good way of helping people get through that. In reality, all it was my logical attempt of making sure that I wasn't crazy. I put all this information together and I made drastic choices. I left my $1 million family business, I left the Marine Corps, I left everything behind to follow this path. And when I did that, I realized that I needed to logically look at things, because emotions are what control us. They control us emotionally, and only logic will break this. That logic is what gives the individual the power to say, I don't care what anybody else is doing. I know what I'm doing is right, and I'm going to stick to it. So I started to go through this process. And when you realize that they don't control us, we empower them, you start to see that all collective power, I don't care what it is, what institution, what brilliant plan, what great idea was, inevitably it's not that power corrupts, it's the corrupt that seek power. Okay? Every centralized effort against another centralized effort will ultimately be led by some psychopath, some hard-charging guy who really knows what he's doing, he's going to suppress everybody else, and then the good people are like, I don't want to work with this guy, and they all leave. Every collective effort will fail. Every single collective. That's why when I said the Tea Party March, the day that they started doing that, I said, that's going to fail. And it has. I've talked to hundreds of people. Yeah, we used to have meetings, and then this one guy was a real jerk, and everybody just left. That's what ultimately ends up happening. So until humanity starts realizing it's the individual taking individual responsibility and individually walking away, and the resonating effect of those individuals working consciously together, not physically or whatever, that's the solution. And all we've done is gone through a revolution of debt and death over and over again, where one group of psychopaths control one group of collectives, and they overthrow another group of psychopaths with another group of collectives. And what do? They spread debt to the people that are willing and death to the people that aren't. And I don't care if you're talking about Caesar, Genghis Khan, Hitler, Stalin, Obama, it's all the same formula. And it's all us supporting the worst in humanity. We're giving our power to them. My theory is that we need to withdraw our consent, withdraw our capital, withdraw our support. Okay? And this is at the change what I think is going to be the single largest event in human history. The collapse of the dollar will be the single largest event in human history. So here we are, we had all these individuals. We got this internet thing that's able to spread ideas out there. I didn't even know what a hyperlink was like 3 years ago. I was so backwards on this stuff. Now I'm all over YouTube. But now we have this internet thing where we're going to actually have the ability of speaking out to the world when they start asking the question, what happened? And I think that's where all of us are going to be, either on a very personal level or on a very global level, being able to provide the solutions to a humanity that is finally asking, what the fuck happened? How did this happen? How can they get away with this? It is going to end. Okay? I have no doubt that silver is going to be have magnitudes more purchasing power than it does today. Okay? We know that there's less silver out there than there is gold, and yet the valuation is different. Okay? So stop worrying about $20 silver now and start thinking about how you're going to be consciously different than the guys that are in control now. I did a couple videos about how I view this ability of the timing of the end of this dollar collapse, this largest event in human history, the ability for the internet to transmit ideas. And we've always lived in this world. Humanity has always felt, doom is always 6 months away. I mean, it's been going on since Jesus Christ time. The apocalypse, the book of Revelation, all that, the end of the world. The end of the world is coming, okay? But like David Morgan said, it's not going to be nuclear holocaust, flat smoke coming up. They're all going to be here. In fact, the end of the world is going to look strangely similar to what we have now. The thing that will change is the consciousness of all those individuals. Think about the average baby boomer out there, 40 years into the system, working for a corporate system, buying houses, buying this, putting their kids through college, and then coming to the time where they thought that they were going to charge off into the golden age and realize they're broke and it's too late to start over again. How hard do you think that's going to be? Think about the young generation that got $1 trillion student loans that are, they have no purpose. Like I went to Greece 4 years ago and I looked at 25% unemployment with the kids there. There was no opportunities for them. These are hardworking, smart kids. I mean, they're not dumb, but there was no opportunities because the system was corrupt. How are they going to feel when they're freed from the generational debt and all of a sudden humanity's like, God, we actually need hardworking people to actually go ahead and do this. So I looked at the definition of apocalypse. Everybody thinks, doom and gloom. No, what apocalypse means is the disclosure of knowledge, a lifting of a veil, a revelation. In a religious context, it's usually the disclosure of something hidden. So what has been hidden from humanity for 6,000 years? It's a group of psychopaths that have controlled us. And then we're the answer. We're the solution. So I've now defined myself as an apocalyptimist. That's the idea that I know we're going to go to hell in a handbasket, but I think everything's going to turn out all right. Okay? I think a lot more good's going to come out of this. And I'm not blind to the anger phase. I think the anger phase of humanity, you're going to see a lot of nasty stuff. I recommend, don't be near urban areas, prepare, have food. I said the 3 things you're going to need to get through the anger phase is real friends, real skills, and real assets, which Americans really don't have a lot of. We don't have a lot of real friends because we have Facebook. We don't have a lot of real skills because we're living a 70% consumer economy, and we certainly don't have a lot of real assets. Okay, but you guys do know this stuff, and you're going to be the ones that are ultimately going to be providing answers to a lot of people who got caught not through any fault of their own. You need to feel pity for these people and treat them as a young child coming to you that's been left naked and bare. I mean, they could be the most arrogant prick neighbor that you've ever had, but when he comes to you after he's lost everything, that's how you can consciously change the world. The resonating effect of everybody doing that, I believe, will bring a lot of good to this world. So the end of the Bible, the end of the Mayan calendar, all these other apocalyptic things, what you're missing in the book of Revelation, and I'm not trying to get all religious on you, but this is where humanity is going, is the victory of good over evil. You read about the Judgment Day and all that other stuff. It talks about 1,000 years of golden thing. Well, how else in the real world would that happen unless we have a collapse of this terrible illusion of debt and death that's spread all over the world, enabling the worst in humanity, and it all being wiped away overnight with the dollar collapse? How would the meek inherit the earth if not the valuations of the intangible lies that are out there going to the real tangible value of silver and food and good people and good skills and good friends? So I ask you again, how are you going to be consciously different than the ones that are out there? Okay? And this is a very touchy subject, and I did a couple YouTube videos on there. even the people that are promoting gold, make sure that they're not doing it for another gold standard, because I think this is a trick that they're going to try to use to flip on us again. They constantly use the Hegelian dialectic of thesis, antithesis to a synthesis solution, problem, reaction, solution. Problem that the elite have right now is they have this huge lie system that they've built up all their power on. Okay? It's the antithesis. Strong gold standard, real money, honest money, all that other stuff, right? So I believe what's going to end up happening is their system is going to collapse. They know it. They're shorting the paper. You know, Bill will ask, you know, how are they doing this? They're shorting paper assets and they're taking the physical. I don't know if it's Rothschilds, Rockefellers that are taking the physical, or if it's the Chinese, or if it's just us. You know, we're taking physical. At some point, there's going to be a dividing line. But I think what they're going to end up doing is promoting a lot of these gold guys out there and saying, oh, you know, gold, we were right. You know, gold's now $80,000 an ounce, and we need to go onto a gold standard. I tell you what, the day that that happens, that guy's no longer my friend. Okay? We don't need another monopoly currency, because who owns the gold? Same bankers that created the problem. What do you think they're going to do with a new gold standard? Their synthesis solution. They're going to have a digital gold-backed currency. You don't think they're going to rehypothecate that right away and start empowering the same system that already was? The solution is an opposite consciousness solution. It's competitive currency. It's an empathetic heart as opposed to a psychopathic behavior. It's empowering the good in humanity, not the worst in humanity. You look at a lot of these CEOs and presidents and banking guys, I wouldn't trust them to babysit my kids, much less the world's economy. Okay? And yet we empower these guys. We're killing Iraqi people that we have probably more in common with than Nancy Pelosi, Obama, Bernanke, all these guys that are living high on the hog after manipulating us. We're empowering them. So I keep asking the same thing. How are you going to be consciously different? Because we do and we will have the power of creating something better, strategy. Ultimate exit strategy is basically saying, wow, we got a lot of individuals out there who've been stacking. They consciously walked away from the system. They couldn't take their job anymore. They couldn't own stocks anymore. They couldn't deal with that system. On some level, it bothered them. Okay, so they walked away and they found silver as a thing. Well, what can we do on the other side of it? I think on the other side, we can build institutions and ideas that resonate with us. We can support good things. We can provide solutions to the people out there when they're asking for it. So I thank you guys for your time and the ability of speaking for more than 5 minutes.
For the past 3 years, I've set out on a mission to help wake up the world to the reality of what is coming. Today, I am done. The simple fact is that the majority of humanity will be in utter denial up until the day the dollar collapses. I do not want to do another interview about how or when it's going to happen. I do not plan on doing the play-by-play of the collapse when it does happen, and I certainly don't plan on saying I told you so to a humanity now realizing how hopeless their situation is and how much they've been played the fool. The anger phase of humanity will ensue, and there is no stopping this. This will lead to every social, political, and financial contract to be broken. Most will be totally unprepared for when the bill comes due for a life of getting something for nothing. While I'm certain there will be wars and riots that will result from this collapse, the real damage will be done quietly, with personal self-destruction. Having everything suddenly and massively go wrong in your life will not be easily dealt with. Most dramatically, it will be the 1 in 10 Americans that cannot even deal with this current reality and are on powerful mind-altering antidepressants. These pills are a hidden danger to those that take them, because if they come off them too soon or simply cannot get them, it will cause massive psychological breaks from reality that can result in suicide or murder. Then there are those that do wake up. For the most part, I believe that they'll be stuck in the hope and fear loops that will keep them revolving in anger, bargaining, and depression, constantly worrying about things outside of their control and never taking positive, productive action in their own lives. Some say ignorance is bliss, but I feel it's far worse to be awake and still stuck in the rigged game of hope and fear. Until these individuals get rid of the scarcity mentality, they're still at risk, and I feel not really prepared for the coming collapse. Finally, I know that only a very small percentage of humanity will ever wake up to question that reality and take the necessary positive, productive action to build true independence with real skills, real friends, and real wealth. There is only a few percentage of humanity that are intuitive, problem-solving individuals. Only they are capable of looking at the problems we face and take positive corrective action ahead of the logical fate we all face. If you want to see that you're one of them, stop the video and take this test to see if you're the one-off derivative of the INTJ personality that makes up less than 3% of humanity. The beautiful thing about these intuitive problem-solving individuals is that once they become conscious and learn how to use the trivium, they become their own guides and masters. They no longer need to hear others, as they now have clarity to take the necessary action in their own lives. To truly enter the acceptance phase is to understand the reality of this doomed paradigm and no longer emotionally worry about things outside of your control. Instead, realize the power that you have in your own hands. That logical freedom allows the individual to see the superior nature of the abundance mentality and will seek to release the energy, passions, and talents that are inside every one of us. Once released, they will find a world full of supportive people that will seek to resonate that power to the world. I also know that there will be a time where it will be too late or too dangerous to speak out. Since 2008, the criminal elite have been doing everything they can to keep their system going. They've been working quietly but diligently to sustain the unsustainable. The next crisis, they will show their true colors as they become really desperate. Congress was threatened with martial law if they did not pass the banker bailout in 2008. I do not plan on being around to see what they have planned for when a real collapse happens, for it is far too dangerous to be right when the government is determined to be overtly wrong. I sold my house in 2005 ahead of the housing bubble and bet the house on silver. I left my retail business in May of 2008, ahead of the economic crisis later that October. And I'm leaving once again ahead of the big one that will make all other collapses pale in comparison. This paradigm is on the verge of collapse, with the consumer economy strung out on cheap credit buying consumables that will end up in a landfill only 2 months later, with the Obamacare bomb dropping on the economy, with physical gold and silver draining out of the system, with the wealthy fleeing into art, cash, and properties, with Saudi Arabia cutting diplomatic ties with the United States and overtly courting China, with the 15-plus deals dumping the dollar in bilateral trade, with rising military tensions with Israel and Iran, or China and Japan, or the simple fact that any significant rise in interest rates on the exponentially exploding debt will cause a complete collapse in the credit and asset markets. The writing is clearly on the wall for anyone who cares to see it. This will not last much longer, as they've expended a tremendous amount of energy trying to hold the line. The more energy and complexity that is needed will ultimately fail in the most dramatic fashion, and I believe that will lead to the single largest event in human history. I am of the belief that once the West is emptied of their gold, it will no longer be profitable to maintain the illusion, and a harsh new reality will dawn on the world. This once-in-a-lifetime transfer of real wealth will never be matched again in human history. Currently, there is a record amount of paper claims against an ever-dwindling supply of physical gold. This current trend looks to be coming to a head. Sovereign nations have already drained the gold from the system to act as the basis for the new economic order. That will leave only a temporary opportunity in silver, since it is cheaper, more abundant, and has far more uses than gold as the second most versatile commodity next to oil. In fact, given that peak oil occurred last decade and has only been prolonged by a shale gas boom-bust, I believe that silver will be critical for any post-petroleum economy. I do not plan on being around publicly when this goes down, much less saying I told you so to an unprepared and now desperate people. The phrase I've used most often is listen to all and follow none. This phrase directly empowers the individual to use the trivium of grammar, logic, and rhetoric to become an observer of the perceived reality and not get emotionally wrapped up in the drama. I would caution you that once this collapse unfolds, to not listen to anyone that does not logically make sense, or more importantly, resonate with your heart. If you use this logic, you will no longer need to listen to anybody, because you can take even the worst propaganda and find truth. When this all goes down, the only thing that will matter are the real things in your life, like your knowledge, friends, and wealth. I have mentally entered into the acceptance stage many years ago, and have taken massive action to physically prepare, and yet I've devoted thousands of hours to things outside of my control, at a real cost to my life. Now it is time for me to take that final step and let that go too. So today I'm going to be taking my own advice and only work on things that I can control, and let go of everything else outside of my control. No amount of logic will fix this insanity. In fact, this collapse needs to happen. Addicts do not change until they hit rock bottom, and this is true for societies living in an illusion. The collapse will not be equally bad everywhere all at once. I just want to be far away from the collapse, both publicly and privately. In order to do that, I can no longer split my energy emotionally worrying about things outside of my control in the present and working towards real solutions. I'm going to strictly develop real skills with real friends to create real wealth in the present with a clear eye towards the future. As I mentioned before, it'll either be too late or too dangerous to speak out. While logic is the solution for individuals, it will be viewed as a real threat to the desperate collective that is facing the consequences for their actions. Before I go, please know that the anger phase is just that, a phase. The fires will burn out, and this too shall pass. Like the past, out of the ashes a new world will be born. What kind of world that will be remains to be seen. Dostoevsky once said beauty will save the world, and it is my belief that the future is not going to be some dark dystopian technological advances, but the future is resonating beauty of humanity. As the collapse happens, humanity is going to cry out for meaning and purpose. Having every career, wealth, and relationship wiped out in the collapse of the dollar will not be remedied by the newest iPad, Lady Gaga album, Dr. Phil, or even a new political puppet to believe in. This will rock people to their souls, and there will be a great search for truth and meaning in their lives. I am sure that many will try to reinvent the collectivist wheel, but there needs to be a better vision for people to grasp for. Art, music, and literature are going to reach new levels as the centralized powers that control them currently collapses too. Artists, musicians, and authors will find a new inspiration in the massive energy released from this collapse. Instead of the meaningless entertainment drivel that appeals to the lowest common denominator, I believe that we'll see a renaissance in the arts that will seek to bring out the best in humanity. This inspiration will resonate with every other facet of our lives, as they seek to take this inspiration of this renaissance and the new values into their own prospective skills. They say a laborer works with his hands, a craftsman works with his hands and mind, but an artist works with his hands, mind, and heart. It has always bothered me that Huxley and Orwell wrote fictional books that clearly laid out the predictive programming of the criminal elite to enslave humanity. I now seek to write an epic that will show humanity how to defeat this horrific future that has been laid out for us. I've been working on a huge story that will seek to tell the greatest truth never told, but do so in an epic narrative that will capture the imagination of humanity and give courage to individuals to release and resonate with other abundant souls to create a better world. I feel I'm uniquely suited for this task with all the work that I've done over the past 3 years with the Sons of Liberty Academy and The Greatest Truth Never Told. I know that a good story will let people who has never read any of my articles or seen my videos to become consciously aware of the problems of the world and the solutions that are in our hands. It is my hope to show a better way forward for us all. This is only a small step into my main focus of the Maverick Mastermind Group, where we will create the next opportunities like the Silver Bank for the ultimate exit strategy. As with anything in life, this all has to do with timing. A great idea at the wrong time is doomed, and a decent idea at the right time can be legendary. As much as I would like to get the Silver Bank started now, the fact is that while the paradigm is still blessing us with cheap silver, it is only time to stack metal, not spend it. Once we have the collapse, we'll have the unique network of consciously aware individuals with the real capital and the will to create a better world. The Silver Shield Group members will have continued access to special edition coins and a new secondary silver series that will not be available anywhere else. The Silver Shield Group will be the only place that I provide commentary going forward, as I believe it will be either too late or too dangerous to speak out the way I have in the past. The Silver Shield Group is not for everybody, as the cost to join will probably not make sense for most. The new focus and new format of the Silver Shield Group will probably only make sense for those that have significant amount invested in physical silver or plan on investing significant amounts into physical metals, as I seek to create opportunities and abundance in that space. In time, we will move towards creating a silver bank, commodity-backed cryptocurrencies, and an equitable fund to leverage our real tangible wealth into the incredible opportunities of the collapsed paper paradigm. This is just a first step in that reality. Of course, this takes vision, timing, connections, skills, and wealth, and I seek to combine all of these into something really great in the future for everyone. Until that day, it will take a small group of individuals working diligently with each other on small levels to birth that future. I want to thank all of you for your support and interest, and I wish you well in the coming year. Thank you.